Καλημέρα σε όλους.
Good morning to all. I would like very briefly to welcome you today to the second Wellbeingr Forum entitled We Empower People, We Embrace the Earth, Mental Health at the core of the ecosystem, ensuring our planet's sustainability. Your presence here today is very significant. It's very important to us, for it proves that what we have been doing at wellbeing.gr for the past 2 years starts having an impact. And frankly, we are wondering how is it possible for mental health and well-being not to have an impact? This is quite a debate having to do with the planet, with well-being, and we see the impact on this planet, the impact that the multiple crises we have been experiencing at the world level have on us, on our lives and planet. So after last year's conference, which was successful, together with Angeliki, and I apologize for not having introduced myself for those who do not know who I am Isabella Razi, co-founder of Wellbeingr. Now, I was saying that together with my partner Angeliki, after the completion of last year's conference, we thought that we had to extend mental health related debate towards 4 important pillars of our life. That is, family, first and foremost, education, thirdly, labor, and fourth, prevention. So 4 important pillars of the international well-being initiatives and policies which are being developed at the international level. So to that direction, we will have the honor today to listen to eminent people from abroad who have been inspiring to us, who have inspired us, as Professor Lord Richard Layard, Karen Guggenheim, Nasho Karmaura from Bhutan. Hopefully, in turn, they will inspire all of you. At the same time, we would like to share with you the result of the quality survey performed by Wellbeing.gr in conjunction with the Pantheon University Regional Development Institute, ITA. And I would like to grasp the opportunity to thank Mr. Yannis Psycharis, the president of IPA and professor at Pantheon University. Now, unfortunately, he could not join us today because Mr. Psycharis had some commitments abroad, so he had to travel. So together with Angeliki, we have been loyal and faithful to this mission of ours, and we decided to dedicate all our efforts to promoting well-being as the only solution to promote well-being in a just and affordable and accessible way. So on the occasion of the second Wellbeingr Forum 2023, we would like to shed light on the excellent relationship between mental health and healthcare of all societies and soundness of all societies in the world, encouraging a constructive dialogue for a sustainable ecosystem. Allow me to warmly thank all distinguished guests, including politicians, diplomats, academics, entrepreneurs who are honoring us with their presence to share their knowledge and experience. Moreover, I would like to mainly thank our sponsors, specifically Platinum sponsor EY, which has been supporting our endeavors from the very beginning, from day one. I would like to thank our golden sponsors, Economakis Law Firm, silver sponsors, Aon, Eurobank, Thalpos, Mental Health. Thalpos, I apologize, says the speaker, and our supporters, Alpha Bank, Apollonion, Cosmote, Holland Barrett, Pfizer, and Coca-Cola 3Epsilon. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening. I wish all of you a pleasant day and fruitful proceedings. And I would like immediately to give the floor to Angeliki. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Angeliki Dikioula, co-founder together with Isabel of Wellbeingr. We are friends since we were children with Angeliki. Now, with Isabel, excuse me. I'm delighted to welcome all of you. Your presence here today is very meaningful and important to us. Now, Wellbeingr is a team of people who, with a sense of responsibility, have set as an objective to raise awareness, to educate and inform Greek society on the importance to promote mental health and well-being, not only for us as a society to progress, which certainly will also make us happier, but also for the sake of the sustainability of our planet. Now, how mental health is linked to the sustainability of this planet will be described by our experts. Very interesting issues will be analyzed later, as, for example, how the GDP indicator and whether it goes hand in hand with the quality of life of people, with progress of people, with happiness. In other words, a country with a high GDP has happier people. Is this right to assume? Is a high GDP synonym to a good quality of life? Now, this is something we will elaborate in together with our experts today. It's a pleasure to discuss mental health and happiness, quality of life at Wellbeingr, especially when there is a prospect. It's a relieving process. This is a brainstorming we have been repeatedly doing at Wellbeingr. Any aspect of our everyday life, if viewed in a human-centered way, will give us the power to cope with all the increasing crises and challenges. Wellbeingr has excellent partnerships with entities and companies both in Greece and abroad. We have a very interesting partnership with the University of California, the scientific director of which will fly to Athens next month in order to to organize some training courses for companies on happiness. We have shaped training courses for companies. We have the experiential training courses, our activities. We go walking and hiking to Imitos and many other activities. You're all welcome. Recently, we set up our scientific committee, which features Professor Psycharis, Professor Pandopoulos, and Professor Pavlos Agas. And I thank all of you once again, especially the former Vice Minister of Mental Health, Zoe Rapti, who is honoring us with her presence today. Thank you very much, Madam. Last year you were here in your capacity as a minister with whom we used to share the same vision, and we will be delighted to listen to you if you want to join me on stage, Madam.
Καλημέρα σε όλους.
Good morning, Minister. Co-founders of Wellbeingr, Angeliki Dikeulia and Isabel Razi. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to be here today on the occasion of this year's forum, which is an institution in our country, for it was launched while I was in office by the two co-founders of Wellbeingr. This is an initiative which we embraced last year because the vision that our Prime Minister conveyed to us, having appointed a portfolio for mental health in order to focus on mental health, because mental health concerns us all. For us politicians, it is very important to see there's a vision starting with the Prime Minister, a vision then capitalized through partnerships and initiatives as the one taken by Wellbeingr. And I would like to congratulate you on the title of this year's forum, which connects mental health to the sustainability of our planet, because this, of course, is inextricably linked to the World Health Organization this year's Forum for Mental Health as a universal right of all people. We know very well that World Health Organization has set mental health in a context as a third priority to promote well-being of all, and it is one of the main goals of the United Nations to promote well-being of people. So in our effort to preserve a human planet, it is important to highlight that mental health is an universal right and an integral part of our well-being. Any ecosystem depends on the well-being of all species. The same applies to our planet, whose sustainability is inextricably linked to mental health of all people. Mental health affects our ability to take decisions, informed decisions on our environment. On the other hand, climate change aggravates mental health-related problems, triggering an increase in depression and other mental health-related disorders. So, ensuring a high quality of life and access of us all to mental health services is not only a humanitarian but also a social imperative, and it is at the same time an environmental one, because resilient communities are those well equipped to cope with adaptation to the environment-related problems. And we saw how many of these we experienced recently. Let me remind Evia and the wildfires. Mr. Menelos Theodorilakis, the president of Argo, is here, and he knows very well how many efforts were made to support our fellow citizens there. Let me also remind the human destruction of Tembi. We needed to support our fellow citizens who lost their dear ones, their beloved ones. But also let me recall the Thessalia floods and the Evros wildfires. Mental health experts were there to support our fellow citizens and still are there, and I am so proud of them. I would like to commend the endeavors made by the government in the sector of mental health on the sound foundation we set. Three of the important issues are the national hotline 10306, which has received more than 700,000 calls since it was launched. It is available 24/7, and it has an average time of call 15 minutes. This is a free healthcare service. There are 106 new healthcare centers we started opening last year thanks to the RRF money, including innovative services as the services for early intervention against psychosis, which allows the specialized centers, with the assistance of our professors, to proceed with an early diagnosis, which is very important for the prognosis of the future development of the illnesses. So these were approved by us, by our government, before the parliament. And there is the strategic national plan on mental health. We worked on it for the past years. We approved that plan before. We approved it in the framework of the parliament, and it shows that we intend to promote the related services also by embracing and supporting our important interlocutors, like, for example, Wellbeingr. By way of conclusion, I would like to share with you some hints on the governmental program. There's an international mental health related program which was launched here in Greece upon the approval of the Prime Minister, who approved to finance the creation of a World Health Organization Athens office in order to leverage our services and by optimizing the services provided. Mr. João Breda, who is the head of the World Health Organization Athens Quality of Care and Patient Safety Office and Special Advisor for the Regional Director, is here and will share more with us. I would like to say that, of course, this is an important step to build a sustainable world. Promoting mental health will help us not only enhance our personal well-being, individual well-being, but also the social well-being, and it is also decisive for the sustainability of the future for the generations to come. Cooperation, partnership, prevention are the key words. Cooperation and commitment to cooperating with all our experts and academics involved in this sector. Once more, I would like to grasp the opportunity to commend this initiative. With any of my heart, I will never cease supporting your initiatives. Thank you very much for listening.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ την κυρία Ραπ.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rapti. And later on, we will see the video message sent by Mr. Varjopoulos, Deputy Minister for Health. Let us watch the video, please. Thank you. Co-founders of Wellbeingr and co-organizers of this very important event. The World Mental Health Day 2023 is an opportunity for people and communities to get united behind the ranks of this theme, that is, mental health is a universal human right, and for the improvement of knowledge, but also in order to raise awareness and promote actions that promote and protect mental health of everybody as a world human right. Mental health indeed is of paramount importance to all. Every and each one, whatever and whenever, has the right to the highest possible level, which includes the right of protection against any risks, the right to accessible and good care, and the right to freedom, independence, and integration in the community. Good mental health is of paramount importance, as we all know, for the overall well-being of ours. However, unfortunately, 1 out of 8 people worldwide lives with mental disease that may affect the bodily health, the well-being, the way that he is connected to others, but also the means of survival. The health conditions affect an unfortunately big number of adolescents and young people. A possible mental health disease may never become a reason for a person not to enjoy main rights or get excluded from decisions vis-a-vis his or her own life. However, all around the world, people suffering from a disorder live a big range of violations against their rights. Many are excluded from communities and are stigmatized, whereas many more do not have access to dignitary life that they need, or they have access only to different ways of care that violate their main human rights. So one of the most important points of Mitsotaki's government is to focus on the reorganization of the different mental health services in our country. That is why we are moving on directly within the next month. We shall bring before the cabinet and then before the parliament a substantial reform in the way through which are organized, structured, and operate the different services of the public and the private sector in our country concerning the classical approach and, of course, the classical treatment, but also broader sectors like the one of addiction or of anything else that might cause this human behavior, that is, this deviation from the norm, the deviation from the sound behavior. This is why I am in this position away from you. I should go to Brussels and discuss these very substantial issues of policy with the competent Commissioner, Mrs. Kyriakidou, and with the competent service of the European Commission to guarantee the maximum technical assistance and funding for this truly innovative and radical policy that we planned and we implement in the next month. And indeed, I would have wanted to be with you because I truly believe that your approach indeed is quite close, very, very close to the heart of mental health. What you are saying, well-being, indeed is a notion that quite rightly is being used, and if used in that way, may truly generate ideas and ways to face many problems of our reality. Well-being is a multifaceted notion. It is a notion that has a bodily aspect. Obviously, we must have a bodily well-being and take good care of that. But also, there is a crucial mental dimension. Look, to succeed this mental well-being, in essence, we must do what we want, what we have dreamt, what we believe that expresses us, of course. This is something that it is easy to say, but quite difficult to implement. This presupposes the coverage of main social critical needs, which is not simple. At the same time, it takes something more substantial. That is, we must have the feeling that we live in the same way as we want, something that is understood by few. And even more, well-being means that what is unfortunate, what cannot be foreseen could be embodied, could be integrated in a new dream, a new effort to build a dreamy life. There are too many details that get into this notion. That's why I think that it is very important, your approach. Well, look, no political plan may be successful if it's not based on the patriotism of the society, that is, on volunteers. That is why we have built this whole administrative and scientific reform that we are planning. That is, we need that to be quite distinct, dedicated to how we can interlink all this effort with the volunteers. This is why I am represented by the competent body, that is the head of mental director, the alternate director for Attica, Mrs. Economou, who is going to be our linking point so that your wish, your action can be supported and can be harmonized with our own efforts in the public sector. Thank you so much for your attention, and I wish you indeed that your event shall be just the trigger for a new and quite fruitful cooperation. Thank you.
Παρακαλούμε την κυρία.
Please, now we'll give the floor to Mrs. Marisa Economou, the first alternate director of the first health unit for Attica. Please, you have the floor, madam.
Καλή σας ημέρα.
Good morning, ministers, organizers, co-organizers, and co-founders, dear guests. I would just say that I'm very happy because I am in such a happy forum like Wellbeingr Forum. It is the second time, and just the title, the thematics give us joy, give us happiness, because well-being is related to happiness. But before that, let us see the figures where we stand today, because behind figures and statistics, people are hidden. So, according to the latest research announced on September 5th of 2023 and was echoed in the journal European Neuropharmacology, 32%, or rather 36%, corrected for the speaker, of Europeans suffer from mental problems or disorders. Only 3%, unfortunately, is diagnosed with these disorders and are referred to specialists, which is very important, not just for themselves and our society, but also for their families. The first regional unit with 24 hospitals in Attica has under its competency 57 structures of mental health related to the private sector, 15 different infrastructure belonging to the state, and of course all the mental health clinics of the big hospitals. Of course, what has been recorded for our country is that in Greeks, we suffer less from depression but more from disorders, anxiety disorders. If we talk with statistics, 7% of Europeans, and mainly North Europeans, truly may show some signs of depression, but to us, the biggest sample is the anxiety disorders, and this affects our life, this affects our daily routine, but it's also something that stems from a daily routine that we all experience. We know pretty well that the daily routine and whatever happens on a local level or on a world level affect our mental condition, and according to our management, according to the possibility of each and every one of us, we continue to do what we believe, what we want, what we should do. Why? Because above all, it's about vision. The vision is important. After vision, we have an objective, that is the work to do, be cohesive, be meticulous and persistent, and then strategy. But let us not forget three main notions: humanity, because we address to people; love, because we must demonstrate love to others. We must give and take love. Then our soul, because we're doing everything, putting our soul in it. And of course, let us not forget three main words. Because in our daily routine, we forget about these words. Let us say thank you for what we have. Well done, kudos for what we achieve. Kudos to our partners. We are welcome, because these are three key points so that we can continue with our lives with a bigger humanity, with a bigger sensitivity and emotion. A pro is not necessarily a rigid person, giving emphasis only to what lies at the heart of the job. We are pros, but at the same time, we're all human beings. What has been highlighted lately and is constantly in the news is anger amongst youth, violence, depression, desperation, and these are signs for our society. Family and school play a key role, because along with family, these are the main pillars: family, school, education, training, lifelong learning. But also we see that obviously our children do not get that always, and all this anger ends up to these mental diseases. Upon a prosecutor's order, children come to our hospitals and they are victims of violence. The other side of the coin is well-being. That is why we're here. To me, well-being, let me tell you as I feel it, is a destination. It is a way of life. It is a mindset. No matter to what extent the state is doing what it should, citizens themselves, along with our individual responsibility, we must be able to tackle a tough routine. The Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, highlighted and is always talking about it, that health is one of the main pillars that constantly we should make it better in order for us to be able to offer and everybody may enjoy the best possible quality of life. The Deputy Minister of Health, Mrs. Zoe Rapti, was very successful because we built and we established many different clinics with her. And Mr. Vardzopoulos, you heard him, through his own knowledge as a psychiatrist, he continues so that we can make these steps that are necessary for the best possible society that we're all trying to implement daily. I've been said that I don't have much time, so I will keep it here. And let me tell you that no matter what we believe in, no matter what we're doing, we always feel guilty enough because we don't have time. It's true. Sometimes not even 24 hours within a day do not suffice. We understand that, all pros, we get it, so that we can implement what we want and then dispose a very minimum part even to our own people or to ourselves as well. But we know that at the end of the day, we all worth this well-being, this happiness, the possibility to be able to make our lives better. And that is why we work, we are trying, and we struggle. And I will end with the quote of our big author, Nikos Kazantzakis, who said, "Our life is just a lightning, but we can make it." Thank you so much. I wish you all the best.
Ευχαριστούμε λοιπόν πολύ, κυρία Οικονόμου.
Thank you so much, madam.
Θέλαμε τώρα να...
And now we would like to project a video message by Commissioner Skinas, Vice President of the Commission. That is. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, it's a great pleasure to address this important forum for the second time in a row. And allow me to consider myself already a strong supporter of this forum and a friend and supporter of your endeavor, your undertaking. Today's forum has to do with the impact of mental health and well-being on human development. These are key priorities and important topics for the European Union. Mental health-related issues affect an increasing number of people across Europe. even before the pandemic, the mental health related problems affected 1 out of 6 Europeans, with an estimated cost for economy more than 600 billion euro, approximately 4% of GDP. As you understand, the pandemic, the Russian invasion in Ukraine, the increasing cost of living, the uncertainty for the future have aggravated, worsened, and undermined hope of people. And the situation obtaining in Europe is not different than the one applying to Greece. Greece has approximately 1 out of 5 citizens coping with a mental health problem, and this was the case already in 2019. And behind figures are hundreds, millions of people, countless households, families, and many personal stories, which is why we at the European Commission have set mental health at the core of political priorities of the healthcare European Union. This June, for the first time ever, we approved an integrated proposal for a strategic approach to mental health related issues. This communication, this initiative is a new starting point. We urge an intersectoral, an ambitious action which will rely on significant funds. First and foremost, this approach goes far beyond our healthcare approach, because coping and addressing mental health call for measures in various sectors, like urban planning, in the environment, education, climate, culture, and so on and so forth. And of course, this initiative is also very important because it is based on other important initiatives. The inalienable right of all European citizens to have access to prevention, access to treatment, and a right to social re-inclusion. Last but not least, these proposals of ours rely on important, significant funding, which exceeds 1.2 billion euro, so that we may support member states to promote initiatives with an added value, which will make a difference in practice. And all the above is important, is fine, but still not adequate. To be able to bring about a substantial way in the way we address mental health related issues, we need to bring forward a thorough change in how we view them. In other words, admit that it's no problem to have a problem. It's fine to have a problem. And from this perspective, your forum this year is very, very important, for it sheds light on the importance of mental health, allowing the promotion of important initiatives. And last but not least, these open debates are also important, for they promote destigmatization of mental health. Today, my counterpart, Stella Kyriakidou, is organizing a high-level meeting in Brussels dedicated to mental health and the obligation we all have, decision makers have, to work for the destigmatization in this sector. So more dialogue is called for. More initiatives like yours are necessary. Dear friends, in Europe we have a very clear, crystal clear, I would say, strategy vis-à-vis mental health. The Commission, member states, stakeholders, all those who are involved in this sector know very well that we need a European Union of healthcare, which will also, of course, be an umbrella sector for mental health. This constant shared endeavor will allow us to make a difference for all the Europeans across our continent, so that mental health may have the attention it deserves. Together, we can turn Mental Health Day into an everyday habit. Thank you very much for listening, and I wish you fruitful proceedings.
Ευχαριστούμε λοιπόν.
I would like to thank Mr. Skinas, and I would like now to give the floor to Mr. Breda, head of the World Health Organization Athens Quality of Care and Patient Safety Office.
Good morning. I'm going to speak in English. Kalimera σας. I apologize. This is just 50% of the words that I know in your beautiful language, Greek. I've been trying my best in the last 2.5 years, but I have to confess I'm not making great progress because you made it very difficult for us. Even if I'm Portuguese and also with a complex language in a way, nothing compared to Greek though. So I would really like to express our gratitude and appreciation for the invitation. It's actually, I'm delighted to be here with you today for the second time, like the Honorable Mr. Skinas. We already feel part of this family in this workshop event. It is very, very important. So it's also a great pleasure to share this moment with such distinguished guests, great speakers, and it's with great pleasure that I also note that you also have the support, and this event is done under the auspices of the Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis. So again, congratulations to the organizers. Also, as I said, also acknowledge and words of gratitude to the representatives from also other ministries here, and I see there's more ministers in the room, notably the Minister from Family and Social Cohesion. So it was a great pleasure also to meet you today. And allow me a special word to Mrs. Zoe Rapti, who is a great supporter, and I have to say that today, of WHO, and you've been really very important in the establishment of this program that we have here in Athens, in Greece, but working for all of the European region of WHO, which includes more than 50 countries, and really taking care of mental health of children and adolescents. So thank you very much for that. Also, it's not by chance that we are here today, in this day, because, and I think it's very fortunate that we are dedicating this event also to the World Mental Health Day. So we're celebrating something which is a milestone, and it's really very important that we take these days very seriously. All days should be mental health days, but it's always very important to take every opportunity to really make sure that people realize and don't forget how important mental health is. Just today, in another venue not far from here, we are launching a very important WHO report about the health and well-being with a focus on mental health of children and adolescents with ages 11, 13, and 15, which has been conducted in more than 40 countries throughout the WHO European region. And this has also been done for Greece. So we will be presenting, launching today. I apologize, we are competing slightly with your event, but we have to do all of this. It's only in the afternoon though, and you can have a look at the results. They are really very challenging, I would say. So with our office here in Greece, of which I'm in a way responsible for, I helped the regional director, Dr. Hans Klug, set it up. a couple of years ago, and he asked me to come here to Greece. And really, I have to say that it's been a not very long, but very exciting journey in working with colleagues from Greece and also other countries in Europe, but establishing this initiative, which is a unique initiative on quality of care, which takes mental health as one of its main pillars, because the mental health area, also in terms of health system and health services, is actually one of the areas that suffers the most and where quality needs to improve more, even more than in other areas, because it has been not taken care of. And if you go to mental health facilities, not only in Greece, but across Europe, you will really understand what I mean. We really need to do much more in terms of improving the quality of the services we provide for mental health. We need more services, but not only more. We need better quality, particularly, I say again, when it comes to children and adolescents. So the fact that we established this office here and with the great support of the government of Greece and again the Prime Minister, this office that is focused on improving quality is very important because it takes the issue of health services beyond just access. We're worried with access to everyone, to improving equity, to reducing inequalities in health, but also making sure that the services we give to the people, these services are of a cost that can be taken by the state or by the person in a reasonable way without catastrophic spendings, like we say, and that they are really done again with quality. Quality is really at the center of health systems transformation nowadays. So we acknowledge the support of Greece. We acknowledge the support also of the European Commission. We've been working very closely also with them. We have several initiatives for and with Greece, with the European Commission. We are starting a new project just recently with the DG Reform, which is, as you know, an entity from the Commission that works also very closely with Greece. We do that because we acknowledge the central role of mental health in ensuring not just health, but also well-being. And I think your topic, the topic of your institution, but also your event here today on well-being is very important. Well-being is an holistic concept, sometimes difficult to define, but we know that there are things that are really part of well-being. And issues like healthy diets, being physically active, but especially mental health, they are obviously there. And we are even expanding. We consider aspects related with the planet and the environment. And here again, congratulations for your topics today. They are really very important because we cannot forget this connection, this interconnectedness between individual well-being and the health of the world and the planet we live in. So congratulations for also addressing that. My next point is really on also ensuring that we all acknowledge that mental health is a human right. Health is a human right. Mental health is a human right. Like our regional director, Dr. Kluge, uses to say, we cannot leave anyone behind. And ensuring that we acknowledge mental health as a human right, we really put people at the center and we leave no one behind. So it's very important. Then when we talk about the UN agenda, when we talk about Agenda 2030, and we acknowledge that by far we're not doing enough progress. Mental health needs to be at the center of everything we do, of all our commitments, and we need to ensure that this well-being is not a privilege of some, it's a fundamental human right. It needs to be accessed to all, regardless of background, age, circumstances, and whatever. And I think Greece is doing a great job there. You started it thousands of years ago, but we would also like to continue to work with you on that. We don't deny the challenges and the crises. War in the center of Europe, climate-related catastrophes. We just coming out of the pandemic. All of this puts extra burden and really worsens the situation in terms of health and well-being. But like Hippocrates used to say, every disease starts from the soul. I think it's a more or less okay translation. So therefore, it's very important that we connect this, that we make this relationship between physical and mental health well-being. So when we look at, events that are related more with physical health, please don't forget the importance of mental health, because sometimes it's hidden, it's not so visible, but it's there, and sometimes it's the most important. The statistics we have, they are not good. I have to say, we're launching these results today in the afternoon, and we are very concerned. The statistics about mental health of children and adolescents age 11 to 15 in Europe show that on top of alarming, rates of suicide attempts, which are probably the tip of the iceberg, the situation among young people is not good. And we know that there are huge impacts of the ongoing crisis on the health of these young people. So we need to do more. On the event this afternoon, we will be showing that girls report worse outcomes for mental health and well-being than boys across all outcomes. So this should be a call for action. We cannot just take, let's say, a homogeneous approach. We need to understand that there are differences between boys and girls, between age groups, and these things need, one size does not fit all. We need to have good systems, mental health systems, that really captures these challenges. We also will show an increased gap between genders. So not only girls are doing worse, the differences are increasing. The proportion of adolescents that report having an excellent health and well-being is going down as well. And if this wouldn't be enough, we see increases in the differences between the most and the least affluent kids. So it's very important to understand that also inequalities are increased. So I would like to leave you today with a call for action, a call to action saying that we need urgent action, especially in the context of these crisis recovery, but we also need to make sure that recovering from this crisis we've been through in Europe and beyond, we need to recover stronger and more resilient. And this is not going to happen if we don't take more care about children and adolescent mental health. So I'm really very grateful for the great support that we've received from the people of Greece in the establishment of our office, in supporting the work we are doing on mental health. Watch us. I hope you follow us on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and all of that. A little bit of advertising, if you allow me. But we are doing really good stuff, I think, here with Greece and with institutions in Greece, also benefiting other countries in Europe. We're developing a framework for evaluating quality of care of the services for children and adolescents around mental health. We're developing much more advanced work with young people around mental health and well-being. And my colleagues sitting on that table, they're leading on that job here. So a lot of work being done. So I would like to, again, ask you and plead that you continue to work with us and keep an eye, and let's discuss how we can continue to work together. Also, a big project we established and we are initiating with the government of Greece on improving quality of care overall in Greece, where mental health is a very important component. So again, as I finish, just express my gratitude to Greece, to the government and the institutions in Greece that have been working with us, and very much looking forward to continue this collaboration, ensuring better mental health, well-being for all, particularly children and adolescents, avoiding stigma and discrimination, leaving no one behind, And really, I think we can do this only if we work together hand in hand. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Many thanks, Dr. Breda, for your support from the very beginning and your collaboration. Παρακαλώ τους ομιλητές.
I would like to invite the speakers of the next panel now to come forth on the critical role of family in the progress of mankind and the society. Please welcome me here on the stage. Thank you. The Deputy Minister, please. The Member of the Parliament, Mr. Apostolaki, Mr. Chrousos, Mrs. Paschali, and the moderator, Mr. Androulakis. Please come forth. Thank you.
I would like
to thank Angeliki and Isabel for this honor to moderate this table. It's a table which is of particular importance, especially with the demographics that go or that they have become more and more difficult, and this can be linked to the evolution of the conflict that is, the change to climate, and how we can empower our own people, and especially young people who live this climate anxiety and the ecological depression according to latest studies, so that they can meet the modern conditions, not just in terms of the economy, but also in terms of the climate. Greece experienced the impact of the climate change through the very recent destruction in Thessaly, and unfortunately the Mediterranean, as shown by the destruction in Libya, will be at the heart of climate crisis in the years to come. In this framework, we will start straight away giving the floor to Mrs. Maria Alexandra Kefala, Deputy Minister of Social Cohesion and MP of Ioannina. Madam, you have the floor. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, family is a very important social institution for the life of every man. It is the cornerstone for the organization of all societies along with education, and that is why it is protected through law. It is the heart of daily routine, different principles and values each and every one of us develops on an individual level and then transfers that to society. We would argue that it is a very powerful reference point, a bridge that links social to individual, public and private life. The role of family is of particular importance and critical in society. Within the family background, where prevails love, respect and understanding, people get mature mentally. They adopt different principles and values to develop their own personality. However, family changes when it should adapt and when it should serve new different operations, express new social needs. The developing demands of the extra family environment take time away from the family coexistence, and this has as a result for parents to work for quite some time. The problem doesn't lie only here. Lately, family is the one tested the most, especially during crisis. It was deeply touched through the financial crisis, which turned into a cohesion crisis since data changed abruptly and violently. Financial and social crises have deeply changed the form of it, leading us to a big social problem, the demographics. Our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, acknowledging the social importance of family, established the Ministry of Social Cohesion and Family, allocating to it a very important portfolio. In the ministry, we saw all the different questions related to family policy, that is, aspects related to family policy, social care, equality, and human rights. Through the support of the Minister, Mrs. Zaharaki, we need to highlight family policy and contribute to the empowerment of social cohesion through different programs and actions. The establishment of the Ministry, of course, is not the only significant step taken. Already since the previous mandate of Mitsotakis' government, there have been significant measures for the protection and support of the family institution. Indicatively, I would like to highlight just some of those. The allowance of birth, €2,000 for each new birth. Increased tax relief for each child. Decrease of the VAT for items for babies. The lift of the tax for cars. The preschool education and the increase of creches. We focused and we're still focusing on the promotion of the reconciliation between family and work life through programs like nannies in the neighborhood, some that facilitates moms to participate in the labor market and thus feel more at ease that they can get the proper support so that they can make the very important decision to start with a family or go from the first to the second child, because statistics show that many times many families start with one child and only the idea of having a second or a third child seems to be quite difficult. So we do support substantially female labor, as we believe that equity of two genders goes through labor. The harmonization between personal and work life is of paramount importance for our ministry, which is echoed in the action plan on the gender equality 21-25 already drafted. Furthermore, with the program Nannies in the Neighborhood, we help new parents that due to increased needs of safeguarding children, especially due to a difficult daily routine, they find it quite hard to make this decision. Of course, we do promote the gender equality in labor. The big plan of housing policy that started after many years again from Mitsotakis' government has a main objective to help young people find a cheap housing so that they can find a shelter for their families. Ladies and gentlemen, the actions of the government are spread in many different levels. These are actions that promote specific policies and strategical directions to tackle different issues of family policy. We're here and we shall continue delivering our effort to fully harmonize family and professional life so that we can help young people to progress and thrive both on the professional and family level. Thank you. Thank you so much, Minister. Indeed, lately, reconciliation, family and labor, along with equality in the different obligations and care, have been highlighted as main issues to tackle the demographic problem. Our country has not been among the pioneers in the social protection of children, and especially in preschool age, which has been an obstacle to highlight different policies that could be of assistance with reconciliation between family and work. However, many steps have been taken lately, and the upgrade of your ministry has been very important because it puts demographics quite high on the agenda. In this framework, may I please comment on that? Indeed, many significant steps have been taken. Preschool education has become biennial, and new license or the extension of motherhood license or of paternity leave. These are measures to support young people in the creation of a family. Now, we reach the perfect level? No. The demographic cannot be solved through one law. It cannot be solved through a bill or 5 measures. Unfortunately, it is a problem that is related to all different political parties. Because my colleague is here from PASOK, it is something of concern. It's a horizontal concern for the whole society, a topic that we must all touch upon, we must all tackle. The fact that Kyriakos Mitsotakis has focused especially on that by creating a ministry on that topic, but also through the new national plan on demographics that will be a reality in 24, I see and I can tell that this sets the tone. Thank you so much. Let me give the floor to Mrs. Milena Apostolaki, MP from PASOK Kinal political party, attorney and founding member of the Family Law Society, rep of PASOK that brought the laws about gender equality. PASOK also performed changes in family law, and PASOK also built back then the first significant steps so that we can have equality as a right and not just as an article in the Constitution. You have the floor, madam. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty happy because our moderator made the reference in the past to remember things that are self-evident because some people did something to us. I'm talking about the law of 1982, the then innovative and very pioneering family law, through which many significant innovations were brought to the benefit of Greek family, so to the benefit of Greek society. Because, you know, family is the first cell of each society. It is a beacon of social culture which shapes different behaviors and guarantees the necessary prerequisites for social inclusion and acceptance, obviously when family is functional and operational, because a dysfunctional family in its many forms may lead to materialization of different types, since it is certain that it is a very important point for adolescence and affects the development of people. What Leon Tolstoy was saying in Anna Karenina preamble, all happy families look alike. Each unhappy family, though, is unhappy in its own way. Family is the very important borderline between individuals and the society. It's a critical factor for growth, development, and the well-being of society. It is the antidote to the increased stress and anxiety that bombard us, we adults, but also children. It is a factor of emotional stability. I would argue that it is a way of success towards the pathway of emancipation. But since no parent is ready to undertake this role, let alone no one is educated to become a parent, trauma can be seen everywhere in each and every family. Calm environment, love without any condition, unconditional love, which not only coincides with but also includes limits, respect, trust, the enhancement of self-esteem, and many more, are pathways that may lead to a balanced personality, a balanced adult, a person who has inner balance and emotional intelligence, thus an adult that may claim some moments of happiness and fulfillment, a citizen useful not just for himself but also for society. But as eras change and as data order on all levels, the institution of family undergoes changes vis-à-vis the past, but not vis-à-vis its critical role, which remains unaltered. There are differences when it comes to its structure, its inner operation, and of course its different forms. For instance, the traditional form of family in these days is not the rule, because the changing social norms have led to new forms that penetrate societies and face many problems and difficulties vis-à-vis the classical type of family. I'm referring, of course, to the monoparental family, which due to the problematic network of social benefits, but also due to the lack of a second source of income, is more vulnerable vis-à-vis poverty and against any other forms of exclusion. I'm also referring to the families of homosexual couples with the well-known difficulties condensed in the problematic framework and the culture of inclusion that still is what we want for Greek society. Changes exist in the qualitative and quantitative time shared amongst the members of a family. This is quite critical for the creation of bonds of trust and safety, especially when it comes to children. The need to achieve balance between professional and social family life is critical, and the increasing financial needs as well as the problems of social welfare make this balance a very difficult equation. It is a fact that the detrimental demographics in our country verify an existential crisis for our homeland, having a direct impact on the institution of family. I would like to mention the recent announcement of the different findings of Eurostat, April 23, on the new demographics, that is, the new demographic projections. Here you can see an explosive deterioration of the demographic perspective about our country, especially our country population, according to these demographic projections, will suffer the third reduction amongst the countries of the EU. Only Lithuania and Latvia will rank above us. Having said that, it is clear and obvious that we need a long-lasting plan of total recovery and total reversal of this threatening indicator, a replanning of the social security and strategical policy, as well as radical interventions for tackling the very high unemployment rates amongst the youth and women. We over double the EU average amongst youth and women. And of course, the objective is to offer incentives so that these people may be able to form their own family. So policies about tackling demographic which are absent in our country should focus on the active support and the enhancement of families through generous social, tax-related and political strategy on public education. We know there's a problem with crashes which has not been solved. We know that every September the big thorny issue for every family is the non-acceptance in the public crashes, because the existing vacancies cannot meet demand. We need different policies to tackle unemployment, especially in women and in youth. As we said, unfortunately, these percentages are exponential vis-à-vis the European average. And of course, policies on the support of motherhood, we would say parenthood overall, and policies to create a positive environment about family. Now, let us not reinvent the wheel, since we're not that successful to that. Successful examples on Earth, different policies include social changes that can take place and do not want to reverse that. That is why results can be measurable and many times impressive. Let us bring an example. Sweden. Policy on the support of family and the increase of birth is implemented through the enhancement of the access of women in the labor market and the promotion of gender equality. I would argue that this is implemented mainly through this access. This system for many decades, in order to encourage families to give birth to children, offers to them a well-designed support infrastructure-wise, and let me repeat, support to women. Let me also convey the following message to you. In Sweden, there is a well-paid parental leave for dads since 1974. In France, the allowance for the family support for monoparental families is a very important and critical element of social policy for the last many decades. You know what? There are many couples there who don't marry to enjoy this very generous support. Let me tell you that the support or the aid for a monoparental family in terms of nutrition starts from 184 euros per month and is complemented by an allowance of educational policy which amounts to 245 euros per month. That is more than 400 euros per month in total. And then for the families, the wages of which is quite low, each month they have 976 euros for one child, 1,200 for two children, and the numbers go bigger for every next child by 241 euros per month. Contrary, in Germany and Austria, in spite of the fact that expenditure is not low, the results are quite limited. Targeting and planning of different policies are not related to the new shifting social conditions, and they do not cover the enhancement of families and the increase of birth rates. In our country, allowances are very, very low. For a first child, for the second child, and for the third child, there is an escalation according to the wages of each family, but the nominal values are quite low. The allowance for a child, for instance, for the first child is 70 euros. We all understand that this is very, very low, so that this may cover the increased needs in this conjuncture of uncontrolled expensive conditions. We have fiscal constraints, and we don't mean to get carried away by populism based on allowances or benefits. I think that this may not be of assistance, but the demographic problem for our country has an existential content, and I would argue that in no case until today has it been tackled in such a way that could make us become more optimistic that the next demographic projections would find us in a better condition than the one we are today. So for a social state to become an accelerator of growth, it should combine many different sectors. We must have an effective protection index for citizens, followed by allowances to support them, health-related services, facilitate labor through different initiatives, creches, assistance at home, parental leaves that will allow young couples and especially women to regulate in a harmonious way the balance between work and family. We should invest in human capital because only thus may we be productive. I will come to the end with a wish. Let us all tackle the well-being objective in the Greek society through the micro scale of the Greek family. Let us all invest as a state into a modern social state that will support family and young people, so in their turn, as their parents did, so that they can get their own family. It is certain that this will be given to us back. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ την κυρία Αποστολάκη.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Apostolaki. We are kind of behind schedule, so I would like to kindly ask all speakers to respect the time assigned, and I would like to give now the floor to Professor of Pediatrics and Endocrinology, Professor Giorgos Chrousos. Thank you very much for having me here. In just 5 minutes, I will attempt to talk to you about... Well, I cannot see my presentation, says the speaker. Could you kindly project it? to talk to you about the psychophysiologic basis of family structure, so how family is structured and why it needs to continue existing. Our species has evolved, and the evolution of humankind follows the evolution of our species. Over the past years, we have seen a great increase and enhancement of culture. As a consequence, today, our evolution and our development as individuals depend on two factors. First, stress. Second, culture, civilization. What is stress? Stress is the state of threatened or disturbed homeostasis. What is culture? The totality of the behavioral changes which take place in our environment, in an ecosystem. The human brain is admirable. It weighs only 1.3 kilograms, but consists of 100 billion neurons. Synapses have their peak at 2 years of age, and also human brain improves, has a certain degree of plasticity, so it improves, it evolves. We know very well that we, sapiens, distinguished ourselves from Neanderthal 900,000 years ago. Before that, there was a common ancestor. So if we have a look at how the human brain has evolved, you may see some changes took place of 3 special genes. The first was just a duplication, followed by a mutation of a specific gene which significantly increased the brain cortex. This happened 2 million years ago. In the following 2 million years ago, we have an increasing complexity and weight of human brain. Interestingly, after we distinguished ourselves from Homo Neanderthal, another change of our genes happened, which helped us develop the frontal lobe even further. Last but not least, we have seen that before the separation of species from Neanderthal, that is, our ancestor approached the bottleneck, and it was very important for the development of human brain. So the brain starts to grow from the 3rd month of age, and interestingly also, neurons and synapses increase, and as I said, peak at 2 years of age, and then start decreasing. What does this mean? It means that over the first years of age, the brain has many neurons, and those the synapses used are maintained. Those not used are disappear. And here you may see that the human brain develops in terms of language and all the other cognitive functions up to the age of 6 years of age. All main functions have developed. So you understand how important preschool age is, from 0 to 6 years of age. These are the prefrontal and frontal lobe functions, higher functions, that is, interpretation of the environment, social cues, problem solving, planning for the future, proper control of impulses, and morality. So all these functions have developed at 6 years of age, and according to studies, the performance of kindergarten children show how they will be when they are adults. And there are 2 important phenomena: genetics and epigenetics. The stress-related hormones are those which change the brain in the first 6 years. These changes are epigenetic and characterize us in the following years. We are talking about our character, our personality. Of course, you can see that the phenotype has changed. You may see the shape of things here, and this is epigenetic because in 70 years, not many changes can happen. So this is clearly epigenetic. So it's important to say that the behavior to children, even before birth, but also especially after birth, is extremely important as to the development of hormones like oxytocin, prolactin, opioid peptides, dopamine, which help the child develop empathy. And empathy is what leads to prosociality, the moral law, the moral feeling that is, and justice. And I will close with these words by Euripides, who wrote, "Through empathy is love generated in man." I have so many things to say. I will limit myself in saying that the relationship between the young child and the carer is key for the future. So an insecure bond with a mother will lead later to an insecure relationship with the partner. And this, of course, impacts family. There's a reason why family exists. And family needs to be preserved. Unfortunately, it is being undermined, and this certainly has to do with the condition of humankind today. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ τον κύριο Χρούσο.
Thank you so much, Professor Chrousos. Child psychiatry in Greece are lagging behind in Greece. And this is even more visible after you made your presentation. We only have two child psychiatric hospitals in Athens, one in Thessaloniki, and this shows that we have not attached the adequate importance to that. And the first round will close with the speech of Mrs. Natasha Paschali, General Director of HR in Eurobank, which reserves dedicated programs for the compromise between family life and work life and other similar projects. You have the floor, madam. Thank you very much, Mr. Theodoroulakis. I am delighted to be here today. Professor Chrousos reminded us what we already know, that the family is by far the best shelter for a child. As an extension, it is also the best cell for a sound society. We also listened to the importance of the Elstat survey rolled out some days ago, and we know, according to that survey, that the number of children born in 2022 was at records low. So we know that there is an existential risk for our country. Eurobank is a large organization operating in our country, and as such, it feels the sense of responsibility to take action in the demographic challenge. So some years ago, we planned the Μπροστά για την Οικογένεια project. This is a project, it's a set of initiatives developed in conjunction with NGOs aspiring to help young parents to create their own family and support that family up to the first stages. We cooperate with eLife organization, which gives solutions to couples which find it difficult to have children, and so we offer a support for IVF. We also support couples living in some remote areas of the country, covering healthcare, IVF-related costs with echographs and medicines, and we also try to raise awareness through awareness-raising campaigns. We believe that this is a very important effort for the sake of the couples there. 99 treatment rounds have taken place, and 15 children were born thanks to that project. We also have developed a project for employment at Evros. We have hired 45 people in our telephone lines. We know that certainly employment is a deterrent when young people think of creating their family, so we want to support them financially in order to take that step. We also have been cooperating with Apostoli NGO. We finance the creation and operation of a center which will welcome preschool children in order to develop skills for the future. And last but not least, we also have been cooperating with Μαζί με το παιδί, together with the Child NGO, for the organization of seminars to families and psychosocial support to families. Of course, all the aforementioned actions are not only addressed to the communities, we also have a powerful set of actions to support our employees. The bank many years ago launched a set of allowances, benefits, and other measures which help employees to raise their children, to have their children supported in various social and entertainment activities, and so on and so forth. This is something we have been consistent in doing over the past 22 years, and we have extended it even further, acknowledging all the forms of modern society, because we wish all of our employees to feel supported by the bank whenever they have to make a choice. The bank, as a big employer, has a responsibility to the community in which it operates, but also its employees, to support them in all these issues. And we have tried to be up to that task. Of course, we do not certainly believe that the demographic challenge will be addressed thanks to Eurobank's initiatives alone, but what we want to do is join our forces with all the stakeholders of the ecosystem that we see being created in Greece, with a backing of all institutions and the Hellenic government, because similar shared initiatives may bring about multiplier effects. Thank you, Mrs. Paschali. Thank you for your speech, and now I would like to sum up by saying some things before the Q&A session. I would like to connect mental health, child and adolescent mental health, because we are celebrating the International Mental Health Day, to whatever has been said by our speakers. Now, the child and adolescent mental health is formed exclusively in the family. There's no treatment at the level of child psychiatry which does not focus on the family, on the parents and the environment impacting on the child, and only at a second stage on the child. This shows how decisive the role of a family is. A family which should give love and guarantee a safe attachment in order to create a secure environment in which the child may develop not only biologically but also at the spiritual and mental level. Unfortunately, in Greece, for many years, we neglected child psychiatry, child mental health, and the services provided were inappropriate and inadequate. The institutional framework reform, which saw child mental health as a basic pillar of the reform of mental health, as well as the recent project financed in the framework of RRF, with which, for example, will finance 25 facilities for children with mental disorders and autism, change the landscape with a series of support centers for employees, but also the centers which support families and children. Also, when it comes to children with delinquent behavior, and when it comes to the gaps, we need to bridge those gaps. Unless we invest in children, we are unable to invest in the future. Madam Minister, if you want to close.
Yes, thank you. I think to wrap it up, that we have all been discussing about it. Mental health, let's be about mental health or about family. Key word is safety. Safety that should be felt by a child since his or her birth, as said by Professor Mr. Chrousos earlier. Safety that they should feel, or a young person should feel, a young person that wants to work. Safety that should be experienced by a young couple. Housing safety, social safety, working safety, social safety. The key word or the buzzword is safety, and that's why we are all struggling about it. Our economy is doing far better, so that we can attract investment in the fiscal limitations we have. We can enhance new families, young parents, one way or another, and through the programs analyzed before and with the subsequent ones, we can truly support the institutional family and then attract investments, open up vacancies, decrease unemployment. We can see lately that there has been a decrease in course of unemployment. All that, again, we end up with the same conclusion. Many other things to do. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now there will be a circle, a dialogue, that is, with a round of questions and answers in my effort to make the link with our topic. Please, you can leave, Minister. Thank you so much for being here.
Κυρία Αποστολάκη.
Mrs. Apostolaki. Thank you, thank you.
Η πρόσφατη...
Mrs. Apostolaki, the recent destruction in Thessaly. But as I mentioned before in my introduction, the distractions in different countries in Europe have highlighted climate change as a factor that affects mental health as well. What about young people in Europe? According to studies, they are facing a new stress, climate stress, and depression that leads 4 out of 10 people to hesitate to make their own family. As a politician, but also as a mom of a child that is rather just before becoming an adult. Any comment about it? Well, I think that generations today are facing a multi-crisis environment, which is a complicated problem faced by all societies. You alluded to the issue of ecology, environmental ecology or environmental threat, and today, as we speak, there is a war. Some months ago, another war started. What's going on in the Middle East right now is something that we cannot truly predict. Neither the impact nor the conclusion. Something very serious and quite threatening for global safety, apart from the fact that the images that we see with the abductions and civilians that are touched is something that can take our breath away. So we should tackle multi-crisis, and against this multi-crisis, the answer should be, on the one hand, a holistic approach, a global partnerships approach, because obviously the battle vis-a-vis the climate and environmental hazardous factors may not be faced locally, but also an answer on a national level. The fact that young people today are facing so many risks without feeling safe, because Madam Minister talked about it before, our generations or our parents used to have that feeling. We can say that all of us, we were under the impression, and we made it happen, we lived better than our parents, but our own children and the younger generations will have no certainty about it. On the contrary, they have the absolute certainty that they will live in worse conditions. You talked about my son and the fact that he's a teenager. Now we see a prolonged teenaging phase, because I heard some statistics that we're talking about the third decade of a man's life. We're talking still about teenagers. This is not just related about how they're educated, but also when it comes to the big uncertainty and the lack of emancipation. We have people of 35 or 40 years of age that they have to live with their parents because there are huge difficulties, financially speaking. So I would argue that since people are listening to that and they want solutions to their problems, solutions mean a state that will be always present. Furthermore, this means a state that will make you get rid of this drowning or suffocation feeling evoking climate change, because climate change is ahead and will only deteriorate. We see from the global community a tremendous lack of matching vis-a-vis the reflexes that should be shown or demonstrated, which means that we must invest in infrastructures. This means that we must have local or regional authorities that will predict and will not face afterwards, because wildfires, for instance, cannot be wiped out or extinguished in the summertime. No, they are extinguished from September until May, because then starts the preparation to face wildfires. And the demographic situation when it comes to our country, for instance, it cannot be solved through a policy that is not holistic and does not touch upon unemployment, social welfare, public education. You must have a holistic approach of all these sectors in order for you to be able that in 10 years' time you will not rank last in Europe when it comes to the lack of new births. In few words, there's no magical recipe, there's no panacea, there's no silver bullet. But what I believe that is the most important thing is that what we are describing today in theory, this should become a mindset and this should become terror within. If this becomes a reality, then something might change. Thank you.
Στο πολύ, βέβαια.
Thank you so much. Now, coming back from Thessaly, because as Mrs. Raptis said, different teams of mental health units are active in Thessaly. The distraction will frighten you. Images that we saw in Thessaly frightened us indeed. Well, yes, I don't believe that fear is a good consultant or a good advisor, but it's high time we stopped describing things, because already they are very severe. Thank you so much. Mr. Cruces now. You mentioned in your presentation the link, the attachment factor. How important is this for children? And what about studies? Attachment that children miss, children that are grown in institutions, how are they related to mental health problems? Could you elaborate on that, please? Yes, for sure. Attachment. It depends on the family. It's very difficult for a lonely femme or a dad alone to raise a child. And the way that marriage was, or the reason for which marriage thrived is exactly that. Not one single person could take care of one or many more children. The first 2 years of life are very important for the creation of this attachment, which has already started within the womb. Already, genetically speaking, in the brain, this need for the attachment is written. So parents do play a key role, and then creches play a key role. In Greece, it's a mess, it's a chaos. We don't know how many we have. We should train or educate the necessary teachers in the creches, not just to take care of children, physically speaking, but also develop them psychologically. There are programs in Europe and in other countries like SEL, social emotional learning, that have been implemented successfully. Unfortunately, our country, Turkey, and 2 or 3 other countries have not implemented them yet. I think that it's very important for these programs to be implemented as soon as possible, because likewise we can build better people and better citizens in the future, and good spouses for everybody, and also good parents.
Πάλι στην ιδιότητά σας
I'm going to refer your hat as a specialist in pediatrics. Our pediatricians do play a multifaceted social role. I've heard too many friends of mine who learn many things by a good pediatrician, something that highlights the role of pediatrics as very, very important. But let us come to the end of this panel with Mrs. Pascali through a question, because I'm going to refer to the World Mental Health Day, but also I'm going to refer to the fact that I mentioned before in Greece. There were innovative, on a European scale, centers to support employees in mental health problems like burnout or any other problems, working stress, and also the reconciliation between family and work. What about Eurobank when it comes to mental health and your initiatives? As you said, it is a reality, and this is valid for the last many decades in developed countries. A model has been created, a labor model has been created that deeply focuses on individual performance, on the mobilization of people, and on individual progress. Some employees in such a framework, under the stressful conditions, under the pressure that exists, they might feel that they cannot make it. They feel, especially when they are related to a traumatic daily routine due to other factors as mentioned before, they feel that they might not make it. So in their effort to react, they quit, silently or not. So it's very difficult to re-become members of the labor market. Taking into account all that, Eurobank has designed a program for the benefit of their employees. The name is My Prosperity. It is a framework to support our employees, which is developed in 4 different axes, and we aspire to help all different employees to find a new balance point. Through these actions of the program, our people will review the way through which they approach job or their daily relationships, their health, the tensions that might exist in their personal or professional life many times, and then they shall be able to tackle their anxiety and their fears so that they will not succumb to it. As I said before, it is based on 4 axes. They are all correlated with the notion of mental health and well-being. One axis is related to how people may balance their work and professional life. We are informing them about different issues that they might face in their daily routine. This axis was named Be Balanced. We invest a lot in helping our employees to conquer the emotional health needed, because many times through pressure, their will or rather their morale is lagging behind. This axis is named Be Happy. Moreover, we believe that it's very important through their labor environment to develop actions of socializing that brings people together. Our era is characterized by high rates of loneliness. So we believe that in the working environment, people may become friends and they might support each other. We name that Be Together. And last but not least, we want to support our people so that they can better understand the role that their financial status is playing. How, in other words, we can have a better mindset in the financial aspects, and how through better management they can make their dreams come true, both from themselves and their families. This access is named to us Be Prosperous. All actions in the framework of these pillars
ώρα εργασίας.
are taking place throughout the working conditions. We have seen a big reaction and feedback from our employees. They come to us by thousands because we have a plethora of employees in Greece. And
Για το οποίο υπήρχε
indeed, this is something that we were ready to implement. At the same time, we have deepened the hotline, the support line that we have for our employees, where each one 24/7, each one might have access to special psychiatrists and get an advice on their issues that they might face either at home or in labor, with children, stressful conditions, with relationships on a personal level. And there is the support of parents so that there can be a burden for our employees. Furthermore, what I would like to highlight is that Eurobank is a big employer, one amongst the first that was bold enough to institutionally adopt the hybrid model of work, because our people in the bank might work 1 or 2 or 3 days per week at home. And this model, since it is a combination, might combine working remotely or working in the office, and this might offer the goods from the two worlds. And we've seen that our people give us a positive feedback because they can find a balance between the work and family condition. All these initiatives taken by the bank are taking place because we understand the messages of our era, because eras change, work conditions change, so organizations should design initiatives that match them, listen to employees, and follow a proper direction. I believe that big firms or big organizations, the biggest companies in Greece, but also the middle-sized business, it's high time they invested in issues of social and individual well-being for their employees. It is an investment rather, that might lead to more resilient people against the daily routine difficulties, and people can become more creative when it comes to their labor, but also to their relationship with the audience and the clients of each firm or organization. So it's something that should inspire all organizations or companies in our country to follow this direction. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. According to the agenda, we have some minutes for discussion.
ξέρω αν υπάρχει κάποια...
I don't know if there is a question from the audience or any remark.
Ωραία. Να σας ευχαριστήσω πάρα πολύ.
Let me thank you very much for your participation.
Το λόγο στο...
I give the floor to Mr. Konstantinos Harandiniotis for the 10 minutes at the stretch break.
Ο φίλος μας ο Κωνσταντίνος λοιπόν θα μας δώσει έτσι μια ιδέα.
I should tell you that he is going to show to us how we can change mindset in life, but in a different way.
Καλησπέρα. Είναι μεγάλη μου τιμή καταρχήν να βρίσκομαι ανάμεσά σας μια τόσο σημαντική μέρα. Και αυτό που θέλω να μοιραστώ μαζί σας είναι, όπως είπε η Ιζαμπέλ, γύρω από την νοοτροπία. Όμως θέλω να σας πω λιγάκι για την νοοτροπία πριν κάνουμε μια άσκηση. Η νοοτροπία δηλώνει ουσιαστικά σαν λέξη ο τρόπος του νου. Και θα σταθώ σε αυτό που είπε ο κύριος Χρούσος και όλα αυτά πολύ ωραία που είπε σε σχέση με τον εγκέφαλο. Ο εγκέφαλός μας πληροφορείται, όπως είδαμε, από πάρα πολλές παραμέτρους και καλλιεργείται μέσα από αυτές στη διάρκεια της ζωής μας. Κάποια στιγμή, όταν έχουμε φτάσει σε αυτήν την παιδική ηλικία, κάποια πράγματα είναι σταθεροποιημένα και φιξαρισμένα. Ξέρουμε αυτό που ξέρουμε. Ξέρουμε με έναν τρόπο ή πολλούς τον εαυτό μας. Πόσοι από εσάς ξέρετε τον εαυτό σας? Σηκώστε το χέρι. Κανένας? Φίλοι είμαστε, δεν θα παρεξηγηθούν. Ποιος ξέρει τον εαυτό του? Με ένα ή πιο πολλούς τρόπους. Ωραία. Οι υπόλοιποι που δεν σηκώσετε το χέρι σας, να θεωρήσω ότι δεν ξέρετε τον εαυτό σας. Υπάρχει κάτι το οποίο είναι περιπολού και ακούγεται και έτσι φιλοσοφικά, ο εαυτός. Τι είναι ο εαυτός? Και δεν είναι κάτι περιπολού. Είναι και αυτό ένα πράγμα φιξαρισμένο. Είναι η ιδιοσυγκρασία μου, η ανατροφή μου, η μόρφωσή μου, κουλουπού. Δεν είναι κάτι αφηρημένο. Πολλές φορές λοιπόν ερχόμαστε και προβάλλουμε κάτι φιξαρισμένο απέναντι σε αυτά τα οποία βιώνουμε και το προβάλλουμε μέσα από τι? Από την νοοτροπία μας. Ερχόμαστε μέσα στα πράγματα με μια νοοτροπία. Πόσοι από εσάς συμφωνείτε ότι ερχόμαστε με τη δική μας νοοτροπία και όχι με του αλουνού? Είναι καλό να σηκώσετε το χέρι σας αν συμφωνείτε, γιατί αυτοί που δεν σηκώνουν θα έρθω κοντά, οπότε θέλω να δω. Ναι, ωραία. Λοιπόν, αυτό το φιξαρισμένο όργανο που λέγεται εγκέφαλος, στη φύση του δεν είναι καθόλου φιξαρισμένο. Έχει τη δυνατότητα να αναδιαμορφωθεί βάσει των πληροφοριών που του δίνουμε. Όταν όμως οι πληροφορίες, και με όλα αυτά πάλι θα σταθώ σε όλα όσα είπαν οι ομιλητές, οι οποίες έχουμε είναι από αυτό το άσχημο γεγονός που συμβαίνει τώρα, τον πόλεμο, ή τον πόλεμο που συμβαίνει στο κεφάλι μέσα και στην καρδιά του καθενός, εκεί που βρίσκεται, σε αυτό που λέγεται οικογένεια. Και πώς ορίζεται η οικογένεια? Η οικογένεια ορίζεται προφανώς από κάποιο συγγενικό δεσμό, αυτοί οι οποίοι συνδέονται μέσα από κάποιο οίκο, και αν το πάμε με μοντέρνους όρους, αυτοί που αποφασίζουν να βρεθούν κάτω από ένα συγκεκριμένο πλαίσιο, σκεπή, ομπρέλα, αγκαλιά ίσως. Κάπως έτσι είναι και οι όροι στην εργασία. Πολλές φορές, όταν ξεχνάμε τις φιλοδοξίες μας και τις αντιπαλότητες, τα συμφέροντα, μπορεί να γυρίσουμε σε κάποιον να πούμε οικογένεια είμαστε και μέσα στο εργασιακό περιβάλλον. Και παρόλο που αισθανόμαστε αυτό το αίσθημα της οικογένειας και εγγενώς υπάρχει μέσα στα σπίτια μας, βρισκόμαστε συχνά πυκνά να μην καταλαβαίνουμε τον απέναντι μέσα στην οικογένειά μας. Όποια και είναι αυτή. Η οικογένεια, η προσωπική, η οικογένεια, η συλλογική. Και λες, είμαι απέναντί του. Δεν μπορώ να τον καταλάβω. Ο λόγος που δεν μπορούμε να καταλάβουμε είναι γιατί περιοριζόμαστε μέσα στη δική μας οπτική. Σε ένα βαθμό αυτό είναι καλό, σε ένα άλλο βαθμό δεν είναι καλό. Γιατί χρειαζόμαστε την συμπάθεια, να συμπαθούμε, δηλαδή να καταλαβαίνουμε τον άλλον. Πάθος, τα παλιά ελληνικά, αν το πω έτσι, είναι η λέξη, φύγε καλή μου, είναι η λέξη η οποία έχει να κάνει με το συναίσθημα. Αυτό λέμε πάθος, τα πάθη. Έτσι. Άρα, είναι να καταλαβαίνεις τα συναισθήματα του άλλου. Έλαντε όμως εδώ πέρα που λόγω νοοτροπίας το μόνο που βιώνουμε στον μέσα δικό μας κόσμο είναι τα δικά μας συναισθήματα. Είναι πολύ δύσκολο να καταλάβεις τα συναισθήματα του άλλου και γι' αυτό υπάρχουν και οι ειδικοί της ψυχικής υγείας που με κάποιο τρόπο κάτι καταλαβαίνουν και βοηθάνε τους ανθρώπους. Έτσι δεν είναι? Είναι κανείς από εμάς εδώ πέρα που καταλαβαίνει απολύτως τα συναισθήματά του τη στιγμή που έρχονται, ούτως ώστε τα ανεπιθύμητα να τα μπλοκάρει? Μπορεί κανείς να το κάνει αυτό? Σηκώστε το χέρι ποιος μπορεί. Εγώ δεν το σηκώνω, απλά έδειξα να το σηκώνει. Να μπλοκάρει το συναίσθημά του. Δεν μπορούμε να το μπλοκάρουμε το συναίσθημα. Μπορούμε να το καταλάβουμε το συναίσθημα. Μπορούμε να το κατανοήσουμε το συναίσθημα. Και βάσει αυτής της κατανόησης να συμμετέχουμε δημιουργικά μέσα στην οικογένεια. Για να γίνει όμως αυτό, πρέπει να φύγουμε από το μικρό, στενό πλαίσιο της δικής μας νοοτροπίας. Πρέπει να καταλάβουμε τον τρόπο που νοεί ο άλλος. Ποιος συμφωνεί? Ότι για να μπορέσουμε να φέρουμε ένα αποτέλεσμα, κανένας? Για να μπορέσουμε να καταλάβουμε και να συντονιστούμε, συνεργαστούμε, χρειάζεται να καταλάβουμε τι κάνει ο άλλος. Μέσα από τη δουλειά που κάνω λοιπόν εγώ, η οποία έχει να κάνει με το να βοηθήσω ανθρώπους να βελτιώσουν όταν χρειάζεται την νοοτροπία τους και να δημιουργήσουν εκείνες τις συνθήκες για να ευημερούν, να είναι καλές οι μέρες τους, έχω βρει κάποιες τεχνικές οι οποίες βοηθάνε. Η μία τεχνική, η οποία θα σας παρουσιάσω εδώ, έχει να κάνει με το να μπορέσουμε να εμποδίσουμε τις προκαταλήψεις μας. Ποιον τον ενδιαφέρει να αισθάνεται όταν υπάρχει ανάγκη πιο ελεύθερος από προκαταλήψεις? Σηκώστε το χέρι σας. Ποιος από εσάς ενδιαφέρει να ξεπεράσει τις προκαταλήψεις του όταν είναι εμπόδιο? Σηκώστε το χέρι. Προκαταλήψεις. Ωραία. Λοιπόν, έχω μία άσκηση και σας παρακαλώ να συμμετέχετε, γιατί αυτό που κάνω έχει νόημα μόνο όταν συμμετέχουμε όλοι. Θα φέρω ένα παράδειγμα. Ακούστε προσεκτικά όμως. Γιατί αν δεν το ακούσετε προσεκτικά, μπορεί να δώσετε κάποια άλλη απάντηση από αυτή που ξέρετε ότι μπορείτε να δώσετε. Έχω 2 βαζάκια. Γυάλινα. Διαφανή. Ναι. Το ένα βαζάκι έχει μέσα, γράφει επάνω αλάτι και το άλλο γράφει επάνω πιπέρι. Εντάξει, ξεκάθαρα. Το ένα γράφει πιπέρι, το άλλο αλάτι. 2 βαζάκια. Και τα δίνω σε κάποιον. Ποιος θα ήθελε για το λόγο του παραδείγματος να με βοηθήσει να απαντήσουμε μαζί? Κάποιος από εδώ κοντά, μάλλον να πηγαίνω μακριά. Λοιπόν, έχω το αλάτι και έχω και το πιπέρι. Και τα ανοίγω και τα 2. Ποιο θέλεις να μυρίσεις από τα 2 με μια βαθιά αναπνοή?
Με βαθιά αναπνοή. Ναι, το αλάτι.
Με βαθιά αναπνοή, ένα από τα 2.
Το αλάτι.
Πολύ ωραία. Είναι κανείς άλλος από κάποιος που θα παίρνει βαθιά αναπνοή από το πιπέρι? Τέλεια. Ξεβουλώνει τη μύτη. Λοιπόν, προσέξτε να δείτε τώρα τι γίνεται. Αυτό που είπα είναι ότι έχω 2 γυάλινα βαζάκια διαφανή. Το ένα γράφει επάνω αλάτι και το άλλο γράφει πιπέρι. Δεν είπα ότι κανένα έχει μέσα αλάτι ή ότι κανένα έχει μέσα πιπέρι. Είπα ότι γράφει έτσι και είναι γυάλινο διαφανές. Η προκατάληψη όμως του τι σημαίνει πιπέρι μας εμποδίζει από το να πάρουμε την αναπνοή μέσα από το πιπέρι. Σωστά? Και αυτό γιατί δεν επεξεργαζόμαστε τα δεδομένα λίγο πιο περιεκτικά, συμπεριληπτικά και να δούμε τελικά την πληροφορία. Ένα το κρατούμενο. Δεύτερο το κρατούμενο. Και λέω τώρα ότι έχω 2 βαζάκια, το ένα γράφει αλάτι, το άλλο γράφει πιπέρι και είναι άδεια. Είναι άδεια. Δεν έχουν τίποτα μέσα. Το ένα γράφει πιπέρι και το άλλο αλάτι. Ποιο θα μυρίσεις με μια βαθιά αναπνοή? Το αλάτι. Γιατί? Πάλι προκατάληψη, λέει. Δεν πας και κάνα πιπέρι και αρχίζω και Πάλι προκατάληψη. Άρα, αυτό που καταλαβαίνουμε είναι ότι είμαστε αυτό που έλεγα πολύ βαθιά χτισμένοι μέσα από κάποια εικόνα για τον κόσμο, η οποία δεν αφήνει την πληροφορία να έρθει. Έχουμε αυτόν τον καταπληκτικό τρόπο μέσα από τον οποίο εκπαιδεύουμε και μαθαίνουμε τον εγκέφαλό μας να λειτουργεί σε πολύ μεγάλο βαθμό ασυνείδητα, σε κάποιο βαθμό συνειδητά, και το συνειδητό κομμάτι είναι που θέλουμε να δούμε πώς μπορούμε να το δουλέψουμε μέσα από κάποιες ασκήσεις. Για παράδειγμα, ένα από τα πράγματα που ασχολούμαι πάρα πολλά χρόνια είναι ο διαλογισμός. Και ο διαλογισμός δεν είναι για να ηρεμήσεις, δεν είναι για να βρεις τη γαλήνη στη ζωή σου, είναι για να εξασκηθείς να βλέπεις καλά, να βλέπεις καθαρά. Ή, να το πούμε στη γλώσσα του Βούδα, να βλέπεις την αλήθεια. Αυτό που υπάρχει πραγματικά. Η αλήθεια δεν είναι debate, είναι αυτό που υπάρχει. Δεν έχει να κάνει με το να διαφωνήσουμε αλήθεια ψέματα. Αυτού του είδους την αλήθεια εννοώ. Οπότε, λόγω του ότι ζούμε σε αυτή την εποχή όπου η πληροφορία είναι ακατάσχετη στο ρυθμό τον οποίο έρχεται μέσα σε εμάς, συμφωνείτε? Έρχεται ακατάσχετα η πληροφορία, δηλαδή χωρίς φίλτρα. Είμαστε εκτεθειμένοι. Συνειδητά κάθετος ασυνείδητα, διότι το κινητό μας συνειδητά το έχουμε, αλλά την ώρα που σκρολάρουμε, όχι πάντα τόσο συνειδητά. Οπότε παίρνουμε όλη αυτή την πληροφορία. Και αν θέλετε, σε σχέση με αυτό που λέγαμε με την κουλτούρα στα πλαίσια των εργαζομένων, με την κουλτούρα που υπάρχει στα σχολεία, στα παιδιά κτλ. Δεν υπάρχει κάποιο μέτρο, κάποιο φίλτρο σωστό και έτσι αυτή τη στιγμή η πληροφορία δημιουργεί απόσπαση της προσοχής από τα σημαντικά. Εκεί και σε αυτό το βαθμό όπου χάνονται οι ισορροπίες. Έχω την τύχη να δουλεύω με εταιρείες μεγάλες που ενδιαφέρονται για να βοηθήσουν την ευημερία, την εργασιακή ευημερία των ανθρώπων οι οποίοι εργάζονται και έχω έρθει σε επαφή με εκατοντάδες ανθρώπους οι οποίοι μέσα στο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, ενώ έχουν να κάνουν μία δουλειά, χάνουν την προσοχή τους από τα σημαντικά. Λόγω της υπερπληροφόρησης, λόγω των πολλών εργασιών, project, task, όλα αυτές τις ωραίες ελληνικές λέξεις οι οποίες έχουμε να δουλέψουμε. Και τι γίνεται εκεί? Έχουμε ανθρώπους εξαντλημένους. Έχουμε παιδιά εξαντλημένα. Έχουμε έναν άνθρωπο εξαντλημένο. Και αυτό τι γίνεται εδώ πέρα? Αυτό είναι μια δική μου αποδικοποίηση, οπότε σε όποιον ταιριάζει μπορεί να το σκεφτεί. Ως αμυντικός μηχανισμός, έτσι το καταλαβαίνω εγώ, και προφανώς μέσα από την εμπειρία μου, ως αμυντικός μηχανισμός, όταν υπάρχει πάρα πολλή πληροφορία, αυτό που κάνουμε δεν είναι να ανοιγόμαστε, είναι να κλεινόμαστε στην πορεία πληροφορία. Είναι κανείς άλλος που το έχει βιώσει αυτό? Όταν έχετε πάει σε ένα εμπορικό κέντρο, αυτό που θέλετε δεν είναι μετά το εμπορικό κέντρο να πάτε να χωθείτε κάπου και να μιλάτε σε κανέναν από την πληροφορία? Ωραία. Άρα εγώ φέρνω μία άσκηση εδώ και θα κλείσω με αυτό και σας προσκαλώ όλους να την κάνετε. Για να την κάνετε την άσκηση θα σας ζητήσω μόνο το εξής, όποιος θέλει να την κάνει, έτσι. Πατήστε και τα δύο σας πόδια στο έδαφος. Ακουμπήστε και τα δύο σας χέρια πάνω στους μυρούς. Να έρχομαι εδώ για να με βλέπετε καλύτερα. Λοιπόν, κρατήστε την πλάτη σας όσο πιο ευθυτενή μπορείτε. Για οτιδήποτε άλλο υπάρχει στον κόσμο θα κρατήσει 1 άντε 2 λεπτά. Υπάρχει χρόνος για όλα τα υπόλοιπα αμέσως μετά. Υπάρχει κάτι το οποίο το λέμε περιφερική όραση ή περιφερειακή όραση. Περιφερική όραση. Τι σημαίνει αυτό? Σημαίνει ότι μπορώ να κοιτάω σε ένα σημείο και συγχρόνως να πιάνω το περιβάλλον μου μέσα από αυτό το βλέμμα. Την ξέρουμε την περιφερική όραση? Την ξέρουμε, ωραία. Διαλέξτε ένα σημείο, όποιο σας κάνει εσάς, και ακουμπήστε το βλέμμα σας. Κάπου ευθεία μπροστά. Καλύτερα να μην είναι στριμμένο το κεφάλι. Δεν χρειάζεται να κοιτάτε εμένα. Ακουμπήστε το βλέμμα σας κάπου. Και καθώς ακουμπάτε εκεί το βλέμμα σας, το πρώτο που μπορεί να συλλάβετε είναι τι κάνω τώρα εδώ. Είναι ok να το σκέφτεστε. Το δεύτερο είναι το κάνω σωστά. Και το αμέσως επόμενο, να σκεφτείς το ραντεβού με τον οδοντίατρο που έχεις αργότερα. Και αυτό ok είναι. Το μόνο που χρειάζεται είναι να ακουμπήσεις το βλέμμα. Και παρατηρήστε ότι όσο ακουμπάτε το βλέμμα μόνο σε ένα σημείο και αντιστέκεστε στον περισπασμό της κόρης του βολβού ολόκληρου, γιατί το οπτικό νεύρο έχει ακόμα την ένταση από πριν, μπορεί να παρατηρήσετε ότι αρχίζει και χαλαρώνει το σαγόνι. Έτσι. Και αν δεν έχει χαλαρώσει ακόμα, μπορείτε να το αφήσετε τώρα ελεύθερο. Και πιάστε με τα μάτια σας, χωρίς να τα στρίψετε, τα πλαϊνά του δωματίου. Ναι, θέλει λίγο δουλειά αυτό, αλλά πιάστε τα πλαϊνά του δωματίου. Και αφήστε να βγει αυτό που αισθάνεστε ότι είμαι. Έχουμε την αίσθηση του είμαι, όχι του εαυτού μου. Αυτό το είμαι να απλώνεται μαζί με τα μάτια σας. Να καταλαμβάνει περισσότερο χώρο. Γνωρίζοντας πολύ απλά ότι ο κόσμος ο οποίος βιώνουμε είναι δικό σου δημιούργημα. Είναι ο τρόπος που το βλέπεις και καλό είναι να το βλέπεις με ένα ευρύ οπτικό πεδίο. Κρατώντας αυτή την αίσθηση, σκεφτείτε τη μαγεία του ματιού και ότι μπορεί να βλέπει το ταβάνι και το πάτωμα συγχρόνως, χωρίς να κουνιούνται τα μάτια. Τα πλαϊνά του δωματίου, το ταβάνι και το πάτωμα συγχρόνως. Και ίσως και πέρα από αυτά. Όταν φτάσετε σε εκείνο το σημείο που το βλέμμα σας είναι συμπεριληπτικό όλου του χώρου, θα νιώσετε στους κροτάφους σας ένα αίσθημα απλώματος, χαλάρωσης. Ωραία. Κρατώντας αυτή την αίσθηση, πάρτε μια ήρεμη αναπνοή, όχι βαθιά, ήρεμη, ας την πούμε συνειδητοποίηση αναπνοή, και επιστρέψτε τα μάτια σας σε μένα. Θέλω να ρωτήσω το εξής και απαντήστε μέσα στον εαυτό σας. Αυτό το δίλεπτο, γιατί τόσο πήρε, ξέρετε πώς αισθανόσασταν πριν, πώς αισθανθήκατε κατά τη διάρκεια και πώς αισθάνεστε τώρα. Κατά τη διάρκεια μπορεί να υπάρχει η αμφιβολία ή η περιέργεια, έτσι. Τώρα, είναι πιο ήρεμα. Όποτε το κάνετε αυτό, ακόμα και με κόσμο να είσαστε, που είσαστε κάτω από συνθήκες στρες, απαιτητικές δηλαδή συνθήκες, είναι εγγυημένο ότι ο εγκέφαλός σας θα λάβει αλλιώς την πληροφορία. Θα φύγει από τη μικρή εικόνα και θα πάρει σε φυσικό επίπεδο τη μεγάλη εικόνα και κάνοντάς το ξανά και ξανά και ξανά, γιατί θέλει άσκηση, θα μπορέσετε να ρυθμίζεστε, αυτορυθμίζεστε καλύτερα για να μπορείτε να καταλαβαίνετε τον κόσμο, την απέναντι πλευρά, γιατί η απέναντι πλευρά είναι μόνο παράγωγο της από εδώ πλευράς. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haradiniotis, for having helped us to get rid of our stress and for having contributed to our well-being. Now, I would like to give the floor to Sofia Dasira, social researcher and partner of Wellbeingr, who will make a presentation of the results of the survey we carried out on the quality of life of Greek citizens. Now, this survey was financed by the profit of last year's conference, the first Wellbeingr Forum, and as far as we are concerned, these results are the first step as to what is our vision for the future. That is to try and collect in conjunction with the Pantheon University Regional Development Institute, our committee and other stakeholders, our partners, to be able to collect the scientific data necessary to shape at the local, regional and national level strategies which upgrade the quality of life of all of us. Thank you.
Να ευχαριστήσω και εγώ την κυρία Δικαιούλια.
I would like to thank Mrs. Dikeoulia, and here I am, for her introduction, and I would like to start by providing an overview of the results of our research. Now, first and foremost, I would like to thank Wellbeingr for having given me the opportunity to get involved in a very interesting issue and have a thorough understanding of how Greek citizens, the average Greek, approach concepts like well-being. And I will use the English term well-being because this is what we have been using also during our survey. It is a concept we may find easy to use, but of course each and every one of us have another definition in mind. Allow me to proceed by describing briefly the methodology, because I would like you to have a full understanding of the findings. Now, this is a quality survey. In market research, quality methodology is not measurement. We have quantity surveys in the case of measurement, which give rise to statistical findings, figures that is. Now, this is a detection survey, that is trying to detect, to identify ideas, trends, the different aspects of an issue, of a topic, with a view to then being able to measure that if necessary. So this is a small-scale survey using a small sample and a flexible methodology, which aimed, as we will see, to understand, to record the opinions of Greek citizens with reference to well-being and how well-being is experienced today in Greece of 2023. Moreover, another objective of this research, this survey, was to see whether there was the knowledge, awareness of any practical initiatives and undertakings related to well-being, and also whether the participants of the survey, the respondent, had some own ideas to upgrade, to improve their well-being, promote the well-being in their lives. Now, this slide is the last of the practical information I have to give to you. This is the a sample of the survey. We had respondents from 18 to 55 plus years of age. The sample featured 50% men and 50% women, and the participants, apart from Greece and Thessaloniki, also came from provincial towns, from other towns and cities, rather the big urban centers in Greece. 78 were the total participants, and the cities were the ones you saw on the slide. Now let me elaborate a bit on the definition of well-being. In our discussions with Wellbeingr, sometimes we use the term well-being. So this is a discussion we started some time ago, and then it just occurred to us, okay, we have been using this term, but at the end of the day, what is the meaning of it? What does it mean? I mean, it may be part of our job, it may be one of our overarching priorities, one of the visions of Wellbeingr, but each and every one of us may have a different idea on that, and this is how we decided to explore what well-being means for Greek citizens. Now, this is the question we asked, and the quality survey is fascinating because it does not only have a questionnaire, as I said, a questionnaire that will give rise to statistical data. So my question, are you aware of the word well-being? Most respondents said yes, but then we wanted to explore possible definitions attached to that. Let us have a look. These are the answers given by respondents. So for Greek citizens who participated in our survey, and I don't want to generalize, so for the people who participated in our survey, well-being, first and foremost, means prosperity, social prosperity and economic prosperity as well. Professional satisfaction. It also means an equilibrium in the social life, in family life, and balanced everyday life, daily life, and also well-being, including mental health and well-being. Well, I repeat that this is not a quantity, it's not a measurement survey. However, the order kept here is not by accident. In other words, the people, first and foremost, would make reference to prosperity. All the other parameters of well-being, as they understood it, followed. Wanting to convey to you what the climate was when we carried out the survey, what we observed, I mean, our feeling from the people who participated was a feeling of, well, containment, I would use that term, conservative dreams, close to the earth. I could even say that the people who participated showed some degree of disillusionment. They were down to earth. Now, we dared to use the term collective trauma. Now, this shows that in 2023, when the survey was carried out, and based on the sample, of course, is experiencing a period of trauma, a traumatizing period of time, which stems from the national and international crisis. There are several years in which many difficulties have characterized our life, and this is kind of giving rise to some kind of containment. As you may see here on the balance on the slide, social and economic parameters defining well-being seem to be more important for people who focus on terms like survival and show that they have a difficulty to progress, proceed, and also to set goals. So I would say that their psychology, their psychological situation is burdened, and there is moderate optimism for the future. But the respondents do not set high ambitions or ambitious dreams or goals, as it were. Now let us have a look at the single parameters which define well-being according to the respondents, and what is the content of these factors. Let me first, of course, focus on prosperity. By the way, these definitions are the definitions provided by the participants. They do not come from literature. Okay, so economic prosperity, financial prosperity may have a different meaning for us or for you. These are the definitions given by the respondent. So when it comes to prosperity, which refers to the social and the financial aspect, what people experience is first at the financial level, difficulty, reduction of income, inflation, high cost of living, the difficulty that the average household is experiencing. We also felt stress of survival, which in the mind of respondents may mean difficulty to pay the bill, the electricity bill, or to go to the supermarket, but also stress vis-a-vis a more decent living. So once I have met my basic needs, the possibility to do some things for my life to be more gratifying. Now these, for example, vacations or holidays. Now when it comes to the social well-being, what our fellow citizens mean is a constant upheaval, which not necessarily is negative or positive, of course, but you know, they also talked about mobility, of constant flux, constant change, and this per se gives rise to a sense of uncertainty. So this is a continuously changing landscape, environment, in which respondents have to adapt and to evaluate every time, which gives rise to uncertainty for the future. When it comes to professional satisfaction, respondents also did not show a particular satisfaction. So this parameter means that in the professional life there is lack of meritocracy and opportunities. This is something repeatedly said. They talked about wages and salaries not up to the needs, about the lack of a regulatory framework protective for employees, and this has to be linked to the sense of uncertainty. At many levels and at many stages of this survey, the average citizen, regardless of their age, feels uncertain for the future. There was also repeated use of the word toxic environment. By saying toxic, they used to non-paid overtime, too many working hours, etc., but also the quality of their professional life. Opportunities of development, training opportunities, employee support, and so that employees may feel that they are given the opportunity to progress. Now, something positive that derived from the survey is the family and social life, and this is important for the Greek society. It plays a very central role, a very vital role. Still, people consider that it is an oasis amidst all these difficulties, for people believe that despite although the family is under attack, in Greece, family still endures and manages to support people. Now, when it comes to well-being, and I will not, of course, reiterate what previous speakers said, people focused on the worsened mental health. So in 2023 in Greece, one of the main problems is considered the increasing rates of mental disorders. Especially stress disorders. Another important finding of the survey has to do with body, with physical well-being, and the healthcare system, national system, is a sense of uncertainty again for the future. And let me, by the way, say that people find it very difficult to evaluate the reliability of some predicted crises and epidemics in the future. So respondents feel stressed about the reliability, soundness, robustness of the national healthcare system. At the same time, though, we saw that people progressively start laying emphasis on prevention, be it a healthier way, a lifestyle, physical exercise, diet, etc., or they seeking advising services, which was more typical for younger people, that is from 18 to 35 years old. And let us now talk about the balanced daily living, balanced everyday life, as they called it. Now, in the big urban centers, people talk about a lack of quality leisure time. They also talk about an increasingly complex and complicated daily life. This means that they have to learn more things. They need to adapt themselves to changing circumstances, which, of course, gives rise to generalized anxiety. They also talk about external factors difficult to control, which are more frequent than in the past. As a result, there's a general tension, fatigue. And of utter uncertainty for tomorrow.
Όταν ορίσαμε στην αρχή πώς...
Now, when we defined at the beginning what well-being meant to our respondents, these two factors did not appear. They only emerged when we talked about today's daily life, and when we asked them what are the factors which help you or do not help you achieve well-being. And so the internet, including social media, were accused of burdening everyday life, for respondents, especially news from younger ages show this. Although we would expect that younger people being more familiar with social media probably would not have a critical stance. Notwithstanding, we have seen that there is a generalized sense of constant exposure. People, in essence, are subject to social comparison. There are excessive role models, and this is something that the young people understand, but at the same time, this does not mean that they are not affected by that. They also refer to a disrupting daily life, and they risk for their privacy. Especially in younger respondents said also that employers ask for the candidates for a vacancy. Social media is evaluated by the candidate employer, and this, of course, certainly gives rise to concerns about their private life.
αίσθηση της συνεχούς έκθεσης.
So this exacerbates this sense of being continuously exposed to the social media. And last but not least, something which has to do with the internet, we called it pollution of the brain. This means that we are constantly exposed to new stimuli, knowledge, news, which I cannot check, which I cannot validate, which I cannot be sure they are correct, is what sometimes we call as fake news. So people all of a sudden get bombarded by multiple sources of information. Now, these two parameters, beyond a shadow of a doubt, have a positive aspect. It has to do with the evolving knowledge-based society. I'm thinking of the exposure to information and the internet. However, when there's no control of all that, then it gives rise to a generalized belief of them as aggravating the mental health by triggering stress response. Now, we then asked them to create a collage. This is a technique we have been using in quality surveys of photographs we provided them with. Now, the title of the collage was "Describe by using images what would be the ideal well-being spot." They had at their disposal many different photos, and collectively they ended up in this very typical collage. Considering the methodology, of course, a picture may be interpreted in a different manner, and this is why we asked them to accompany the images selected with words. So for a set of photographs, what they want to express. I will not dwell on details, but allow me to say a couple of important things to remember. First, some parameters which are linked to well-being were not spontaneous in our survey. In our survey, people were too focused on the social and financial aspect, what they called prosperity from the very beginning. Social and financial prosperity, and also professional satisfaction, let me call it that way. There are some parameters, though, which promote well-being internationally at the international level and according to international literature, as, for example, art. You may see here a photo of a theater here. Spirituality, it is at the right-hand side of the collage. And nature, the contact with nature. So, spontaneously, when we talked about well-being related parameters, no respondent talked about spirituality, about the relation with nature and the arts. And of course, when we talk about spirituality, we not only talk about religion, of course, spirituality may go far beyond that. Another remark we have is that although, as I said at the beginning, people were down to earth, conservative as it were, and kind of disillusioned, you may see here some dynamic terms they used. Some more optimistic terms, as it were. And we keep that. We keep that because people may react differently to the same stimulus. And I will very concisely and quickly share with you some insights we gained from the respondents. So at the question, how would you promote well-being if you were policymakers? One group focused on living, and of course here these are laymen, they are not scientists or scholars. So what they mean by living is that they want living to enjoy an institutional protection, a respect, that is, and reciprocity when it comes to the services provided, especially healthcare and education, and the private services they enjoy. They want a streamlining and rationalization, and here we think of rent, housing, that is, and diet. So they need protection in these two sectors, private and public services provided to citizens. Second area is well-being. Now here talking about physical healthcare, all of the respondents would take measures to enforce healthcare, to focus on prevention, to educate children, to integrate physical exercise in their everyday life, and they would also, of course, promote Greek or Mediterranean diet. When it comes to mental health, they suggest modern, up-to-date public mental health clinics, and let me here specify that what they actually need here is primary health care. They ask for access to self-knowledge seminars and to primary health care services. They know very well about the public hospitals. They also focused on the pillar of education. Academic education is being undermined, jeopardized in the respondents' view. So they ask initiatives and support to academic, tertiary education, and 3 education strands they would like to see enhanced. So one is behavioral education. In other words, they would like to see integrated in the school curricula healthy habits, correct use of the internet, and professional counseling, cultural training, cultural education, and social education, because we have also observed that active citizenship in Greece lags behind. So the respondents themselves consider that volunteering and active citizenship call for education from early childhood. By way of conclusion, as I said, this is just an overview. This is a very concise presentation. But let me underline what the main findings may be from that survey. Food for thought, as it were. First, from a communication perspective, very important is to redefine the content of well-being. In other words, people feel that well-being is far from them, is something unaffordable, is something inaccessible. So we need to give a new definition, to redefine, to raise awareness as to the real content of the world's well-being, which needs to be part of our daily life. It is, so this has to do with communication, education, awareness raising. We need to convince people that despite difficulties, there may be simple things that may enhance our well-being. This is something we need to convey to people. Another finding of the survey is that the citizens seem to ignore some undertakings or some facilities which are available in the area of well-being. Third finding is the need for educational programs and initiatives. And last but not least, it would be a great idea for this quality survey to be followed by a quantity survey which will quantify parameters through KPIs at the level of municipalities with a view to creating an observatory. Thank you.
Πάρα πολύ, Σοφία. Δυστυχώς.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we should do it shortly, but okay. The next one is going to be in the UK. We have him online. Professor Layard is here, and Mr. Ifantopoulos, the professor, will have the introduction.
Σας περιμένουμε.
Mr. Ifantopoulos, we're waiting for you.
Δέσατε. Ωραία. Okay. Μισό λεπτό γιατί...
Just a second, because we cannot listen to you. Allow me to speak in English, says Mr. Ifantopoulos, for communication reasons with the Professor Layard.
Hello, Professor. How do you do?
Hi.
Very pleased to see you here. And thank you very much indeed for coming all the way to Athens, to sunny Athens, actually. We have a lovely weather here. And then mentally, all of us, we take the bus, we take off at Holborn, where is the London School of Economics. We follow the Hookton Street, and then we are at the doorstep of the old amphitheater at the London School of Economics. All of us who have been educated there, you bring back beautiful and wonderful memories, and it's a great honor and pleasure to have you here and share your ideas and thoughts with you. please allow me to have the honor to introduce you to our audience here in Athens. Can I have, please, the 3 slides? Just 3 introductory slides about Sir Richard Layard, the Honorable Sir Richard Layard. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, it's my greatest pleasure to introduce you today Sir Richard Layard, the founder and director of the Center of Economic Performance. Can we really have an economic performance? Can we use indicators, ideas, and procedures to approximate things? Yes, we do. This is all about, and it's not just about economics. And then Sir Richard is the co-director of the Community Wellbeing Program. He has done lots and lots of outstanding work, as you will see and we will share today. And then the beautiful thing that I would really like to introduce to you, and I think, Sir Richard, you listen to us, our self-economists are thinking all the time that it's only money matters. And Milton Friedman from the University of Chicago, he introduced the notion, what it really matters is only money matters. And then, thanks God, there is a beautiful voice which comes from Sir Richard, who says, well, it's not just about economy and it's not just about economics. What it really matters is happiness. And then we're going to introduce today this very pertinent issue about happiness. And then just a very brief overview from the numerous articles that we were brought up in the econometrica, labor economics, and all that about unemployment. Let me focus in a selection of them. The first one in the year 2005, where he wrote the best-selling book translated in 20 languages, Happiness. Actually, the Beatles used to say happiness is a warm gun, Mama. John Lennon used to say that. But now we have a scientific approach, actually, to happiness. In the year 2014, it was also a beautiful book about Thrive and how to better deal with the very issue of mental health. And today, you know, all of us, that we have the Day of Mental Health in Europe and globally, and I think this is a very important and right on the time analysis of the mental health. In the year 2018, it was the origin of happiness that you will see here on the left-hand side, and then that actually is based on experimental thinking, highlighting the issues of longitudinal data set. Longitudinal analysis is very, very difficult in economics and in social sciences because you have to track down the same people and the same, with the same sort of thinking. So we take a dynamic analysis throughout the investigation. And then the latest book is Wellbeing, Science and Policy, where it teaches actually all of us how experimentally we can approach and measure things related to well-being. And the main goal is not only what Milton Friedman used to say, it's only money matters, but the main goal is human happiness and well-being. Let's go to the second one. So, starting from the first book, Happiness, Lessons from a New Science. It's very interesting because here Richard introduces a paradox. And he says that, well, we want more money, and many times ourselves economists, we have in front of our glasses dollars or euros. But Sir Richard comes along and says, forget about money. What it really matters is to become happier. And then analyzing the data, what we can see, the richer countries are not really happier. You can go to Asia, or you can go to Cuba, or to all these places, and you will see that very poor people dancing on the roads, smiling, communicating. So he posed really the question, which is a very pertinent question, if we really wanted to be how we would do it differently. And then the whole book introduces how to generate happiness, how to produce them, what kind of methodologies. And then it says that too much about economics, too much about inflation, too much about prices, what about evidence on happiness? And then let us discuss a little bit about this. And then the very interesting idea Sir Richards introduces and says that let us not be monolithic. Let us not be myopic in our science. I am a hard economist and econometrician. I don't care or I don't give anything to the rest of the sciences. He introduces a multi-sectoral and a multidisciplinary approach. He says that we have to open up the fields of our thinking, understanding, and communication, and we should take an integrated approach where we should incorporate psychology, and we should introduce sociology, applied economics, econometrics, and quantitative analysis, and other fields that can be of an extreme use to us. And happiness is an illuminating roadmap. So throughout this conference and through the second Wellbeingr Forum, all of us, we are invited to create a roadmap of happiness. And then the last slide is happiness, some of the books. Can we be happier? Sir Richard Layard, A Good Childhood, where he says, like Sir Michael Marmon, Sir Richard, who said that any kind of intervention has to start from the very, very early childhood. We have to introduce ideas, prevention, education from the very early childhood. And then the last one. So all in all, these are some indicative contribution of Sir Richard's to our own understanding, our own thinking. Thank you very much for your attention. And Sir Richard, well, is the floor to you, sir. A very warm welcome, and the floor is to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you for that amazing series of advertisements. Saves me having to do it. I wish I were in Athens, not just because of the sunshine, but of course, Athens was the European home of the birth of well-being science, with Aristotle, Epicurus, and Zeno, really wonderful minds, largely ignored in the Middle Ages, but of course brought back into the mainstream in the 18th century Enlightenment. And I think that the simple way in which it was put in the 18th century Enlightenment in Britain is really the key way of thinking about it, that the overarching good, the way in which we should judge a society is by the well-being of the people. That's the way we should judge a policy for a government, and that's the way that we should judge our own actions and choices in life. It's an incredibly powerful idea at the policy level. Not so easy to apply until we had a proper quantitative science of well-being. And that is what has changed in the last 40 years. And I think this makes all the difference. And that's why this principle will ultimately be accepted by everybody as the right way of thinking about human progress. So, what I want to do, if I may, is tell you some of the evidence of what causes well-being. As John said, it's a lot more than income. And what I've in particular constantly found is that the biggest single factor explaining misery and the spread of well-being is the mental health of the people. And that I want to give you that evidence and then talk about what we can say about treatment, how it can be organized, and the kind of experience that we've had in Britain in trying to really radically change the system of dealing with mental ill health, including prevention. So let me see if I can make my slides work. There. So that's the basic idea. As you can see, it was spread also to America. I think it's an incredibly powerful idea, but of course we have to pay particular attention to the relief of misery. So now, what are the causes of well-being and of misery? So I'm going to give you some results that we found in Britain, but we found very similar results in 4 or 5 major advanced countries, and that's a striking finding. So these numbers tell you the degree to which variation in each of these factors affects the variation of well-being. And you can see mental health comes out top, physical health very important, then human relationships, having a partner, getting on well at work, not being unemployed, and then income. Some people who see this graph say immediately, but if you're talking about really low well-being, it's different, isn't it? Poverty is really the main thing there. Not at all. If you're looking at what accounts for the scale of misery, again, it's the same order of factors. Another way of looking at it is simply to look at the characteristics of people who are in the lowest levels of well-being. This is a situation in some United States data. Again, a simple question, ever diagnosed with depression or anxiety, is a property of 60% of the most miserable people, whereas poverty is only affecting 27% of them. So that's the situation amongst adults. But I think it's also, if we're talking to educators, very important to see what factors in childhood best predict whether somebody will have good well-being in their adult life. So that we can do from cohort studies. This is one in Britain. This is a simple measure of emotional health at 16. Is a better predictor of whether the adult will have a satisfying life than all the qualifications. If only our educators recognize this, they would see that turning schools into exam factories is the opposite of the right way to be going. And I will come back to that in a moment. So mental health is central. Let me talk first about the treatment, because I think that the moral obligation of a society is most of all to treat people who are currently suffering. And it is really scandalous, the situation of undertreatment of mental health problems. So in a typical advanced country, something like 1 in 6 adults will be suffering from a diagnosable depression or anxiety disorder, 10% of children. And yet, under 40% of these people are in treatment in any country. In most countries, it's a lot less. So if that happened with a physical condition, there would be an outcry if we were only treating 40% of people with diabetes or heart problems. And that we should encourage an outcry about this situation. It is just unacceptable. But also, of course, if we're talking to governments, we need to use the language of reason. The most extraordinary aspect of this is that the economic arguments are so strong in favor of dealing with the mental health problems. So let me just go through the 2 main costs of mental health problems. First, there's a cost of non-employment. So half of all disability and half of all absenteeism and presenteeism are due to mental health, probably more, but disguised in musculoskeletal problems, etc. As the OECD constantly point out, this reduces the GDP by 4%, and it's also a cost for employers in that total. But the other thing, which is very important, is that mental health problems mean that somebody with a given physical health problem consumes 50% more physical healthcare. So there's another huge cost on our healthcare systems, whether borne by government or by insurance, of mental health, making people with physical illnesses get more physical healthcare treatment. Now, of course, it'd be no point just moaning about all this if we didn't know what to do about mental health problems. And as you know much more than I do, many of you are experts in this conference, I'm quite sure. We made important drug discoveries in the 50s, but the psychological therapies really developed in the 70s and 80s, especially cognitive behavioral therapy, but also interpersonal therapy, short psychodynamic therapy, a range of therapies which have good recovery rates of something like 50% for the typical condition of depression or an anxiety disorder. So these are effective treatments which not only lead to recovery, but in the case of depression, they halve the relapse rate. They should surely be more available. So in around 2005, with David Clark, the wonderful clinical psychologist with whom I've had the honor of working, we made the case to the British government that we needed a service which would deploy these therapies in a context where there was a service for which people were trained to deliver the therapies that were going to be provided by the service. The service was well led by local services with a clinical psychologist as the lead and proper supervision. And thirdly, that we would insist that there is measurement of the patient's progress session by session so that you know what the result of the therapy is. And it's because we know the results of the therapy that we managed to get this system set up and continuing to expand up to this day. So this is now called NHS Talking Therapies. We trained 11,000 therapists. We're treating 750,000 people a year, of whom, as I say, 50% recover during the therapy. Actually, more seem to recover afterwards when you do follow-ups. And it's based on a proper training program for people who are going to then use their training directly in the service where they were trained, working in well-supervised teams led by a clinical psychologist and session-by-session outcome monitoring. Because the results of this have been so effective, many countries have adopted the program basically following the model that was developed in Britain, and many more are. And I know that David Clark, I think he's talking to some people in Greece. I know he would be very happy to help if anyone there wants to go down that road. Let me quickly move on from the treatment of adults to the issue of young people. Now, obviously, it is crazy, though it's a fact, that the typical person who's treated for an anxiety disorder has had it for about 20 years. It probably showed up by the time they were 10. This is completely unacceptable. So we persuaded the British government more recently to set up something equivalent to the NHS Talking Therapies for children and young people in schools, with the only significant difference being that the therapy is delivered in schools. It's non-stigmatizing. You're not going to a clinic or something, and it is rolled out in close conjunction, obviously, with the schools who know the children who need help and their parents. So this is, it's called mental health support teams in schools, and we're rolling that out slower than I would like, but that is is a parallel service to the NHS talking therapies for adults. But of course, finally, one would like to prevent mental health problems. And this requires a complete rethink of the priorities of schools. Wellbeing has obviously got to be an explicit and stated goal of schools. They will need to have some sort of a code which expresses their way in which they're going to promote it. I think that should include measuring well-being. We're now measuring the well-being of all the children in Manchester, and that's spreading throughout Britain. The name of the program, if you want to look it up, is I'm so sorry, is Be Well. Be Well. And it is also essential, I believe, to be teaching life skills for at least an hour a week to children, right from kindergarten to when they leave for further education. Of course, we know quite a lot less than we would like to about the effects of teaching any subject in schools. And we know very little about whether, when we try and teach them life skills, it makes a difference or not. And that's why really well-controlled trials are absolutely essential to make progress in developing evidence-based teaching. We had, under our Labour government, last Labour government, a big initiative to promote social and emotional learning in schools, which when it was evaluated had no effect. And the conclusion was very straightforward, that it was not sufficiently spelled out in sufficient detail, not sufficiently manualized, depended too much on an inspiring teacher. And therefore, we, a group of people connected to LSE, devised a curriculum based on trials that had already been done of different modules for a 4-year curriculum lasting from age 11 to age 15, which we called Healthy Minds in Schools. That raised well-being of the average person by 0.25 standard deviations, and in particular, and this is nearly always the case, I think, with interventions, it had a bigger effect on the people who started worst, in the worst positions, and that's really important. So it's equalizing as well as having the average effect that you can see there. Anybody who's interested in this could contact this organization called bounceforward.com, and they would be happy to help you implement it. In general, there's no serious cost involved in that. So these are policy things that I think can make a big difference to the mental health of a population, and I am expecting them to do so as time passes. But there's also, if we go back to the original well-being philosophy, the role of individuals. And I think we need a culture change. I think the present culture that says that you should be as successful as you can compared with other people is setting up a zero-sum game. We need a culture that promotes a positive sum game where people are getting their own happiness as far as possible from creating happiness for other people. This is a really important development, and we founded 10 years ago a movement called Action for Happiness, which you can find on the web. That this is the pledge that all members take. I think we now have about 300,000. I pledge to create more happiness and less unhappiness in the world in the way that I live. And then the movement is designed to help people achieve that outcome. So it offers courses online, automatic ones, and also ones where there are proper group meetings by Zoom with very detailed, highly structured materials, really inspiring and transformative. So here is the result of the randomized trial, which was done of the previous version of that online group course, which at that time was pre-COVID and was face-to-face. An enormous, this is a change in happiness on a scale of 0 to 10. So the effect of the course was 1.1 points of extra happiness. The effect of finding a job from unemployment is 0.89 points. And the effect of finding a partner or someone to share your life is 0.69. So extraordinarily large effect. This is when measured. Need to get this right. This will be measured 2 months after the end of the course. So I think we do need to address the issue of our culture, because mental health, which you're considering today, is of course partly affected by all kinds of things which happen to people. It's also affected by people's early experience and even their genetic inheritance. But it's also affected by the norms and values of the world in which they live. And the Gallup World Poll, which produces results that are used every year in the World Happiness Report, which I hope you're aware of. The Gallup World Poll has asked people, did you experience a lot of stress yesterday? And in every region of the world, the proportion who say that is going up and up and up. And it's difficult to think of any kind of common cause that's more plausible than the spread of the zero-sum philosophy. The stresses, of course, particularly felt by young people and young adults as a result of social media and the need to put on a good face all the time, and then you see other people who seem to be doing better than you are. This is not a good philosophy of life, and there is a better philosophy of life. It is spreading. More and more people are psychologically aware, practicing ways of managing their own internal life to the benefit of themselves and others. And we should all support that as part of the hugely important drive to raise the level of mental health throughout the world. So let me wish you very, very good luck in your conference. And if we have time, I would love to hear some of your comments and questions.
Thank you very much indeed, my lord. Well, let me join. You can hear the reaction of the audience to your statements. Well, introducing a little bit your ideas, you may allow me to use the privilege of the coordinator and make some reference to what you mentioned as original thoughts of well-being. And also I spent last night, very early in the morning, reading the World Happiness Report, the year 2023. And then it struck me really your reference in the first chapter that you wrote with other co-authors, the very notion of word eudaimonia. So this is the Aristotelian thinking And being Greek, you would allow us, being in Greece, you would allow us to make some reference to eudaimonia. Eudaimonia is what we call the good demon that exists within us, and then it does not leave us alone unless if we be happy and do the good thing. I think that the eudaimonic spirit of Aristoteles and your own contribution, my Lord, would really guide us the discussion. Please, the floor is open for questions, remarks, or any ideas that you would like to put forward. Come on, don't be ashamed. Go ahead. Anyway, I can see silence from the audience. They are either very shy or they really going to, well, please allow me to put forward some remarks related to prevention in schools. I very much follow Sir Michael Marmon, actually, who says that any kind of intervention has to start from the very early of the life. But my Lord, as far as the economics are concerned, we spend very little on prevention. All of our systems have been extremely hospitalized, very little on primary health care, and extremely little on prevention. In fact, in Greece, we are the lowest spenders in prevention, devoting less than 0.5% of our GDP. So one of the priorities you mentioned is prevention, but as far as economics are concerned, we spend very little on this priority. And the second remark that I would really like to make, and making reference to some study that we conducted here in Greece in the University of Athens, in collaboration with the Erasmus University of Rotterdam, University of York, Sheffield, NYU, New York University, and other universities. And then what we really tried, we used a longitudinal analysis, and we found out that those people who have been mostly affected by the crisis are the young population. And the rate of anxiety, depression, we use the Eurocall and quality of life measures and all that, and we found out that the rate of anxiety, depression among the youth was almost double in comparison to the rest of the ages. So I would really like to invite you to make some comments on this. Why countries spend very little on prevention, where it should be a priority, as you mentioned, and then, well, what we should do with regard to anxiety, depression, especially recorded among the young population. The floor is to you, sir, my lord.
Yes. I think probably the reason less has been done is that the impact on society is less immediately obvious. And when we launched our bid to get psychological therapies properly provided to the British population, we had to decide whether to start on adults or start on children. And we realized we were going to make more impact on if we started with adults, because the savings from people coming off disability benefits and unemployment benefits and going into work and paying taxes are so obvious that we could show quite convincingly that the program that we put on saved more money than it cost, and that has turned out to be the case. So I think that's probably one reason. Obviously, with severe mental illness, there are dangers to the person and to others. But of course, it's very short-sighted. And more and more, and we're working on this, you can show the payoff in terms of savings to the government from dealing with young people with mental health problems very early in life. This has been done, for example, the main problems with young people, under 10 at least, is either conduct disorder or anxiety disorder. Right. For conduct disorder that's not extremely serious, there is a wonderful program designed by Caroline Webster Stratton called The Incredible Years, which has been used all over the world and been well evaluated and been shown to completely pay for itself. And this, of course, partly because of savings on criminal justice. For anxiety disorders, again, this has been shown to pay for itself. People don't go to school because they are anxious. It's the main cause of non-attendance at school, and so on. You can see economic returns, which you can use to convince the policymakers. But of course, the ultimate argument is based on humanitarian considerations, what really matters in life. It is happiness is incredibly important, as I showed, to develop in childhood, because it's a wonderful investment in your future happiness as well. Why young people, and this has grown so much recently, young adolescents and young adults are suddenly suffering from higher mental illness rates than before and than most other age groups, I feel is closely connected to social media, which is such a big part of their lives and can be so destructive. So the only really convinced, the timing is perfect. All these rates of depression, anxiety disorders among young people started going up from 2010 onwards, more or less in a straight line, at the same rate as use of social media increased in a straight line. But that's not proof of causation. The best proof of causation are about 10 experiments that have been done of people not using Facebook and becoming a lot happier. So I think that the time is ripe for some really serious thought about how to deal with the dysfunctional effects of social media. There's also the proposal actually in Britain now to stop children taking their phones into school. That's a tiny one, but there will be a mass of regulations around social media in future. You haven't begun to see it, but it will happen.
Right. Thank you very much, my lord. I think, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in expressing our appreciation to Lord Richard Leonard.
Nice to be with you.
Thank you very, very much indeed, my lord. Have a very good day, and thank you very much for joining us. Bye-bye. God bless you.
Bye-bye.
Ακούγομαι. Okay. Το επόμενο πάνελ...
The next panel has to do with education, and I believe that we are looking forward to listening to it. At least as far as I'm concerned, I'm very quite interested in delving into education related to mental health. Mr. Mitkas, Mr. Kalavruziotis, who will moderate the panel, Mr. Gustafsson, who will share with us what is happening in Finland, Mr. Kakos, and Mrs. Leriou will join the panel. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σε όλες και όλους.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like first and foremost to thank on behalf of my colleagues in the panel, the organizing committee of today's conference. It's a great pleasure for us to be here in Zapion on the occasion of the second Wellbeingr Forum 2023 on the very World Day of Mental Health. And the International Mental Health Day cannot but be linked to education, starting with preschool to tertiary education, but also lifelong learning. So quality upgrade of the life and living of our citizens, relying on the indicators related to well-being, is very, very important. This is one of the tasks performed by the organizers of this conference. So thank you for the opportunity to have an interesting discussion with Jari Gustafsson, His Excellency the Ambassador of Finland in Greece, Professor Periklis Mitkas, President of the National Authority of Tertiary Education, Michalis Kakos, who is in charge of the Research Center in Education Society at the University of Leeds, and of course, last but not least, the lady of this panel, distinguished young colleague, Mrs. Irini Leriou, who is a partner at the Hellenic Open University and scientific responsible of the Observatory of the Smile of the Child NGO. After having introduced the panelists, I would like to thank them wholeheartedly for the interesting discussion we shall have, and I would like first and foremost to give the floor to His Excellency the Ambassador of Finland in Greece, Mr. Gustafsson, also because he has a commitment, and so he has to leave, and so we would like to have your take, sir, on education related to well-being.
Thank you very much to participate in this very important workshop today. Please, I ask you, taking into consideration the success of the Finnish educational system, what is the approach of Finland regarding the role of education in achieving the sustainable development goals? And how does the educational system contribute in the sustainability of the planet? Please.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the question, and thank you for inviting me to address this seminar. I took my first ambassador post in 2009 in Tokyo, in Japan, and since then I have been requested to address different kind of panels and seminars on the Finnish education system. I realized that the question was a bit different this time. It's more about how to educate people on sustainable development. But let me also take a few minutes on explaining the kind of the key factors of the Finnish successful education system before giving the answer to the actual topic of the day. So let me start by a very happily note, and that is that I sincerely believe that any nation can build an admirable school system if it pays close attention to the needs of children. If it selects and prepares its educators and principals as well. And if it builds educational communities that are not only physically attractive, but conducive to the choice of teaching and learning. So having said that, a key factors of the Finnish education system are maybe the following. First, I would like to note that in any other walk of life, decision regarding how to do your best should happen as close to the practice as possible. So therefore, Finland's education policies have pushed the authority from the central administration, from the capitals, to local communities and schools. And furthermore, teachers in Finland, they enjoy a fair amount of professional autonomy compared to their foreign peers in many countries. So this independence in schools is not a total freedom to do whatever they want and whatever the teachers want to have, but it's rather a kind of autonomy that is built on professional collaboration and trust within schools. Also, the external inspection of teachers' work and testing of students' achievements have also been over time transferred from the national authorities, from the capitals, to be a central aspect of the teaching profession, as well as school leadership. School inspections and students' tests have not disappeared, but they simply have new forms under the responsibilities of the schools. Secondly, again, if you wish your business or football team to flourish, you need to invest in your people. And I think this is a key at the school level as well. So long ago, the Finns understood that the best guarantee of making your education reform succeed is to educate all teachers better than before. As a result, the basic requirement to teach in Finland is a master's degree issued by one of the research universities. And unlike in countries where the government doesn't regulate how many new teachers are prepared each year, Finland's universities graduate students so that they all will find a job in the beginning of next season or the semester. Also, the teachers are viewed as professional, akin to doctors or lawyers. They are organized under one professional association now, and they are paid adequately. No wonder that in the recent national survey, the teaching profession was still valued by the people in the top 10 among 450 different jobs. Moreover, there was another study just recently telling that most of the Finnish women want to marry a doctor, but the females, the Finnish men want to marry a teacher. Sometimes that has created some lack of male lack of male teachers in some of the parts of the country. But the point is that the status of being a teacher is well respected in all the communities, in different municipalities, different parts of Finland, compared to doctors or lawyers. So thirdly, Finland's education policy has had a strong focus on securing equal opportunities for all children to do well at school. There has been a strong focus on equal opportunities for all children to do well at school. All education reforms that address equality in schools include paid school meals and healthcare services for children every day, balanced curricula that gives arts, music, manual skills, and other non-academic areas the same importance as traditional school subjects. So Now let me turn on the actual topic on how people could be educated on sustainable development. And let me pinpoint two main kind of factors here, or the questions. And I believe that the first question is that how we do see the school's purpose today, and how we will see the school's purpose in tomorrow as well. So how it should be changed in coming years. So I believe that healthy and happy individuals who have a sense of belonging to their communities and feel ownership and responsibility for their own actions will ultimately be successful. Maybe happy too. School helps one to understand the complex world and one's place in it. In the future, more and more of us will need to create our own vocations from the ground up. So knowing your own strengths, self-management, and even an entrepreneurial spirit will prove to be useful skills. And by observing the world through broad phenomena such as the climate change, the children learn to understand that the environment, economy, and well-being are unavoidably interlinked. Schools need to promote sustainable well-being by example, using materials more effectively, recycling, moving to digital teaching materials, using energy in a sensible way, and decreasing the amount of waste food are concrete ways to teach how to better live with planetary boundaries. And moreover, schools may have their own sharing economy networks within which students can exchange clothes, games, and other resources. And many important social skills are learned at schools, and a culture of equality and mutual respect is being built together with the pupils, where any kind of bullying and harassment is not tolerated. And as we are having today the World Mental Health Day, the mental health problems are a major cause of social exclusion in many Western countries. And solving these problems calls for a more holistic approach to well-being, starting already from the school level. Supporting youth's holistic well-being increases the ability to rebound after the many crises growing up brings about. The schools can also have an important impact on learners' physical well-being by serving healthy meals and offering adequate possibilities for physical exercises. And then the last point on how the school can inspire learning better in the future in a changing world. A few points on that. So the aim of school has to bring everyone's skills and knowledge to the same level. And in order to let every pupil's potential to flourish, schools has to better embrace the diversity between people, between individuals, and see diversity as an asset in a complex world. The future school has to answer the needs of increasing complex and global world and raise youth to collaborate and work in networks with people from different backgrounds. And instead of studying, therefore, studying theory alone, learning happens by experiencing together. The problem we solved is outlined together, and knowledge is gathered and assumption tested in concrete experiments outside the school building. And with all these new technologies in internet and communication, the teacher's role from transmitter of knowledge into facilitator is transmitting into facilitator of knowledge creation. This is a really big change for many teachers. And instead of transmitting facts, the schools should feel curious mind and teach how to learn, how to critically search, select, and structure knowledge. Young people also must participate. And this is my opinion, and I stop here. In decision-making around practical everyday matters concerning their daily life in the school. They need to have a true possibility to have a say in the school administration. Thus they will grow to be active citizens who know that they can have an influence on matters affecting their lives. Sorry to be taking so much time, but I tried to shorten it as much as I could. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gustafsson, the ambassador of Finland in Greece. It is a very good presentation. Επειδή δεν έχει πολύ χρόνο.
And because His Excellency the Ambassador should leave us.
From the participants, it's yours. No, we haven't any question for you. Okay. Παρακαλώ τώρα να συνεχίσουμε.
And now we shall proceed with the remaining panelists. And we would like to continue with Professor Mitkas, who is the president of the National Tertiary Education Committee in Greece, a very important institution which is involved in the certification of tertiary education programs. Professor, allow me to ask the question. It is well known that education, and when we say education, of course, we also include tertiary education. So education plays a crucial role in us understanding international challenges, and of course, allow me here to say that all of us have the right to equal access to education, training, and lifelong learning in order to obtain and maintain specific skills which will in the future allow the people to participate in the society, to adapt to changes, especially in the labor market, which is complicated. So, having said that, what in your view are the actions taken to that direction in our country? And what are the actions that need to be taken from now on? Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizing committee for the kind invitation. I am very pleased to be here with you. Now allow me to focus on tertiary education, because I have been a university professor for many years, and I took office as the president of the National Tertiary Education Committee some years ago. Allow me to start by saying that the Greek Public University is probably the only, and if not the only, the first public entity that has accepted and embraced the concepts of assessment, quality assurance, and certification. In 2017, 450 undergraduate programs had been assessed, and the certification process of all those programs started. The master's programs, which are more than 1,200 in the 24 probably universities of Greece, has already started. This process has significantly improved the quality of tertiary education provided. Why? Because first and foremost, the universities record, monitor, measure their performances and need to take corrective measures if needed. Very specific quality standards are respected according to the European practice, which is fully aligned, of course, with the global standards. Now, apart from certification, what upgrades the quality of tertiary education and increases accountability has been the compliance with the quality criteria for the allocation of funding and human resources across universities. The aforementioned quality criteria of course also touch upon the partnerships of the universities and the contact, the interactions with the labor market, with the economy, the business community, and the partnerships with other universities in the world. And therefore, universities which traditionally had as a third pillar, apart from education and research, also the provision of services to society, have adopted the logic of lifelong learning for the past years, offering a wide range of programs, thereby rendering lifelong learning an overarching priority, and of course ensuring full accessibility of those programs to all, allowing individuals to build their future. The lifelong learning centers are already an important milestone and an important part of Hellenic universities, especially in Athens and Thessaloniki, where there's increasing demand. We have seen that this is an increasing trend. Universities start discussing what is known as micro-credentials. In other words, the possibility that today people have to be educated in different ways, from their house, through internet, or through other programs offered by entities which may not be located in the same region and in hours that the trainee may select. Similar programs are becoming all the more popular, and they give the possibility to a high number of people, to an increasing number of people, to have access to be trained and educated more than in the past, and certainly more than in young people did between 18 and 25 years of age. So the access to education is democratized and is guaranteed also at a low cost. Thereby, we manage to comply with the strategic objective of sustainable development, the fourth goal, that is, for quality education, at least as far as the tertiary education is concerned. Many universities also participate in international evaluations, which evaluate sustainable development, not only regarding the operation of a university as an organization, but mainly as to the educational programs offered to students and which refer to sustainable development. We need to intensify our efforts here, starting from primary education, to initiate, the young children to the logic of sustainability and sustainable use of natural resources. This is something that can be taught. Then children need to take ownership of that. And once young people exit the academic learning procedure, it is part of their personality and mindset. Greek universities have plenty of good practices in this regard to showcase, and they can compete against similar foreign universities. Now I will stop here, and in a second round of questions we will have the opportunity to say more. Thank you very much, Professor Mitka. Thank you for the concise intervention.
Έκανε σχετικά με τις αξιολογήσεις και τις δυνατότητες περαιτέρω ανάπτυξης των 24 επιστημίων. Θα μου επιτρέψει
Especially when it comes to the classification and evaluation of the 24 Greek universities. Professor Mitka, allow me very, very briefly to make a couple of remarks. Although I am a moderator, I work at the Hellenic Open University, and I am delighted because the Hellenic Open University is one of the 24 universities you made reference to, in which, apart from distance learning, we also offer lifelong learning. So, no matter how old someone may be, if someone wants to study, the Hellenic Open University offers similar opportunities. So we guarantee opportunities. We give a second chance. And you know, Professor, the Hellenic Open University is not a second chance school. It is, in some cases, the first choice of students.
Το δεύτερο όμως και σημαντικό που έχει σχέση.
Secondly, with reference to sustainability, allow me to say this. Sustainability is of paramount importance for Greece as well. I am a geotechnic, and I used to talk about green development some years ago, Now we start using again the word sustainability of resources, of natural resources. And this gives rise to sound development. So it's very, very important. I do agree with you. Thank you. Now let me give the floor to Mrs. Leriou. So Mrs. Leriou is scientific responsible of the Child Wellbeing Observatory through the organization Smile of the Child. And she has a very interesting presentation related to empirical evidence after mapping of child well-being in Greece 2023. These are recent findings which show how important education may be in the life of children. You have the floor, madam. Allow me to go to the podium in order to be able to proceed with my PowerPoint presentation.
Καλησπέρα σας και από μένα.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me to participate, and I would like to congratulate both Mrs. Dikeulia and Razi for the great job done. So, I would like to make a presentation about the empirical findings related to child well-being, laying emphasis on education, as they stemmed from the Pan-Hellenic survey carried out by the Smile of the Child with reference to school year 2022-2023. The Smile of the Child was founded many years ago by a young child, 10-year-old Andreas Giannopoulos. So this is our founder who passed away after a battle with cancer. Now, this is a page of his diary, who used to write, "If we join forces, we can succeed." Isn't this what today's forum is trying to achieve? Now, our survey was based on well-being economics and economic and non-economic factors. At this point, let me define what we mean by child well-being. First, the day well-being, evmeria in Greece. Ev means good, mera means day. So if I have many good days, then I have a good life. So evmeria in Greek, well-being, is a synonym of a good quality of life. According to my PhD dissertation, you may see on the left-hand side of this slide that well-being is the objective of a society, as this is expressed through the potential pleasure for children coming from economic and non-economic factors, most importantly education, which cultivates the desire to become beautiful people. This is what we call as moral education. All these factors may be affected by public policy. And now we see on the right-hand side of the slide that the general well-being consists of economic and non-economic well-being. Economic well-being means anything that affects our life and can be measured in financial terms. Non-economic well-being is anything that cannot be valued in financial terms but affects our lives. So the structure of the tool measuring child well-being based on the assumption that general well-being consists of the economic and non-economic well-being. As you may see here on this graph, on the left-hand side of the slide, economic child well-being is influenced by factors like smooth living conditions at home, for example, a suitable and balanced diet, etc. On the right-hand side of the diagram, we can see that non-economic child well-being has multiple dimensions, as moral education, spare time, for example, love of people, playing outdoors, etc. And here again, we have indicators in both factors. I would like to dwell on dimension 5, that is moral education, and we can see simple indicators as empathy, love for people, love of animals, love of nature. We are talking about a transition to green skills, sustainable development, social solidarity, virtues, and of course the absence of bullying. Now, 2,263 children were participated in the survey in total, coming from all school categories and all provinces. So here you may see that the most important problem when it comes to the child's well-being, this comes from the non-economic well-being. And particularly, I will provide you with percentages of children who live under the threshold or child well-being. If we compare economic, non-economic and general well-being, we can see that the major challenge lies with the orange bar of non-economic well-being. Here we have the statistical analysis findings of MCA variable categories, and this diagram depicts In red or orange, what are the factors which more contribute to well-being models? So what are the factors which contribute to well-being? For example, you see that this can be milk, 3 meals, meat, fruit. So first and foremost, the diet-related dimension is very, very important and accounts for this model. And then we can see in red and orange the love for nature, animals, people, and empathy. So we see that moral education also significantly contributes to the non-economic well-being of children. If we only focus on economic well-being, then we see that diet is the main challenge. 15% of children lies under the threshold. If we only focus on economic well-being, we can see that the main challenge lies with moral education, with the alarming percentage of 24.9% of children under the related threshold. This is marking of child well-being from the moral education perspective. Intense blue color depict more acute problems. So in these parts, in these provinces, we have the highest percentages under the moral education threshold, and this is Epirus, Western Greece, Central Macedonia, and Stera Elada, that is Central Greece. So summing up, the major challenge when it comes to child well-being is the non-economic well-being, especially education, which is related to the wish, the desire, and the intention of the people to become beautiful people. So moral education. In the theory of public economics, when we talk about merit goods, are those which need to be provided for free by the state, even if not asked by people. These are the merit goods according to Musgrave. The example provided by Musgrave is opera. So we also provide for the central government to make use of artificial intelligence as an auxiliary tool for decision making in this sector. We have created a decision-making AI-enabled application to facilitate decision-making in the sector of child well-being. This is based on 2,985,984 rules, and we also have created a Choico game. A Choico game is an educational game, which is also used as an auxiliary tool. This is the literature references and the sources of this survey, and by that I would like to thank you for your attention.
Εμείς ευχαριστούμε την κυρία Λεριού. Πράγματι...
Thank you, Mrs. Lerieux. Very interesting, up-to-date survey, which has introduced the job done, and thank you very much for having shared with us your findings. And I would like to now give the floor to Mr. Kakos from Leeds Beckett University. Now we will introduce ourselves in that part of university which is related to social inclusion and the participation of vulnerable groups, the non-privileged or the disadvantaged background people, especially refugees, migrants, special categories which are at the heart of modern debate and relating to whom policies are being developed in Europe and, of course, in our country. Having said that, I would like to kindly ask Mr. Kakos to describe the social policy relating to children today in Europe. Thank you. Now I would like, of course, to thank the organizers for having me here. And I would like to start with a reference to my capacity as a member of the experts committee, which advise the European Commission on students' well-being. This initiative lies within a general initiative of the European Union called Pathways to School Success. And it was not by accident that I opted for the word pathways, because I would like to also talk about the approach of education as an individual right. Each and every one of us have the right to education, and this right is customized, is personalized. It is a personal right that has to do with the development of a unique pathway of every child to knowledge and skill development. That pathway is individual, personal. Because, of course, every child has their own knowledge, skills, interests, capacities and capabilities to develop, but also their own needs or obstacles to overcome in order to acquire, to obtain knowledge and skills. As a result, every child needs a different degree of support. So that concept, the very concept of a right to education, needs to be embraced by our societies and decision makers. It is imperative to remove the barriers that lie in the way between every child and their fulfillment, and also, of course, it is imperative to guarantee full accessibility to a quality education. Apart from that, we should also think that school is what certainly is the answer to, is not the answer to the universal right to education. It's just part of the right to education. School is not the only, in some cases, not even the most important tool or answer to the quest for a right to education. So the Pathways to School Success initiative of the European Commission try to respond to part of the obligation to guarantee the right of children to education. Now, Mr. Kalavrousiotis, you asked me about my interest in social policy and my job in social inclusion and the right of children to education, especially refugee and migrant children. I don't know where to start from. Well, allow me to say that according to the reasoning on the right of children to education, we would argue that considering that the personal right, if and whenever, and to the extent that the right to have access to education, the right to education is personal should also be the experience of what it means to build oneself, to build who I want to be able to envision who I want to be and try to build that self. And of course, there are various barriers for children, including envisioning itself. A friend of mine who works with unaccompanied minors told me that at 17 years of age, our children, Greek children, would say who I want to become. A refugee child, quite on the contrary, who at 17 years of age cannot enjoy the regime of international protection, wonders where I will end up. So what will happen with me? Having said that, children need to request, to demand support to build the future they want. Before well-being, we have being. So being lies before well-being. And the possibility, the extent to which I am able to guarantee being allows me to try to develop my well-being. I don't have a presentation and PowerPoint presentation. I don't mean to tire you, and so I don't want to be too long, and I will stop here, and I will be delighted to answer any of your questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Kakios. You know, the relationship between migrants and refugees with education, especially tertiary education, is very, very topical and important. We have an LLM. It is a postgraduate diploma related to linguistic issues. For refugee children attending Greek schools. At this point, I would like to thank all of you for having participated in this panel. And I would like to give the opportunity to our public to ask questions or share any thoughts.
Υπάρχει κάποιο ερώτημα?
Any questions for our panelists?
Παρακαλώ, την κυρία.
There's a lady there. Kindly use a microphone because otherwise interpreters cannot hear the participants.
Είδατε, όλα τα μικρόφωνα έπεσαν πάνω σας, κυρία μου, όλα τα μικρόφωνα. Όλα τα μικρόφωνα έπεσαν πάνω σας.
The lady is still off mic.
Κάνουμε μαθήματα στα άρρωστα παιδιά, δεν πειράζει, στα άρρωστα παιδιά, αλλά και στα παιδιά.
I am thinking of the children who are ill or children subject to prosecutor's order. You don't know how important it is in a hospital, which is not the natural environment, of course, for the children subject to a prosecutor's order. It is important to help them spend their time constructively. These are children in despair, children who are afraid, who are uncertain of what will happen with them later, as rightly you pointed out. So the refugee children is a category apart, a parameter which is very important. We need to focus on them, because as long as they live in this country, our main concern should be to guarantee a good future for them. And this is my own personal concern. I mean, I see the eyes of those children, and it's very easy for those children to have deviating behavior if you don't give those children love, care, and prospect. Then there are great risks for those children. I'm saying that because this panel is made up of very dynamic professors. Thank you very much, but I would like to shed light on this. This is very important. Thank you, very important. Very much. You said something very important. I was not aware of the process for a child to leave a child hospital. And so this is a very important. I am director of the first healthcare district of Attica. My competence are all child mental health clinics and hospitals. Now, the process is the following. Child prosecutor gives the order, issues the order for a child, an abused child or a delinquent child to go to a public hospital like Sofia Aglaia Kyriakou, Karamandanio and Hagia Sophia child hospitals. The social services, in conjunction with child psychologists, child psychiatrists, cooperate to evaluate what the given child has endured, has experienced, and then a great effort starts to find the appropriate facility to host those children. Because as we know very well, the hospital is not the natural place for a child to be. So we need to find another facility to host children. Of course, the newborns do not fully realize, but children from 3 to 15, 16-year-old, when they have to sleep with ill children in the hospital rooms, seeing the other children's parents and relatives visiting them, is traumatizing. So this is very, very important, and it needs to be very, very quick. So the process is to facilitate, of course, foster care for these children. For now, the context, the framework relating to foster care has been streamlined, and this is very, very important. And then, upon examination, the child prosecutor decides whether the child will go back to their family or not. Unfortunately, for the time being, these children spend too much time in hospitals, so this needs to change. Thank you very much for having shared that with us. Any other questions? The ladies in the back of the room. Off the mic.
Δεν σας ακούν όλοι.
Καλημέρα σας. Ήθελα απλώς μια διευκρίνηση.
Good morning. Just a clarification. Do they spend too much time in the hospital because there are less child psychiatrists, or in the absence, or because the matching process with the specialized facilities is not appropriate? It is up to you, and then Mr. Kakos would like to answer. Again, the lady is talking off the mic.
Τι να κάνω, κύριε, εγώ το μετέφερα εδώ στην κυρία. Σήκεσαι, πρέπει.
Είναι εξηγημάτες. Γι' αυτό γίνεται μια μεγάλη προσπάθεια για να βρουν έστω και μια θέση να φιλοξενηθεί ένα παιδί και να φανταστούν. Τα παιδιά είναι πραγματικά. Είναι παιδιά από τον αυτισμό. Είναι παιδιά
Unfortunately, the interpreters cannot hear the lady speaking. Here we are. So it's a matter of finding the appropriate place to host and the availability, of course, of vacancies, because unfortunately the structures are already crowded. Thank you very much. I was very pleased to find out about this. But allow me to clarify that when we talk about the right to education, and I apologize, excuse me if I insist on that, I don't mean, of course, how they will spend their time. I am talking about the right to quality education, and quality education is much more than that. This is why I find it very difficult to identify school with education sometimes, especially in England where I live. When schools are closed for any reason, the big problem is, now that the school is closed, what are we going to do with our children? And as a society, we see that the main problem, the major difficulty, is to find somewhere to have our children. So the greatest service provided by schools is only that children have something to do and somewhere to spend their time. No, this is not, of course, the problem. What is at stake is quality education, and the possibility we have as a society to offer personalized education and opportunities to children. Through that process, two things happen. First, children fulfill themselves, and this is one dimension of well-being. On the other hand, though, it creates a special relationship with the social entourage, which also is a significant aspect and dimension of well-being. Now, the possibility of the child to trust his social entourage, to ask and demand things, to shape and to decide upon themselves is very important for the children's well-being and for their identity. Mr. Kalvigioti, you asked me about social education. Now, what we try to do, for example, through the research center I am in charge of, is what Antonio Gramsci described as a realism and a pessimism because of knowledge. So knowledge enabled pessimism. My realism and my knowledge requires me to be pessimist, and I am an optimist by choice. So the possibility for the citizen, for the child, for the adult to analyze reality, to understand the social reality difficulties, and however maintain optimism and have the power to try to change the social reality. This, in our view, is at the very core of well-being as a political concept. Thank you. You can all admit, of course, that this is a very important debate. Unfortunately, we don't have much time. We need to have a break now, and of course, you all have the possibility to meet the speakers during the break. Thank you very much again for listening. Thanks to the panelists for participating, and thank you very much for having attended this session.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Τώρα, αν θέλετε, ελπίζω να σας αφήσαμε αρκετό χρόνο για το διάλειμμα. I'm going to switch in English for a while because I think that, Everybody understands English, obviously. So we are more than thrilled to have with us Karen today here in Athens. Thank you very much, Karen. Karen Guggenheim is the founder of the WHASU movement, so she will tell you everything about it. Eftichia Kaselaki will be joining also the panel from EY. Eftichia also has been doing great job about leadership and well-being. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Test.
Hi, I'm really happy and humbled being together in this fireside chat with Karen Guggenheim, co-founder of World Happiness Summit. Karen, you are a social entrepreneur, a leader in promoting international happiness, a motivational speaker, inspiring people around well-being in surpassing personal traumatic events, and you're focused on the meaning, purpose, and well-being. At heart, you identify, and anybody that meets you can tell, that you're really a happiness advocate who work every day towards this sustainable journey of happiness and mission. I would like, what has brought you in this driver's seat of happiness? How do you define happiness? Many questions. And how can someone become sustainably happy at the individual level?
Well, thank you so much, and thank you everyone for being here, and I'm very glad to be joining this very important conference, especially today on World Mental Health Day. I'm honored to be in Athens with you all. It's the first time I'm here, and it's making me very, very happy, so thank you so much. As you shared, our mission at WHASU is really to promote the science behind happiness and well-being at scale, so to the largest audience possible. And we do this through the many programs we have, and in particular, the World Happiness Summit. And the next edition will be in London in March. And my particular happiness journey as an individual comes really from a moment of unhappiness and grief. So 10 years ago, in March, I lost my husband. He died of the flu, much like COVID, but before COVID. And in that moment, I experienced a dip, of course, in my mental health. So I had, grief and a sense of depression. But I think also I had an inner drive and courage, because at first I didn't really want to live, but then I remembered I had children. And so I made the decision first to live for my children because my children needed me. And then I made the choice to live happy. And here is with the definition of happiness, not meaning just positive emotion, but because of course I didn't feel it in that moment, but it was about this understanding of happiness beyond just pleasure, and to, in particular, focus, in my case, on purpose. So that was something that I could control, and so I connected with purpose and meaning. And 4 months after he passed away, I was at Georgetown University getting and pursuing an MBA. And what I say is that I accidentally became happy. And when I found out that there was a science behind happiness and well-being, and methodology and procedures and research around it, I decided to dedicate my life in 2016 to the World Happiness Summit and to WHASU, and increasing programs with Chief Happiness Officer, certification, elements of well-being, etc. And that has brought me greater happiness that I've ever experienced. But it is this mature understanding of happiness beyond pleasure that is so important for us to connect with and grow in different ways, from the individual, organizational, and of course, civic.
Very interesting. Very interesting to refer to pain in order to define happiness and go to happiness. And the way I'm hearing you is you have done your own journey overcoming with your own subconscious, let's say, methodology, coming to happiness, but then you identified that there are methodologies that you could build on them and expand this happiness teaching, let's say, expansion. Having a global view of happiness, being the CEO of the World Happiness Summit, what would you say are the 3 actions to embark on happiness and well-being journey at an enterprise level, at the company level?
At the company level. So that's very interesting. I love this question because if we can impact the workplaces, then we're going to have multiplicative effect on improving well-being. And we have seen from the speakers today how important mental health and well-being is. And if we can transform workplaces into positive organizations, we can see that impact that will ripple beyond the employees, but also the families and the communities associated with them. And so the first thing I'd like to say is that I think that we need to take this conversation of well-being beyond human resources and benefits. It has to be its own standalone department. That's why we train for chief well-being or chief happiness officers, so that we can start to understand that it's very important to focus on the well-being of the employees, and it's beyond a remuneration or a salary conversation or a healthcare conversation. It is a completely different and complementary conversation. So that's one. The second that I think is really important is skills training. And it's skills training for human-centric leadership and human-centric management. So it's this idea of the soft skills, I don't really like how it's called soft skills because I think they're very strong and important skills. For example, compassion, empathy at work, even forgiveness at work, kindness, all of these different ways of being that can really facilitate conversation and collaboration at work. We now know, of course, from various studies, including from Harvard, that having a work friend also increases happiness and productivity at work. It improves resilience, et cetera, et cetera. So that's very important because we need to start to also promote leaders who exhibit these skills for their teams. And so I think that's really important. But we take it for granted that people know how to do this, but they don't. And then the third thing is measure, right? We need to measure the well-being at work and the programs as well, because we are assuming that the programs are working for our colleagues and our employees, but sometimes they may not have the desired effects that we believe in. So we have to measure, we have to listen, and then we might have to pivot and adapt the program so then we can make sure that our community feels listened to in a sense of belonging and that everything is working the way that we wish for it to be working. So like Richard Layard says, if you treasure it, measure it. So I'm interested in knowing a little bit more about you and your work. First of all, I love your name. It means happiness, I found out. So we're perfectly aligned here just on the get-go. But I know that you are very interested and passionate about positive transformation, whether that is on a personal level, organizational, or a public level. So can you tell me a little bit about your work and especially, does well-being, does happiness belong in the workplace from your perspective?
Thank you, Karen. Happiness is core at the enterprise level. Relating a bit to my origin, 4 years ago when I started the consulting journey, we wanted to identify what kind of leadership would be the future fit leadership because of all the transformations needed in the Greek market. And it was very interesting to realize that even before the pandemic and after, the most prominent leadership style that different levels of employees, young people, middle-level management, and even C-level would identify that's a successful leadership profile that would lead forward the growth of the economy and the business would be the leader of the herd. The one that would be, has all the attributes that you mentioned earlier. Later on, we ran globally a survey around effective transformations. And together with the change management activities we're trying to do within business, it was interesting to realize that the most successful transformations globally, 2.4, 2.6 more times were successful when the transformations were engaging the positive emotions of the people, of the workforce. And there was a kind of successful transformations had 80% positive emotions of the people traced and measured, happiness, excitement, meaning, etc. Whereas the less successful or the marginally successful transformations were evoking all the negative emotions, distress, despair, lack of meaning. So evidence, empirical evidence in the market, and also the global view from measurements of EY identifies how emotions and feelings of happiness and excitement and meaning are very well related to productivity and to growth.
So I'm hearing you say that that positive emotions and well-being are drivers of successful transformation, right? Which is so incredibly important, particularly in mergers, right? Because it's one of the main problems that the mergers don't work because of culture clashes and integration of culture.
Exactly. When they are treated like aggregating financial components, it's not successful because people don't tick and do not integrate. Karen, if I come back to you, it has been 10 years since the first publication of the World Happiness Report, and we all believe in this, at least in this room, and a good minority out there, that the success of countries should be judged by the happiness of its people. As you have already stated in the past, I've seen in your public data that growth and GDP focus often disconnect policy from citizen aspiration. Have you seen in the global market organizations or governments accepting happiness as a goal, other than measuring someone else this, and having profound effects on institutional practices they adopt? And what about the mental health component?
So I don't think we are at a point yet that we can have one particular country as a model, but there are different things that different countries are doing well that could collectively be learning lessons for each other. So that's why we also hold our policy meeting, which is we call the H20, and that is to get policymakers and academics and researchers together so that we can start to come up with best practices. So to look at the challenges, because the challenges are many, right? And that doesn't mean that we can stop. We have to keep going, and we have to come up with some suggestions of how, you know, like when Richard Lyard was speaking earlier, for example, he was talking about some interventions that could work for mental health, right? That have been shown to be positive, and also interventions in education. So the idea is how we can get these different policies that have worked in different countries, and that we can create like an aggregate sheet, as it were, or policy manual. My hope would be simple, a simple policy manual that we can start to implement in different societies, perhaps in pilot programs, right? To see how they're working, and again, to measure them. I am on the board of the World Wellbeing Movement, that is an organization looking at policy and business and how to put well-being in the center of those decisions as well. The solutions are not here yet on a global scale, but there is enough evidence today. You mentioned the World Happiness Report. Everybody looks at the ranking, the country ranking. But the research in the report is magnificent, and there's a lot that can be used and implemented today for us to start making positive changes, much needed positive changes. The first step is awareness and elevating a consciousness that we need to change, right? That's very important, and to listen to the stakeholders. That's also key. Many times we are in silos, right? And we are very separated from the stakeholders who are directly impacted by these policy decisions. So I think that's really important to look at that also, and to measure that, and to listen in that way. And not to be discouraged by this very difficult climate that we're living. We're moving at a very fast speed. So transformation is constant now. It's in technology, everything that is innovation is, you know, quite a vertical line now, and we must also listen to intuition and common sense. So, of course, the things that you were mentioning earlier, that you know, having a positive work culture will lead to a more successful transformation of business, and the business results, traditional business results, also increase. That's very commonsensical and intuitive, and now we have research that backs that. So it's very interesting for the changes that we're seeing now globally and at work.
At this point, I want to say that it is very important that for second year, this year, this event is taking place, and at least in a serious, sequential way, different stakeholders and policymakers participate. Mm-hmm. And we would love to see this dialogue to take place in round tables with relevant stakeholders, and start moving faster the discussion around well-being and happiness at the country level. If I may say, in the past few months, we wanted to scratch the surface. We were not satisfied with the measurements, the common sense, as you said, the measurements that when you're happy, you produce, and when you are not, you do not have successful transformation. We wanted to realize what is happening behind the numbers of presenteeism or absenteeism, how Greeks are feeling these days, 2 to 3 years after the pandemic. And the results were not that happy. We realized that the majority are not motivated, although they declare that they are productive. They have many somatic symptoms. They have serious distress. They have depression and irritability, things that do not foster cooperation, productivity, and sanity of mind to produce and to work in a creative and innovative way. Do you think that this kind of dialogue, revealing the pain behind the numbers and the productivity, is this a right starting point to move decision makers that do not see that in business, for example?
So I have to say that I looked over in the amazing study that EY did for Greece relating to mental health and in the workplace, and I thought it was fascinating. And I think definitely it's the right step, and actually it's a really positive step, although the outcome is perhaps what we do not want yet, but the outcome is there. So if we are not aware of this is happening, how are we ever going to find a solution? And it's important to know that when we talk about happiness, you know, at WHASU and the World Happiness Summit, we're talking about happiness as a multi-dimensional concept where pleasure is part of it, right? But it also encompasses meaning and purpose and physical and mental health and mindfulness and positive relationships and a sense of community, environmental responsibility, right? And the wonderful thing is that all those elements are things that we can do something about. So perhaps we cannot will ourselves to feel joy in the moment or positive emotion in the moment, but we can work on meaning, we can improve our relationships, we can contribute positively to society and to our workplaces. And the wonderful thing is that also that's a sense of empowerment, a sense of agency, which then improves your mood, improves your sense of well-being. I think you were mentioning a statistic that I found interesting. You said that, and maybe you could elaborate on that, that I think it was from Richard's presentation, and it ties into your research, that the level of unemployment and unhappiness at work was similar.
It was in research, yes. The level of unemployment, being unemployed and being with a bad employer, it's equally bad. That's why sometimes employers do not understand that people quit even without job if they are working in a very toxic environment, and knowing that toxic environments are mainly elaborated or activated by leaders. And in view of the future of work, we talk about artificial intelligence, very agile ways of companies need to transform and treat challenges in the market to cope with the unexpected in an exponential way. What do you think is the leadership needed? Although you've mentioned elements, what is even having the view of where we're going? What are the characteristics that are needed? And I would like you also to deep dive more on the Chief Happiness Officer versus the Chief HR Officer. If you can bring more content of this to align.
So yes, that data also, first of all, aligns with your research, which I thought was really interesting, because I just want to point that that flexibility is something that employees are looking at, and that ties into how happy and how well they feel at work. And also in your same research, they showed that what employees are looking for in leadership. So they're actually looking for leaders who have been trained in mental health, mental well-being, right? Let's remember that research shows that the most negative part of employees' workday is their interaction with their supervisor, okay? So that's quite significant. Just think about that, how that's going to trickle down on what you're doing, right? And it's fixable, right? A couple of things need to happen with leadership. First of all, how are we going to promote leadership? Are we going to promote based on short-term solutions or short-term outcomes, like only to the market in a short term? Or are we going to take a long-term approach, right? And understand that we want to have sustainable business growth as well. I think that's really important, and that will take a culture change and a mindset change at work, where we understand that you know, that people are not just resources, that people are humans. So it's very important to look at the whole package, and of course to hold people accountable and all these. So nobody's saying that that we shouldn't do that. People need to be accountable for their work. It's a contract between a person and the employer, so that's very important. But at the same time, to have an understanding of a human-centric approach, including psychological safety. That's very, very important. That people can feel that they can speak without repercussion, negative repercussions at work. That is key. How are we going to define the leadership positions, right? So are we going to be promoting leaders who are inclusive, who are compassionate, who have this way of thinking, or are we going to be, you know, some of the older job description mentioned aggressive producer, you know, are we going to go into that? Is that what we want to have in the workplace? Again, your research showed that there was a high level of aggression in the workplace right now. And of course, we know that those negative feelings come out also in our physical bodies. So then we have sick leave, and it's very costly on a social level and on a business level. So I think the future of work is a redefining of this leadership and having the transformational cultural change around positive organizations and fostering those and what it takes to foster those. And also flexibility, right? Employees want flexibility, so whenever possible, if there is an opportunity to have a hybrid workplace, probably is going to make people happier because they're going to have a greater sense of agency over their time. So it's really important for people to have a sense of control over some of their free time. Otherwise, it negatively impacts your mental health and your well-being. So time is very important, and if we can have more flexibility in that regard. And something else that Yann-Emmanuel Deneuve talks about out of Oxford is synchronous and asynchronous work. Right? So sometimes, of course, you need to be, depending on the nature of the work, you need to be in person or you need to have those meetings and the full team needs to be on, but much of the work can also be done asynchronous. So having the flexibility of people and allowing them to work when possible in a different time schedule whenever they feel more productive. We also know that people have different productivity cycles during their workday. Some people are very productive in the morning, others are more productive in the evening. So to have that flexibility as well will increase a sense of belonging of people. It's going to work with people's biology, and whenever possible, you know, that is something that can be an easy fix in the workplace if the work allows it.
Okay, great. I need to relate listening you to two elements of the study you have, that the most affected and the worst results were the young people, the young generation, and in the future of work we need to take care that it's the first era that we have 5 different generations on board, and we need to be flexible to accommodate all of them in the new ways of working. And also, since we are talking about not human resources, but human beings, critical freedom to act and the way we delegate responsibilities and the way we leave teams, we entrust teams to work and to cooperate is critical for the new era and for the happiness, because freedom is an important component of happiness.
Absolutely. And the other thing is that let's remember that happiness is expansive. When you say even the word happiness, you feel something expanding within you, right? And that unleashes creativity, innovation. These are very important skills, particularly in our fast-paced workplaces. Now, when you talk about fear and isolate, you start to feel a constrictive approach, and there you go inside, and it's stifling, right? And so that's something really important to look at the difference of that and how to eliminate fear at work. Because many of the decisions that people are making and have made are around fear. And fear is not productive in the long term and is also the wrong thing to do.
Okay, great. Do I have time for one more question, Tuka? Okay. Going to the national strategy of well-being, what does it take to actively engage for a national strategy? And are there lessons learned that Greece could adopt?
So again, it's important to have these positions. So some countries have a minister of happiness or minister of well-being. Other countries have a minister of loneliness, like the UK, so they measure that. It's important to measure the citizen well-being and what affects it, right? And it's important to act, right? That even if it's not a perfect definition or a perfect intake or to start to have the conversation. So like an event like this one is very, very important because it brings it to the forefront and then we can brainstorm on ideas. And if we do this in a collective sense around the world, we can start to look at paradigms that work. Of course, they have to be accultured to different countries because there's a very different meaning of what makes people happy around the world. But we need to have some standard set points. The book that Richard Layard and Yana Manuel Deneuve wrote, Wellbeing, it's a great textbook, by the way, and it's available on open source. So you can download the PDF. It's amazing. The data is there if you want to make a case for happiness. You know, the research is there. It's very, very strong. So I recommend that. And I think it's important for countries to bring well-being into the national budgets. And I think that's not happening because if we don't have the money to fund these programs, then they're not going to happen. So we need to bring well-being into the budget conversation and really put it first. You know, we spend a lot of money on, for example, defense and things like that, which are important, but we can also invest in education, in mental health, and it makes an impact on the long term for the GDP as well. So you end up with more money to then invest in other things. So I think that's really important.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you very much. I don't know if someone wants to make any question to Karen.
So thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Very inspiring. Η κυρία Φαναριώτη.
Mrs. Fanargioti, please proceed from E1. You are going to be the moderator of the next panel. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα.
Hello, hello. I'm pretty happy to be with you once again, one more year. I am the director of HR in a company of 2,300 people. Monthly, we increase them. So, since last year, we said that well-being will be a priority in the strategy of our people. Starting this journey since last year, where are we today? I'm very happy to be here and discuss with different bodies with which we wanted to invite you as allies. So we're here along with our allies from private and public entities so that we can discuss again about this issue, see where we stand and how practically we can move on, as Mrs. Guggenheim said, to actions and not just stay in theory. Now let me invite to the panel our dear guests who are the title is the well-being of the employee at the heart of sustainable development, starting from the Deputy Minister, Vivi Charalabagani, from the Ministry of the Interior. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Vasilis Panakis, Deputy Minister from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. He's on his way. Okay, he's on his way. Perfect. Ms. Athina Passiou, President of Thalpos Mental Health. Welcome, Ms. Passiou. Mrs. Voula Dragaki, Deputy CEO of Sound Greece in Commercial Risk Retirement and Health Solutions. And we have remotely Mrs. Stavroula Leka, who is President of the European Academy of Occupational Health Ecology, Professor of Organization, Work Health and Director, Center for Organizational Health and Wellbeing, Lancaster University. Welcome, welcome, Ms. Leka. We're very happy to have you. Waiting for Mrs. Panakis, let me start with Mrs. Charalabogianni. Please, your initial remarks, and then we can have the debate. Thank you.
Ωραία. Ανοίγω. Ακούγομαι.
Can you hear me? Hello. Yes. Hello. Hello to all. Having sorted out the technical problems, I would like to deeply thank for this invitation, all of you. Representing the Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, I would like to convey his warm greetings. I think that the President, with all his actions, as mentioned before, has set the tone when it comes to mental health problems, both with the establishing a Deputy Minister responsible for mental health issues, which is very important, and through the different programs of mental health that are run by the Ministry. Let me also say kudos to the organizers of this event. For second year in a row, we will always be here to support the conference, because on the level, says the speaker, allow me to describe the complexity of the issues related to public administration in the public sector, because as the Ministry of the Interior, we must depict reality. Complexity is the following: it's both qualitative and quantitative. As a joke, we have always said that the public sector is the biggest employer in the country. This is not a lie, it's true. We have 600,000 employees, and then you can also calculate 100 to 120,000 extraordinary employees annually. At the same time, we have 2,500 entities that must provide their services in the best possible way. On the other hand, there is an external environment from a part of the society that, when you're talking about well-being, prosperity, mental health for civil servants, either stereotypically, or how should I put it, in a broader range, I would say, there is the issue that the public sector is a privileged sector. There is work relaxation, employees are permanent, they cannot be dismissed. So this might create discussion around prosperity and well-being in the public sector. And this is considered to be a taboo, or in a comic way. So the Ministry of the Interior, which is responsible for the implementation of specific policies in order for all these different cells, the employees, the organizations, the firms, to work as effectively as possible, it's always trying to analyze all the different points that we need to have in order to have the best possible roadmap to tackle all the different problems. So surveys for more than 10 years show that if we prioritize in health and in the well-being of employees, productivity increases by 30%, and problem resolution and many other characteristics. So here we reverse, how should I put it, the stereotype that let me finish my job and then I will relax, or I will be calm later. No, it should be the opposite, the other way around. We must have sorted that out in order to have an increase of productivity. So well-being is something of our concern in the previous administration, and we wanted to see where we lie now in order to activate the proper action plan. That's why the Ministry of the Interior has submitted a file for funding in the DG of Reforms of the European Commission. And let me here say that this DG always listens to these issues, showing some zeal, and they adopted a project related to the well-being of civil servants. The contractor is EY, which I would like to thank from that podium because they have truly embraced this project. Focused on 4 different dimensions. Now let me come to my presentation to visualize the different effects of the survey and the different results that may arise. The objective of the project was very specific. It find the best possible framework that would allow for the entry of the notion of prosperity for civil servants as a critical factor that truly affects the quality in their labor, in their efficacy vis-a-vis service offered to citizens. 2 pillars, the analysis of policies and tools of well-being for the civil servants, and the acknowledgement of the current state, and respective ways to tackle and different recommendations to implement this plan in the public sector. First of all, we need to understand the problem, then acknowledge good practice, and last but not least, we must decide what are the specific actions. 4 different dimensions that are of interest for us. This may come from the project, and our questions have focused on that. In a survey, each sample is quite representative of 3,000 people. 27 questions related to health, labor, principles, and family. What did these 3,000 people reply? By 50%, they are satisfied by their labor, whereas only 37% would recommend their working environment to a third party as a good place for work. This is different from the stereotypical approach that in the public sector everything is fantastic. Now, when it comes to health now, 54% argued that they can transfer tension at home after labor, whereas 52% are saying that they can manage this stress during work. 66% work out at least once per week. When it comes to labor, we have very bad percentages as conclusions. First, 72% believe that their entity, the public sector, does not support them in health-related issues. 61% doesn't feel at ease, or they are neutral when it comes to sharing with their supervisor mental health issues. And 50% they don't know where they should address for this kind of topics. So you understand that here there is a problem. Furthermore, 68% are not satisfied by their environment, by their working environment. When it comes now to health, what we were able to see, the positive tone of the questions is the following. They know their daily obligations by 80%. 64% believe that they can discuss their labor and the problems that they have with their supervisor, while they can be supported by their colleagues, 58%. But where things are quite sad is related to education, training, and development. 74% believe that they are not incentivized by their entity, whereas 71% are not satisfied with the different occasions or chances given by their employer. When it comes to value, here we have a different story. 97% they feel that what they are doing contributes to the public good, but whether the job is acknowledged is challenged. That is, 38% they are saying that this is acknowledged, whereas 28, neither one nor the other, whereas 33% they believe that their job is not acknowledged at all. That is the added value of their job. The last part, which is the pillar of family, 43% claim that job in the public sector is not an obstacle to dedicate time to family or to spouse or to friends, whereas 29% believes that they are inhibited by their job and 28% are neutral. In order for us to take good practices, this has been discussed in the previous panel, we have taken some examples by Italy, Spain, France and Ireland. That is, this was a topic of the study, good practices by these 4 countries. I would like to end up with the main conclusions. First of all, the maturity level in the public sector is between basic and underdevelopment. This can be seen in a good way. That is, there are very good actions to take to improve that level. On the other hand, it is a bit disappointing because we believed that the public sector could be a good place for the growth of employees, a more promoting place. Second, education and growth. People believe that they have few chances for new skills, that is the civil servants. Then the body does not incentivize for the best performance and efforts are not acknowledged. Now, when it comes to health, we can see that the framework of health should be enhanced as well as security and safety. There is a difficulty, this comes from demographics, a difficulty to manage anxiety, mainly in different posts. And if we observe the geographical location of this survey, which is available for anyone, of course, we can share that with all of you if needed, there are significant differences between stakeholders and geographical regions. Now, let me come to the end with the next steps in order to have a round of discussion, says the speaker later on. The vision here is specific, that is, to cultivate safety and security in the work environment and at the same time offer tools for the empowerment of employees. What are the different principles? This is the holistic approach that we must all have through constant training, education and development, that is support of civil servants. We need to engage and commit ourselves for qualitative services towards the citizen sustainability of the system in the long run, and plan based on data. And that is why for the first time we conducted this survey on well-being in the public sector. So our next steps will be quite targeted with a specific action plan that comes from the study or the survey for all 4 pillars that I mentioned before: health, labor, values, family, so that at the end of the day the public sector might be more productive, more sustainable, and it will become a labor choice. If you see the demographics, the ones who are quite low, that is, I suggest my fellow to come here in public sector, they are from 30 to 39 years of age, which is quite problematic. As you understand, here we need a public sector that will truly be productive, and the benefit will be gotten by all citizens. Thank you. Hello. Thank you so much for this invitation. It's a perfect organization of this second Wellbeing Forum. I would like to also thank the Minister for giving me the floor, because after his words I should have been even shorter. So today we're talking about mental health of civil servants as a defining sector for sustainable growth. In this thematic, we put at heart of sustainable development civil servant or employees, and we're not just talking about how we perceive or how we develop labor, but also how we invest in people and in the different working environments. This data becomes astonishing and shows the way that we have to follow. Quite shortly, I'm going to share with you some statistics because it's worth looking at them. 12 billion working days are lost per annum. For what reason? Due to anxiety and depression, with the estimated cost for a global economy being $1 trillion. This data comes from the WHO. 2,109 years we are at work in Greece per annum, to come to our country as well. A pace which is quite higher vis-à-vis the average of the other countries, that is the OECD countries. According to a recent Pan-Hellenic survey of the lab of the University of Athens, amongst the employees of the private and public sector in Greece, I imagine that you all have in mind what are the mostly touched people, that is women and young people. There are bigger levels of anxiety, depression, and anger, as well as loneliness. 41% of respondents are saying that they are pessimistic about the future, and this is prevailing amongst young people. 65% are saying that work stress affects personal life, that is, they transfer the whole stress in their personal life at home, in their relationship. 75% said that they feel nervous, and almost 1/3 said that they would have wanted to see measures to protect the well-being of employees. How can we create working environments that may contribute to the active participation of employees, and at the end of the day, how can they become more helpful, which means more productive? I'm going to share 3 points with you because I need to be very, very brief in a cohesive way. First point, mental health, that it has the same value as bodily health, and I think that nobody disagrees. Let me give a very small, simple example. If you have an injury at your hand, you will be referred to an orthopedic to be evaluated. Possibly a treatment will be prescribed or some days of leave so that you can get back to labor, which is expected. I think that everybody will agree that such a thing does not apply in mental health related issues. How can we normalize mental health in labor? I think the first thing is to break the stigma. People erroneously believe that mental disease is only tackled by adopting an optimistic or positive stance, but what it takes is specialized care by specialists, that is. Give visibility, because mental disease is something real. It may not be manifested that tangibly as an injury at the hand, but it exists and it is true. And last but not least, let us be open. Something that we haven't learned. It's not easy to speak out. If we are suffering from something, that is, tell our colleague that we are suffering from anxiety or depression. You know why? Because we are afraid. We are afraid that they are going to call us weak and incompetent. Am I right? The working environment is not a safe environment to express our vulnerability. How detrimental it is for us. Imagine that every morning we wake up, we are preparing our hair and we're having a shower, but within we're not good. Or imagine that we go in our working environment but we don't feel well. Then we go back to home, we can feel lonely. So it's not an easy thing to tackle. It takes specialized treatment. I insist on that. Third point, each working environment is unique with its own properties. One thing is the public sector, another thing is the private sector. Different working conditions can be more intense, like in the field of health and the law enforcement bodies. more anxiety there. For that reason, it is important to monitor the needs of mental health of our working environment of preference and find solutions by following an individualized approach that is taking into account the weak and the good points of the environment, embodying some social parameters. I will not argue any further, neither with statistics nor with theory, said the speaker. But let me tell you that as a FALPO body, we have been present in mental health for the last 18 years, a body supervised by the Ministry of Health. We have the joy lately for the last 6 months to operate the first center of mental health for employees in Greece, close nearby to Monastiraki, which is free for anyone in need to make an appointment with specialized people, very well experienced, much experienced in the field, and is specialized in mental health problems in the working environment. Apart from the fact that we can offer this help individually and in groups, because the group approach is very important. Many people are not acquainted with talking alone, with talking individually to others, but when they enter a cycle or a team, they can speak freely, which is important. So this center is free, let me repeat that to the speaker, for the public sector, for the private sector as well. We're going to establish many different programs. We're very much interested in the following. Apart from health prevention, we need to train employees how can they truly tackle issues related to harassment, let's say. Let's talk about women. I believe that we know it pretty much. I wish that there are many lucky women here in this room, but we have all experienced a similar event of harassment. It's not just sexual harassment, it is the verbal harassment. Verbal harassment is quite cunning, because the other guy might say, okay, I was joking. But believe me, if not both sides are laughing, this is an insult. It's not a joke. So women are facing many more things like young people. We need to educate all of them. How can they tackle the situation so that women can be calm within and they can be able to set an example for their surroundings. This is a huge topic, but I will not elaborate on that. Thank you so much for your attention. Once again, kudos for this organization. And let me give the floor to the others. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε, κυρία Πάσου.
Thank you so much.
Να περάσω τώρα διαδικτυακά στην κυρία
Now, Mrs. Leka, if I may, remotely with us, because she's abroad. We have her with us. Ms. Leka, please. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Yes, hello.
Τώρα σας βλέπουμε κιόλας. Ευχαριστούμε που ήρθατε σε αυτό το πάνελ. Πολύ σημαντικό το θέμα μας.
Thank you for being in this panel. It's a very important topic and you have many things to say wearing your different hats. You are a president of the European Academy. Please, you have the floor.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Μισό λεπτάκι να μοιραστώ τα slides μου.
Let me share my slides, please.
Λοιπόν... Okay. Και πείτε μου αν τα βλέπετε.
Ναι, ναι.
Tell me if you can see that. Yes, yes, we can see that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for this invitation. Congratulations for this organization. I know that you've listened to many different topics. I don't mean to talk about statistics, but what I want to say in the next 10 minutes is that I should underline what should be done from now on in the working environment. And the previous speakers have talked about it. They have talked about the growth of sound environment. This is my main topic of interest because many out of the programs of mental health and well-being in the working environment, unfortunately, still focus on the individual and not on the conditions of labor and in our working environment. That is why I want to talk to you about how we are doing that and what are the risks, psychological and social risks, psychosocial risks that we must all mention and tackle in the field of labor, and especially if we take into account the future of labor. Now,
στα slides μου.
I have in my slides that we can share with the different stakeholders and the participants, we can see that we are in the fourth revolution in the field of labor related to cyber systems. And we see on the one hand that we have a big giants as businesses. On the other hand, we have micro businesses. It's very difficult. How can we tackle the different working conditions in these different businesses? On the one hand, we do have many tools, specialized personnel in big businesses, whereas in small businesses there is not such a thing. If we take into account that micro businesses and SMEs in each country in the world are the majority of businesses, this always is a challenge for the state, for the public sector, for the experts in these issues. We know that based on how our work evolves, conditions evolve because they are changing. And we also know that labor is a social factor of health and well-being. Not only when it comes to the different conditions of labor, but also when it comes to the organization of work itself. Through that, employees can be exposed to different types of risks, and for quite some years we were focusing on the natural environment of labor, but these days I'm pretty happy, because ever since I started my career 25 years ago, that is, I made some presentations in Greece, but it's a first for the last 2 years that we can focus so clearly on the working environment and on the sound conditions of labor. We see that the psychosocial risks in labor have come at the forefront, and we can also see that the situation is complicated and issues are interlinked. That is why we have to take into account not just the tools on the level of organization or business, but also the different health-related systems. And we do know, we've heard of course, from previous speakers, that these are linked to different types of inequalities in the field of health and in the social sphere as well. We shall focus on the psychosocial environment of labor, which is related to different dimensions, psychological and social, related to organization of labor, the design of different tasks, the management of labor, and interpersonal relationships. For many years, of course, what we have been listening to is that we don't have the data, but these days we have many surveys that have clearly shown that an inadequate psychosocial environment has detrimental effects for the health, safety, well-being of employees, as well as to the negative performance of the business and to social problems. But always, when I'm having such a presentation, I don't only mean to talk about the negative ones, I need to talk about positive impact equally, because there is survey equally suggesting that the proper management of the psychosocial environment might bring about positive results for the employees in the business and for society as a whole. In literature overall and in different guidelines I'm going to show you shortly, we can see the notion of psychosocial risks. And we can see that when we're talking about risks, we're talking about this correlation with a risk or damage for the health and safety of employees through, for instance, the work burden, non-realistic demands, violence, harassment, etc., that might negatively affect the performance of the business through the lack of employees, the reduction of productivity, as well as social well-being. We have data showing correlation with early retirement due to disability and disability of mental health and increased costs for public health. What I mean to show to you is that before the pandemic and after that, we have too many surveys focusing on the future of labor, and in all studies published in the future on the future of labor, we see that psychosocial risks are priority number one.
Πρέπει λοιπόν να επικεντρώσουμε ακόμα περισσότερο στην αντιμετώπιση τους και
we have to focus on their tackling and on the development of a sound environment, because if we don't do that, you've heard the statistics, then there's exacerbation of the work stress 58% of those working in the EU are saying that this affects their health in a negative way, and we do know that in the EU there is a legislation related to the managing of every type of risk in the working environment. Some studies, like this one I'm showing to you here, which is a study of the employers, it shows that only 20% of European businesses are updating their employees on stress and on psychosocial risks. Here we're just talking about an update. We're not talking about any type of intervention. Only 20% are updating their employees, which is disappointing truly, because there is a campaign from the EU for many reasons, for many years on these issues. Obviously, there is a margin for improvement. Apart from that, we're not just talking about stress, we're talking about well-being. And well-being as a notion is something more. It's about the ability of people to work in a productive way, develop positive interpersonal relationships, fulfill personal and social goals, have a sense of purpose, and offer to society. That is why, since it's a more complicated notion, well-being in labor or well-being, that is why we must have more holistic approaches around us and about these topics. Here, I've shown to you some of these approaches. There are new guidelines, as you see here, by the WHO, the ILO. There are different conventions on the labor-related anxiety, the future of labor, and there are different standards. You see here that we have the ISO 45003, which is about psychological health and safety at work, and it focuses on the management of these risks. All these tools can be used by the state and by businesses to improve the different labor conditions. Furthermore, during the pandemic, we were able to see some more specific guidelines, like, for instance, the ones that you see here on the screen, related to the psychosocial risks and COVID-19 and remote or asynchronous work. What can we see? We can see that, unfortunately, still there is a trend, the trend to face problems. So when there is this indication, there is indication for health-related problems, absence from labor, presenteeism or absenteeism, only then the employer is doing something about these problems. We see these days that there is a trend. There's a trend of having these well-being or wellness programs or promotion of health that unfortunately still are focusing on the behavior of employees, but they don't focus on the sources of work anxiety, and they don't focus on how we can create sound conditions of labor through seeing the organization of work, the different planning of duties, and the management of work. And since these days we have many different tools, it will be very simple to use them. But what we can do is, from being preemptive, move on with prediction. And since there is no how we can do it, I will not elaborate on that any further. I will stop here, and let me thank you for your attention. And as I said before, my slides can be available for you at any time. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for paying attention. Thank you indeed.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κυρία Λέκα.
Thank you, Mrs. Leka. Thank you indeed. I hope that you can listen to the warm applause before you leave. It was very interesting, your remark when it comes to the sources of stress or anxiety. What will be the actions apart from awareness? We start from that, of course. This is our foundation. Apart from awareness, what are the ideal actions on behalf of the state or the employers to act in the environment, starting from the source of anxiety? What we need is a holistic approach based on prevention, the creation of sound labor conditions and sound employees and sound businesses. We need to focus on the psychosocial environment, as I said before. And this can be done in a different way. The state may adopt specific laws that include the management of psychosocial risks, and I know that the minister would rather talk about it. In Greece, the Convention 150 has been ratified to wipe out harassment and violence, which includes the risk assessment. It's a pathway towards a good direction, but there are margins for more development of policies and actions. And then businesses themselves should invest in the creation of a sound environment of labor based on prevention, because it should be based on an overview and assessment of different types of risk in the work environment. And there are the tools and the international standards that may be used, like ISO 43003. Jolly good. Thank you so much, Ms. Leka. Let us continue with Mrs. Dragati. Please, she is Deputy CEO of AON, that is. She could give us the market overview, what they've seen, and then she can also talk to us about the well-being of employees. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Okay, jolly good. Until the end of the room. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. Thank you for the invitation. I feel that it was quite a privilege to be a member of this panel with these brilliant speakers and the topics that we've heard until now. Let me start by saying that with the companies that face volatility due to inflation, due to financial problems, due to the climate change, and due to international clashes, one would expect that initiatives about well-being would decrease. In the past, the financial pressure was a deterrence to focus on well-being. Why? Because this was seen as an added cost, not as something that could be helpful in the performance, in the improvement of the performance in organizations. What our company Aon saw in the Global Survey of Well-being 2022-2023 was that employers are focusing in well-being more than ever. 2/3 of respondents replied that the importance of well-being has become more important since 2020. And less than half said that the prioritization of well-being has become bigger for the same time period is comparing the period after 2020. What's the difference between importance and prioritization? Importance means that I acknowledge the issue, and priority means that I have the intention to do something about it. 7 out of 8 companies worldwide have an initiative on well-being of their employees, and 83% of companies globally have a strategy of well-being. So it is pretty clear, the message here, that well-being is here. Companies are paying attention to well-being compared to the past. Well-being is not just a specialized issue. It is something that has broader consequences in the economic performance of an organization. And this is a very important element shown by a previous study of Aon, which found a correlation between well-being of employees and financial performance of organizations. According to this finding, for each 4% of increase in the well-being of employees is correlated to a 1% increase in company profit. And respectively, we can observe different increases in satisfaction indexes of employers and employees. Employees that strongly agree that their organization cares about their overall well-being are nearly 70% less likely to actively search for a new job. So this is a profit for an organization, whereas 71% less employees, whereas respectively they have 71% less possibilities to refer burnout, which means that you lose them and then you cannot enhance productivity. So the way through which organizations, firms embody and prioritize the different priorities of well-being have a significant impact, or can have a significant impact, on the commitment of employees, their productivity, how they acquire new talents, and how they can retain the current ones. Thus, there can be an output in the different financial results. Among the top 5 employee well-being issues highlighted by employees themselves in the framework of this survey, mental health is highlighted and is the hero, top 1. And then follow burnout and the good working environment, the possibility of the company to support the hybrid model, virtual and hybrid work support, or remote work, and financial issues. We acknowledge the importance of the 5 dimensions of well-being. What are these 5 dimensions of well-being? Social one, physical one, bodily one, mental one, emotional one, career, and financial one.
Παρά το γεγονός ότι υπάρχει αλληλεπίδραση με...
In spite of the fact that there is interaction between these 5 dimensions, they are very important. Only 19% of businesses adopt all 5 dimensions in the strategy of their prosperity. I would like to mention that point more when it comes to their financial well-being, because it has a direct impact in the mental health of employees. Financial well-being is a point where there's a difference between the wants of the employees and what companies offer. That is, we were able to see that companies during the last years, they have made significant steps in the direction of the financial prosperity of employees. However, the majority are focusing on retirement and saving money, whereas the interest of employees and their anxiety is related to the management of their daily routine. By way of conclusion, I would like to say that well-being is an approach of performance in people, counterbalancing the proper resources, chances, and commitment, having as an utmost objective the improvement of resilience, health, and sustainability of employees, thus organizations and society.
Είναι σαφές ότι η ευημερία πρέπει να...
It is clear that well-being should become a part of the overall strategy of a company, a part of the broad entrepreneurial strategy, and not an isolated practice. Well-being is equally important for the success of bodies and people. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Thank you, Mrs. Dragati. And let us come to the end with Mr. Vasilis Spanakis, Deputy Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, κύριε Υπουργέ.
Ladies and gentlemen, Minister, colleague, hello, and initially allow me to congratulate the organizers of this second International Wellbeing Forum. This conference is a very important initiative that was crowned with success last year, and I'm pretty sure that this will continue in the future. I would like to thank you for your invitation. Thanks to that, I'm here with you amongst eminent personalities, and I have the pleasure to share with you my ideas on the very important thematic of this conference. As you all know, for quite some time, I have become Deputy Minister of Labour and Social Security, being responsible for issues related to health and safety. Sustainable development is development that puts people at the heart. It's this growth that satisfies the needs of the current generation without putting at risk the possibility of future generations to meet their own needs. Sustainable development is directly linked to the upgrade of the living conditions. The promotion of green and resilient growth presupposes that societies will create these conditions that will allow for people to have qualitative labor posts. They will promote productivity and they will enhance the economy. In our ministry, qualitative upgrade of the different working conditions is high on the agenda. We need people, we need employees that will be healthy, they can feel safe, and they will feel satisfied with their working environment. Along with the minister, Mr. Adonis Georgiadis, in the first quarter after being in power, we undertook institutional significant initiatives to guarantee safety and health of employees, especially the ones working in detrimental conditions. To be more specific, we protected the employees outdoors during the heat waves period, imposing the cease of works based on objective criteria of thermal burden, like, for instance, the method of bioclimate indicator set by the service of our ministry in relation with the University of Thessaly and the National Weather Service. We enhance the safety of people working in delivery, including the ones working through a digital platform. Upon a joint ministerial decree, we defined the necessary equipment according to the weather conditions that should be, with which should be equipped each person performing delivery services. Third, we guaranteed safety of employees in the shipyards. Upon a joint ministerial decree, we talked about the increase of the time work of the supervisor of safety in the ships and the supervisor during the works. Fourth, we updated for the first time after 35 years the list of specialties that can perform the duties of safety technician, giving rights to new specialties of engineers, deepening the body of professionals in the field of prevention and protection. Fifth, we guaranteed, we safeguarded upon a recent reform in the latest bill the presence of doctors in all businesses, empowering the body of the different work doctors upon a law passed recently before the current parliament, and tomorrow there will be the circular on the medical file of each worker. Our objective for satisfied employees is one, social investment. Satisfied employees can be more effective, increasing productivity and contributing likewise in prosperity and in the development of our country. In this framework, in the Ministry of Labor, we're taking good care to guarantee mental health and well-being of different employees using the different benefits offered by the promotion of sustainable growth. But let's see what's the current status. The issue of mental health in labor is faced in our country, and the framework of overall provisions on health and safety in labor, especially after the different set of laws on health and safety ratified upon the law 3850 of 2010. These provisions are implemented in all businesses, infrastructures, and different environments, both in the public and in the private sector, and for each employee with any different relationship, including the apprentice. The main characteristics is the legal notion of the sole responsibility of the employer, who is obliged to guarantee health and safety of all employees when it comes to all the different aspects of labor, and use the different services of safety technician and the occupational physician, as well as to have at his disposal a written assessment on the current risks at work for health and safety, including the psychosocial ones. The assessment of psychosocial factors of risk related to the organization and the management of labor, as well as social environmental framework and the care of employers to wipe out or decrease these factors with the cooperation of different workers has a positive impact on the mental health of employees. In spite of the fact that in our country, as well as in many other European countries, there is no law to tackle psychosocial risks, including the labor anxiety that we heard before, upon the law 4808 of 2021, and to more specific provisions through which the Convention 190 of the ILO was ratified on wiping out violence and harassment at work. For the first time, we see the entry of the notion of psychosocial risks, acknowledging violence and harassment at labor, including sexual harassment, of course, as a psychosocial risk, and thus there can be significant measures to obligations by the employer, like preventive action, the management of complaints, the training of the drafting of specific policies in each business, and so on and so forth. The National Strategy on Health and Safety at Work 2227, adopted upon the decision of the Ministry of Labor, includes specific legal and organizational operational actions with the aim to develop modern digital tools for the improvement of the compliance of businesses with the law, the enhancement of the dissemination of info and raising awareness to embed culture of prevention, the executive coordination of public policies, the upgrade of the social dialogue that we all want, as well as the effective tackling of new challenges on health and safety at work, including, of course, mental health. All this may contribute to the digital transformation of the economy and in the adoption of new ways to organize labor. In the same framework, active will be the participation of our country through the competent service and the Department of National Policy and policies to promote health and safety at labor in the next two-year campaign 23-25 of the European body on health and safety at work, having as a motto professional health and safety in the digital era, which will be dedicated to the creation of a very safe and sound digital future covering psychosocial and ergonomic risks at work. Furthermore, in the free sectoral tools to assess professional risks already developed in our country, there is a separate section to assess the different psychosocial risks, whereas within 2023 we shall be able to use the sole tool of assessment of psychosocial risks. Our objective is for the employee to understand that needs are evaluated and that these people work in a supportive environment. We are designing our policy in a holistic way according to the different conditions at work. We can guarantee the well-being of employees, focus on prevention, and we promote a positive agenda supporting the well-being of employees, keeping a balance between work and personal life. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, for the first time, we do promote different actions like sports at work, enhancing socialization of different employees, promoting well-being of theirs. When it comes to this type of sports, apart from the benefits for the bodily health, with the participation of different employees in different sports, we enhance the notion of an active working environment, building bonds between employees, promoting team spirit, cooperation, and collective effort. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainable growth has brought about changes improving our daily routine. At the same time, it has set a foundation to shape a new reality, and of course, this has taken place in the field of labor that is facing many different challenges. The latter are estimated by us, and they are believed to be the best chances to upgrade the environment at work, to the benefit of employees, increasing productivity, enhancing financial progress, and of course the progress of our country and guaranteeing prosperity of our co-citizens. By way of conclusion, I would like to invite you all to participate in the open public debate that we are starting as a Ministry of Labour and Social Security, talking about the change of the institutional framework on health and safety. And here, your proposals to us will be a pillar, will be the beacon for a new bill that we shall undertake an initiative. Already until today, we have voted a labor law that harmonizes and is modernizing and is matching the labor law with the social security law, and we want to take a step further. We are preparing a second bill that in few weeks will be an official law pertaining to the issues of social security, chances for retired people who want to work, and other positive provisions. And of course, our third initiative will be related to the change of institutional framework for the organization, safety, health of employees, so that we can take significant steps further and be the pilot of this new effort across Europe. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε Σπανάκη.
Thank you, Mrs. Panakis. We learned some news about the new bills that are ante portas, and we'll meet the challenge because we need to be united in this trip.
Εφημερία των εργαζομένων. Ξαναγυρνάω.
Wellbeing of employees. Now, Mrs. Haraboyani, you elaborated on different data about the public sector. And I admired you when we talked about the vision that is, it should become a selection, and the public sector should be a choice. Par excellence, the journey is big and many things should be done. From the Ministry of the Interior, what are the supportive actions for the well-being of employees? What are your plans? You're right, that the vision is a very big bet, because we must end up with the position of the public sector and this increase of multifaceted modernization. Would we like it to be a pioneer in this national effort, or will it be only an inhibitor to any plan of growth? That is why I believe that at the level of government, along with Nikki Kerameos, the minister, we have planned an overall strategy, because it was said before that the holistic approach is the one that makes the difference. Because we truly believe that we should create a culture of care in the public sector. The word care is critical in my view. So in the four axes analyzed before on labor, health, values and family, we have channeled a series of specific actions that directly or indirectly have an impact on the well-being of employees. And I mean to be clear about it. For the first time in the public sector, we have an integral skills level. We never have recorded what are the skills needed by a civil servant to meet the demands of the post. What does this mean? That the employee will be enhanced in these different skills, in these 9 skills defined according to this framework, and according to the RRF project, 250 civil servants will change their skills so that they can become more effective in their labor and with less anxiety. Thus, we can bring an added value to that. In this framework, for the first time, we introduced the National Growth Plan with significant changes. Coaching for our general directors by certified coaches. Mentoring for every employee need. On-the-job training, that is learning pathways and pathways of career that right now do not exist in the public sector for the public development of each employee. Secondly, we improve the incentives of each employee so that this person may thrive in labor. We leave theory and we get into practice. That is, we're talking about rewards with specific targeting. So this plays a pivotal role about incentivization. Third part, we are processing right now to, let me give you some news as well, not just Mrs. Panakis. Now, an integral framework to select supervisors in the public sector, among others. We should acknowledge to the different candidates their possibility to incentivize their subordinates and support different employees, which is quite critical parameter. At the same time, because they should take good care of themselves to help others. Along with the National Center of Public Administration, we're organizing an Academy of Leadership for the first time in the public sector. Point 4. Since before we talked about whether this is a place of choice or not. In the public sector, we're organizing an integrated initiative for the integration of young employees. And then up to now there has been just a seminar, and then the employee was left without any further guidance. For the more specialized employees, there are specific levels to use this experience, and when retired, there is a specific plan of conveying knowledge. That is, they should leave behind what should be left. Now, next thing, we have shared. I'm pretty happy that this was uttered. We talked about the law 4808. The transposition of the directive is both about the public and the private sector. Let me here stress that in spite of the fact that the ministerial decree on matters related to violence and harassment for the public sector was, we were talking about a potential issuance, we moved on with the issuance of this decree to have a bright future and have proper lines, that is where the employee should attend to if there's a problem. In 2021, we drafted a code of ethics for civil servants with practical examples and ethical dilemmas that might arise in each service, but at the same time, we talked about and we established the advisor of integrity being the consultant for all similar issues. We are preparing an HR app, an application that the employees may have individualized information about all issues concerning them. Let me also say that in spite of the fact that the pandemic halted us back, we needed to draft the framework of remote working, and it was a first for Greece. Let me also tell you that we have also institutionalized the framework of licenses, new leaves rather, for prenatal audit, an annual female check, and to take good care of neoplasms and to cover the needs of parenthood. So here the goal is to have a powerful public sector with people attracted and they are interested in working in such a modern working environment. I believe that if we respect others and if we are frank towards civil servants and towards society, if we move on having this logic in mind and having this plan in mind, specific actions, well-targeted ones, I truly believe that we can get the best out of the civil servants, and we hope that we can get it because the public sector changes. Jolly good, thank you, because this sounds very nice, but you have set the proper foundation. Kudos. Mrs. Passio, we talked about Thalpo, a free offer to mental health with 6 months of being operable. Throughout these 6 months, what are the most important messages that you were able to get? Is there anything more specific about women? Because statistically, we see better percentages. Well, I'm pretty happy with what I've heard because I think that this is very important. Yes, we need results because we don't know what's going on in our country. I'm very optimistic and I hope that this will happen shortly. Good. 6 month operation. This for the center because our body is active for 18 years, said before. Indeed, we are amazed by the feedback of employees and women. So they're talking to us about they can face issues that they are facing in their labor at work because they didn't know how to speak out. They were afraid of losing their jobs. Things are not that simple. We can put it in a nice way theoretically, but when somebody is at work, when a woman is at work, that is facing sexual harassment or a verbal harassment, then they could talk to whom? We've seen that now they can speak up in different individualized therapies, and I think that quite shortly they will be trained. We invest quite largely in prevention and social training. Each one on an individual level, how we can face it. Mainly women, and I believe that they can learn quite quickly. They know, very proud about it. Jolly good, thank you so much, thank you indeed. And I learned that you're organizing some actions of volunteers, so we're going to elaborate on that to update the people in the audience. Yes, you know what, volunteers are very important because thus we can speak out about the project we all mean to offer, and then things always evolve. I wish you all the best. Thank you indeed. Mrs. Dragati, you said that the financial prosperity is not number one anymore. Indeed. Surveys, satisfaction surveys amongst 2,300 people is showing that number one need is mental health. But number two is financial prosperity. Please give us a hint about it, coming from your experience in the market. I think that's simple. Let me give you my experience as an employee. Yes, why not? Please proceed. Overall, I would say that stressful factors are the following. What goes on with my job? Will I lose my job? How easily may I find another job? May I be successful? May I get a better remuneration? It's important due to inflation. How can I make it happen? How can I pay the bills? How can I pay the tax authority? How may I achieve a decent way of life? These are our concerns. But at the end of the day, we can see that this is a factor that does not depend on us unless we change a job and we find a job with a double wage. Our own performance has an impact on our remuneration, or may have an impact on our remuneration, but yet this is a factor not solely depending on us, but on the possibility of the organization in which we work to give some generous raises. But this is difficult due to financial restrictions. We must see how we can help employees to face their own daily routine. I'm talking about training issues in simple things, because financial illiteracy, even in businesses that are present in the financial sector, is quite big. Baby steps, how we can draft a budget, how can we monitor income and expenditure in a systematic way. Many people are going to argue, I know, you don't know. Are you sure that you know that? Do you know what is your net wage? Maybe yes, but you cannot measure in a proper way your different expenditures or expenses. How can I set apart the needs from the wants? How can I save money in the short run or in the long run? How can I manage my cards, my loans? Things that might sound simple, related to the daily routine of everybody, and we must help them in their education, because the majority of us, we believe that we know it all because we have a relevant experience, but in reality we know nothing. And what about different ages? What about the circle of life, which needs us to have a different planning about things, either related to education or the training of my children, or related to buying a house, or related to me become an elderly person. I exit work. How can I protect my property? We saw what happened in Thessaly. We saw the wildfires that burned out some houses in spite of the effort of the state to safeguard the lives of people and then the properties of people. How can I get protected vis-a-vis these risks that make me anxious, a financial stress? We go back to the mental health. So, altogether, we can do things. Thank you so much, especially when it comes to financial illiteracy. It is something that the employers ignore, so we're very happy to convey that message. Mrs. Panakis, the floor is yours. Last message towards employers, maybe? A last message, please, to call it a day for this panel. First of all, I would like to set an optimistic tone. You're right. Greece of 2023 is not Greece of 2015, 16, or 17. So, obviously, it's not the country of 2010 that is the big crisis country. The Greece of 2023 finds us with an investment grade that will help us with our economy and our liquidity. We are in a phase that unemployment has dropped down significantly, with a future perspective of being 8%, and a main commitment of the Mitsotakis government, a new democracy, for the average wage to be 1,500 euros per month. This will help mental health, I think. And if we see the figures there chronically, the average wage, because we have performed significant analysis, we can see that the average wage is being increased. But there is a big bet and a big pathway to follow. Problems are not easy to solve. It's not about enter. We don't have to click on enter. We have to adapt the modern needs of labor with education, and for that reason we, as a Ministry of Labor, through the programs of DIPA and through the different apprenticeships, we are trying to perform modern programs. You can be of assistance, because through that, through these surveys and through results, we can see what direction we must take. So, to end up, health and safety, mental health is a priority to us. That is why the Prime Minister defined as a Deputy Minister as a sole responsibility these issues in specific. The Ministry and myself are at your disposal to listen to you. When we're talking about social dialogue, it's not just a slogan that can be heard. It's a way of life, so that we can solve modern problems as well. Why? Because something very important was heard. Prevention in health and safety of employees may create some assets to employees, but it's the biggest investment for the business, for employers, and I would argue that it is a future investment for the state to save enough money from the NHS. So we must see the full picture, not just the small box in the pitch. This is our logic in the Ministry of Labour, and I'm pretty happy because my colleague, the Deputy Minister, Ms. Karnaboyani, who is quite experienced in the field of the public sector, we need to go hand in hand in that. It's a big bet. It's a big challenge of our era. Public and private sector should go hand in hand. It's not related to political parties or to any ideological orientations. It's related to a modern question that should be solved by us as people who want to bequeath our country in different conditions. And indeed, I truly believe that many steps have been taken, yet we must work. For example, we can listen to a person having some weight to talk to you about sports. Even the people with excess weight should work out. Second, then a person who has put on weight could be skinny in the past. But I have run in 4 marathons in the past, for instance. Maybe you don't believe me, but it's true. It's my personal bet, my personal challenge to develop labor sports through incentivizing businesses. So in any way we could give this possibility. Our government has given the possibility for food and vouchers and talk about the big package of benefits to improve mental health. And since here I can see people from big firms that have analyzed the issue for quite some years, or sometime they might have felt that they didn't find any response by the state, but I would like to invite them all to come to us. Please table to us your concerns, your proposals. We truly need to have a permanent discussion, a permanent partnership to take our country a step further. And as I said before, in Europe, there is nothing specific, but in Greece, we have a legal framework, but in 2010, improved in 2021, and in the new framework, we must take the leap, and Greece should become a country iconic and a model country for Europe. We can make it happen. Yes, I do believe it. Like the attraction of investments, like the atmosphere of trust for investors, because they cannot trust the financial policy in our country, so they could trust social policy in our country through the economy and thus invest in our country. Thank you so much.
Εμείς ευχαριστούμε. Ευχαριστούμε όλους τους ομιλητές.
Thank you so much. We'd like to thank all speakers. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Thank you so much. Now, online, we shall see Dasha Karmaura from Center for the Bhutan Studies and Gross National Happiness.
Και θα τον προλογίσει ο κύριος Ιφαντόπουλος.
Mr. Ifantopoulos is going to make the introduction. Please, Mr. Ifantopoulos.
Good afternoon. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, Tasso Garma Ura. It's a great pleasure for all of us to have you here in Athens. A very warm welcome on behalf of the participants, the organizers, and the Greek population. We very much admire your work and your multi-talented personality, and we will be delighted to share with you some ideas. So the way that we would like to structure our presentation is, first of all, you would allow me to introduce you to our audience. I will just put a couple of slides highlighting the relationship between happiness and GDP, gross national product, just to highlight that it's not about economics. With Professor Leylard, we had a discussion today that it was very much highlighted the idea that GDP and economic growth does not really bring happiness to people. And I think you would very much highlight this issue through your presentation. So, introducing you, let me just share with the audience. Please, can we have, okay, thank you. So, let me share with you and present to all of you the very charismatic personality of Dasha Kurma-Ura, who is the president for the Center of Bhutan, and then the purpose of this center is to measure gross national happiness, GNH. Dasha Kurma-Ura has done extensive work in the area of national happiness, using several sort of indicators, methodologies, and studies. And then, above all, as we will see and discuss today, is that Karma-Ura introduces the very notion of philosophy of the gross national happiness. We all know what is gross national income, but here we will discuss extensively what is gross national happiness. And then this very idea requires a multidisciplinary approach. We need different sort of indicators, different sort of analysis. And in the Bhutan Center, these type of findings will be discussed with us. Karma-Ura reminds us actually all the 16th and 17th century philosophers that they had multi-talented personalities. So he has written a very interesting book on the under-remembered nations, Bhutan, which has got 2 volumes. And also he's a painter, and his paintings are presented in the Dasula Temple and then in British Museum, one of them. I had the pleasure to see yesterday the presentation of your work, of 2-volume work at Oxford University. And then I would also like now to introduce you as a topic for our discussion, the World Happiness Report. That the World Happiness Report, what really our speaker tonight, Dasho Karma Ura, introduces us, he calls all different governments a call to the arms. And he highlights the idea that the government should really undertake a very important role. And governmental policies, as we saw in the previous discussion with the Deputy Minister of Social Affairs and the rest of the people, that well-being and governmental policies is a key driver for analysis and further politics. Now coming to some sort of methodological highlights, what we will deal actually throughout this presentation is, okay, happiness is very important, but how can we measure happiness? The answer here from different sort of researchers is a multidisciplinary approach. Is it GDP, gross national product? Is gross national income? Well, it's not really about this. What it is about happiness, genetic, family, work, satisfaction, is about living conditions, how we communicate in our societies, how we live together, about health inequality, poverty, as we discussed, and then economic well-being, which is leisure, wealth, unemployment, that was discussed in the morning. And then there are some sort of negative factors, depreciation, net income, regrettables. Then what it could be very important to highlight and discuss actually indicatively is how the World Health Organization and the international organizations like OECD have approximated these issues. And then here, what we can see is the OECD has created a so-called multi-dimensional index for measuring the welfare, and then it incorporates housing, income, employment, community, education, environment, civic engagement, health, life satisfaction, safety, and work-life balance. And then throughout these multi-indicators, we get an aggregate indicator. And in this aggregate indicator, we can see that Greece, my God, is not very, very well indeed. In a range of 0 to 10, of 1 to 10, 10 perfect, much happiness, much well-being, and 0 very little or 1 very little, then we can see that Greece ranges around 5. There are other countries, Austria, Canada, and so forth, that they are at the very high. So what we can say is, well, happiness and well-being really depends on income, and how this is classified and how Greece is decomposed into the different dimensions. Then what we can see here, Greece is doing not that well in terms of income. In 1 to 10 is 0.2, 0.8. Environmentally is quite well. Educationally seems to be very satisfied. Life satisfaction, Greece comes very low, and there are lots and lots of information about this. In the interest of time, please, the next one, please. In the interest of time, what the international organizations have done, they have just portrayed a very linear relationship between GDP per capita and life satisfaction. And then we can see at the very top that they are very, very wealthy countries, and at the very low down, the less developed countries. And it's interesting to see from our own analysis of the OECD countries at the University of Athens, we compare the income with life satisfaction. We can see Greece is very, very low with the rest of the Southern European countries. And then right up on the top are the very rich countries. So life satisfaction and income is very, very close related. And then what we can see here, if we just draw all this analysis, on the very high quadrant is all the Western countries, and then right down on the left quadrant are the Central and Eastern European countries. So we do live divided in Europe. And then if we measure life satisfaction with income, we can see again that prosperity does not lead to longevity. You can see a second order relationship that Switzerland, Japan are very, very high. We have two extreme cases which are very interesting. The first is Russia, which is with very low income, and then it has got a low life expectancy, about 73 years old. And then at the other extreme, so you can use socialism, communism, or very strong capitalism. And then you can see also the high capitalism as well as very strong communism. I don't know whether we would call it communism nowadays in Russia. That's another story. They do not produce very high life expectancy. So all this discussion comes in some sort of further, and that's my last slide, that life expectancy and air pollution, what we saw, the environment has got an important factor, and then we can see a negative relationship that the higher the level of pollution, the lower the life expectancy. With these introductory remarks, with these introductory remarks, I would like to call Dasho Karma Urar, the president of the Center of Bhutan and Gross National Income and Gross National Happiness, to present your thoughts and your ideas. You are very welcome, and the floor is to you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very much so. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Anthopoulos. Distinguished officials, scholars, medical practitioners, parliamentarians, and entrepreneurs. I would like to take the next 15 minutes or so, first to give a drop about concepts or conceptual approach, and then a sip about methods, and then a little bit more, a mouthful maybe, about GDP or income versus happiness. But I am very grateful to Professor, because you already laid out the evidences, and Lord Richard Laird must have also elaborated quite a lot. So there may not be too much to say on GDP versus happiness in general, but I may have a few things to say about evidence in Bhutan. First, I want to say that a very simple point, that physical and psychological capabilities, and these are interdependent, as you all know. But in the context of today's conference, that is mental well-being, I should focus a little more on psychological capabilities. Of course, we all know that both psychological and physical capabilities influence and do influence broader social and physical environments, which we call reality in broad sense. Now, in terms of mental well-being, to be happy is to have some mastery over positive emotional conditions. And positive emotional conditions constitute happiness, but they're also the basis for wider range of functioning as human beings in social and other terms. You know that we all have self-conceptions about ourselves or self-images, and we project them into the future. And we struggle to pursue these kind of self-conceptions. And these self-conceptions are also at the basis of self-identities, which kind of we project again into the future to realize them. But at the core, or at the heart of these self-conceptions, which are socially constructed, as you are aware, lies our dreams and aspirations to see ourselves as happy beings, dependent, of course, on emotional flourishing and realization of other goals and other values. So in GNH, among some 130 variables that are used in imputing the GNH index, lots of emotional conditions or states are measured. We focus on that, as you know, because meaning in our life is not so much in whether we have them, that is to say, we don't attach too much importance to ontological things, whether things exist as our economic conditions or not, but how we experience them. So experience gives us meaning, and meaning, in my mind, is partly feeling about warm, positive emotions. So in Bhutan also, psychological distress level is suffered by about 3% of the population above 15. Our questionnaire apply only to 15 and above. Now we all know that mental condition is no good for happiness. Mental illness is no good for happiness. But absence of mental illness is only a necessary condition, is not sufficient for happiness. And for this reason, GNH in general and its domain of psychological well-being in particular measures and holds positive emotions such as generosity, forgiveness, calmness or tranquility, joy, and spiritual practices such as meditation as conditions for happiness. And conversely, GNH measures and holds negative emotions such as anger, frustration, jealousy as distracting factors from happiness. In fact, with regard to anger, we find that the episodes of anger are very high when you are young. And then as with age, I suppose we are able to live within our skin and it falls lower and lower. Overall, we know that meaning resides in relationship, especially with other human beings, and therefore the quality of relationship with others are responsible for most of the nature of emotional conditions, either positive or negative. And human beings, as you know, strive to make meaning, and meaning making is a social construct, being valued by others and valuing others, and others' activity is the very lifeblood of social life. And so psychological well-being of the individual members is therefore crucially related to individual members, giving rise to the collective and communal. And so GNH, one of the distinctive things about GNH is that it sees community vitality as an expression of individual vitality and vice versa, with reciprocal engagement and involvement of the members with each other beyond the family and household. I want to share a few can you see the screen?
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Yeah, the beautiful area, the first slide is portrait.
I want to share a few. This is
it's perfectly all right.
My village, and
perfectly all right.
Oh, I can't move the. I can't move the. What happened? I can't move forward the.
Oh, let me see. Technical support. Can you really move and can you help our speaker? Can you go backwards and forward, please? Hang on a minute. I will sort it out with the technical support. That's all, Karma Aura.
So, while you do this, let me say that...
Στην τεχνική υποστήριξη δεν βλέπω ετοιμότητα. Διακρίνω καθυστερήσεις.
Yeah, I can hear you, but the slide is frozen.
Can we share, please?
Okay.
All right, fine. Thank you.
Okay,
now it's visible. Okay, thank you very much. You can go ahead now. Okay.
Yeah.
You have the second slide. Go ahead.
So I want to recall these few points about GNH to illustrate that GNH does not simply focus on life satisfaction and domain satisfaction. Material conditions are included, particularly in living standard, but perception of environmental stress, which you also stress in your presentation on the relationship between longevity and pollution, like pollution, waste, noise are measured in environmental domain of GNH. And GNH takes account of various other concerns from environment, culture, and community, which constrain and shape the individual perspective and the wholeness of the quality of life. Health, artisan skills, and educations are incorporated as crucial to growth and development of general human capacities. And as I mentioned already, positive relationships are implicit in community vitality domain here, and autonomy is implicit in good governance domain. GNH is not completely confined to hegemonia, because human experiences are not valued only in terms of pain and pleasure. GNH includes a range of human experience that constitute and contributes to happiness, including compassion and forgiveness, which are enacted and felt, sometimes overriding one's own self-interest. So this is in brief about the sort of structure of the GNH. I won't go into detail, but may I now come a little bit to the method. I want to distinguish two definitions of happiness for the purpose today. That one you already gave, that's subjective well-being. But subjective well-being interpretation is that happiness and life satisfaction are often the same. The assumption behind life satisfaction questionnaire is that happiness is identical to the state of being satisfied with your life, and is considered to be a judgment measurement, in that you're trying to aggregate so many things about your past life and coming and choosing a point between 0 and 10. There is some controversy about this nature of this measurement, whether it includes or whether it includes, what does it include? Does it include enjoyment? Does it include meaningfulness? Does it include fulfillment goals? What are its functions? I leave this point apart just now, but just to say that if we can you see this chart?
Yes, very clear, very clear.
Okay, if you see this Bhutanese data, the life satisfaction, happiness and control ladder, three different ways of measuring subjective well-being, are quite correlated. And it is also positively related with income deciles, 10 deciles. One is the poorest, and 10 are the richest. Decile is the richest people. But this is a cross-section measurement. Professor also already showed this cross-section measurement. That is that life satisfaction, happiness is again measured very simply. Are you happy? 0 to 10. So the reference function is not completely known. What people are judging is not completely known. Anyway, it correlates with cross-sectional data on income. So what it means, of course, is that at a given point in time, those who have more income seem to be happy, but this is only part of the story. The most important story, I would come in a moment later. I want to show this relationship between, cross-sectional relationship between income and how do we go back? Okay, income and satisfaction holds for Bhutan at a cross-sectional level or the short term. But the key question is what happens to the longer term, and in the longer term, this relationship is not supposed or not found to be empirically true, in the sense that over time, people adapt to their comfortable lifestyle, they adapt to their they get more concerned about relative income rather than absolute income. And if the national average goes up, they do not feel that they are becoming more satisfied. And then there are lots of missing information or missing data in this sort of thing. There's a lot of other things, non-monetary things, are probably deteriorating, and that is why in the longer term, as the income rises, happiness or life satisfaction doesn't rise in equal proportion, and this is known as the famous Easterlin paradox, as Professor and all of you know. So really this has brought big question on the cardinal utility theory of income, and this has also brought a lot of question on what the governments maximize. That is one of the things they maximize is income or gross domestic product. So now, oh, sorry. At the cross-sectional level, when we do a little bit of a causal analysis, what are the most related things to life satisfaction or happiness as measured by 0 to 10? Are you happy? Then most important ones are these ones. People who consider their family as the real source of comfort or maintain household relationship positively are the most happiest. This is the highest coefficient. Next one, of course, is the health, but health might be also interrelated with income. And then the third one is the quality of government, really features as a very strong coefficient in the happiness equation. And in the Bhutanese case, those who are staying in rural areas where tranquility, peace, community relationship, and environment and all these conditions are high, the rural people are happier than the urban one. But paradoxically, of course, this is not supporting, this is not, doesn't mean that migration is not taking place, partly because the rural is painted always as worse by the media. And of course, those who have a pro-environmental values are happier. And in the seventh position is really the income. Income has a positive effect on life satisfaction in the regression equation. And spirituality or meditation, faith is a very important factor. When you load something like 130 variables, only this becomes very significant. This is another significant one, spirituality of the people. Whether you are married or not married doesn't make a big difference in the country, in Bhutan, but those who are divorced, separated, widowed, fare much worse in terms of happiness. And lastly, the age has a positive effect on happiness. That means as you become older, things seems to improve. But of course, this has got a finitude 3 years before one's death. And no matter how much money or whatever you have, it doesn't seem to matter really. Subjective feelings become much worse. So this is a little bit about thing, but if you see GDP in Bhutan and per capita real terms, they are going up rapidly, so rapidly. But if you now look at the world from the point of view of GNH, 9 domains here, the pi total is 1, and so the bigger pies are the ones which contribute to GNH more. But there are, when you compare dynamically, when you take a shot of comparison between 2015 and 22, some things have got worse. And health, because it was the COVID pandemic, the score dropped. Use of time, especially for social support, sleep, because people watch too much TV, sort of dropped, and cultural dropped. Ecology, especially in the urban areas, as traffic increases, they also perceive ecological degradation. But GDP, as correlated highly with living standard, has grown so much in the country. So how am I doing with my time? Is it over?
You can go on and within the next minutes, just to finalize your thoughts.
Okay. I would like to close. Then I would like to close. So the main point is that we can see is a multidimensional index, so we can see that some things are moving forward, but some things are going backward in the modernization process, and probably that is a little more valuable than having a unidimensional things like GDP, though it is very important. It is, of course, if you do not have this kind of multidimensional indicators, the only thing that should be maximized in government's view will be to assume the things which are represented in GDP. And what is represented in GDP is only those things which are sold, priced in the market, goods and services. But it will, of course, become the only thing that should be maximized, that is a value judgment, if we assume that everything in the world should be marketized, priced, and bought and sold. But such a world will be a very dystopian world. It's not a utopian world. The most important non-monetary exchanges take place in the 3 spheres of our life, which give us greatest meaning. That is the family and the community, where we do a lot of unpaid work, but the most valuable one, important one for human flourishing, because that's where the meaning lies. And the most serious failing of GDP or income from the point of view of climate change and biodiversity degradation has been its inability to cost environmental degradation, because that's called degradation, or pollution is called just external to the economy, but it's not external to our life or well-being. So that is one grave failing of GDP. There are many other failures of GDP. I won't go into it. But main point is that we need to now put it in its proper position, use it, but not use it to represent the image or be the self-conception of our future and society, because that would produce tragedy and dystopia. I thank you and stop here. I'm very sorry for bit haphazard presentation, but this is the formula for the 2 ways of looking at the world in Bhutan. But in Bhutan, GNH is not just to describe or explain a situation, it's also used in policy making. It is used for distribution of budget for the subnational bodies. It is used for screening policies or evaluating policies before the policies are implemented. It is taught in the schools. And it is applied in businesses. There is another tool called the GNS certification of business, and the biggest state enterprises are evaluated according to this GNS business certification awarded by the Prime Minister himself. So a lot of experiments are going on around the world, thankfully, and we are learning from each other. We should compliment and my admiration also for the Wellbeing Forum started in Athens. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. And would you please join me in expressing our appreciation to President Taso Dharma Ura. A very warm applause, dear President. Is there any question related to the presentation? I'd very like to pose one or two questions very briefly. The first one is very interesting, actually, the whole presentation on gross national happiness. My question is that you presented 9 domains, 9 dimensions of this gross national happiness index. My question is to what extent you have a rating from 1 to 10, like the OECD and the World Health Organization, the rest of the international organizations that they do, and then whether you would have devised an internal algorithm to have an index that may take the values 0 to 100 or 0 to 10. So first part is to what extent these 9 domains are grouped together and rated. And the second one is whether it's possible to have an indicator of gross national happiness that can be used in quantitative analysis.
Thank you, Professor. I think it's a question about the methodology of adding or aggregation. No, I think first thing I would like to say is there are 130 variables used in the computation of GNH index. But the key thing is that each variable or condition for happiness identified by us, academics and scholars and government officials, a person is either rated sufficient or deprived in that condition, depending on the cutoff adopted. So example is that if a person, from the national average, if a person has enjoyed 27 healthy days per month, then 27 is taken as the sufficient condition for that person. 3 days is lost in illness, mental or physical. So not everything is rated from 0 to 10. Some are absolute values like this, 26 out of 30. Likert scale, quantitative open series data are used. Some are dichotomous, yes or no. But all of them require for each variable, a person has to be judged whether it is sufficient or not sufficient. So sufficiency level is very important in GNH computation. Right. So, yeah. So in the aggregation of the GNH, interesting thing is that we can come out with the national index, but also it can be broken down to the nth person level, to the nth variable level. So, decomposable, completely decomposable. And who is happy, who is not happy is a question really of how many goods and things and experiences has this person scored in the index. So 0.66 or 66% score is considered the minimally happy condition. It can go up to 1 or 0.
All right.
It ranges between that. So that is my answer to you. Thank you.
And then the final comment, actually. I like very much the regression analysis that you carried out, dependent variable, life satisfaction, and the rest of the other variables. It struck me really that family comes the first predominant factor. And here in the Southern European countries, for instance, in Italy and in Greece, for happiness is la familia, you see, which is family, is the most important factor. Is you know, the Italians, Southern Italians say, or again, familia, which is really stronger than health, government, rurality. I like very much the component that incorporated education, which is the human capital approach, spirituality. My God, this is a very important dimension, and thank you very much for really highlighting this. And the final one, which has really struck me and is really extremely challenging for all the so-called westernized cultures. In the third age, we really recognize 3 important elements: loneliness, abandon, depression, and lack of communication. And yourself, you know, in your analysis, dear President, dear Dasho Karma Ura, you say that the older you get, the happier you are. I mean, this is really extremely challenging, and you know, just you really hit, and you make a point here that once you're getting older, you cannot be lonely, depressed, and isolated. There is much happiness in the older age. A very brief remark on this, and then I think that we would very much like to thank you very, very much indeed for a different approach to what we know as gross national happiness. The floor is to you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. I think the question of aging is a metaphysical one to some extent. Unless you reconcile with the ultimate mortality early on, you are going to be anxious all the time. And the notion of impermanence inbuilt in the life and perspective of a Buddhist is helpful here, I think, helpful here. In fact, the presence of impermanence and its awareness may help you value every day much more than living in a society which doesn't, in fear of this permanent annihilation of your life. In terms of the meditation, it is quite related, really. It is a moment of deconstructing your experience, which appears as big blocks, intolerable, annoying, irritating, are then broken down into minute parts, which then do not have such a grip on your psychology. So in that sense also, it is related to acceptance and celebration of the momentariness of life. In terms of the household and the family as so important, it is common sense. It is the arena. It is the platform in your life where the drama of happiness and unhappiness is enacted. And if you have that in order, I'm sure you are well on your way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. If you would really like to join me in very, very warm applause to appreciate to our Dasho Karma Ura's most influential and spiritual representation. Thank you very much, President. All the best to you. Have a very good day. Thank you very much indeed.
And we will call it a day with our last panel. Themarek, that is very interesting and is related to the promotion of mental health. And we invite Mr. Sakas, Mr. Straskia, Mr. Stefan Schreck will be remotely with us from Brussels, Mr. Fragoulis, and Mr. Mefsut from Delta Foods SA.
Λοιπόν, θα πάμε σύμφωνα με το πρόγραμμα τελικά, νομίζω είναι...
We shall follow the agenda because Ms. Straskia has to leave, unfortunately.
Είναι online, okay.
Oh, we have online Mr. Schreck.
Stefan Schreck. Hi. Nice to meet you. You are in Brussels now?
In Luxembourg.
Yes, okay. So I want to present you. Stefan Schreck has been head in unit for health program and chronic disease in European Commission, Department for Health and Food Safety. And now you are still in European Commission, I think, and you want to say something about well-being and mental health. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, we are here.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me well. And it's a pleasure for me to be with you, at least virtually. Of course, I would prefer to be physically in Athens as well. But it's a pleasure to meet you today on World Mental Health Day. And as you know, this summer we launched Europe's first comprehensive approach on mental health with an overwhelming support. And we did this also with a very good speed. Only 9 months after President von der Leyen announced a new initiative on mental health, the new communication was already adopted. This was the beginning of a new way of working on mental health. And it goes beyond public health policy and also strongly includes other key areas such as education, employment, digitalization, research, culture, urban planning, environment, and also climate. It will help to make mental health a priority, which is equal to physical health. And we have 3 principles that are the basis to us achieving our objectives. The first is adequate and effective prevention. The second is access to high quality, affordable mental health care and treatment. And the third is a reintegration into society after recovery. Our communication has 20 flagship initiatives and identified 1.2 billion euros in funding opportunities, which will allow us to put all these flagship actions on the ground. And also this communication is actually the final pillar of the European Health Union. And to mark World Mental Health Day, this morning the Commission hosted a high-level conference on mental health in Brussels, where we heard many distinguished speakers and testimonials from people with personal experience of problems in mental health. There was a clear and firm commitment from everybody to address mental health issues. And this gives me hope that we are on the right track, as we need the commitment and cooperation from everybody to reduce the burden of mental health issues on our society. Thank you.
Much. And just a few questions, if you won't mind. What is the impact, do you think, in recent world events on mental health? The wars in...
They are quite important. Data from the COVID-19 pandemic show that mental health problems were known to affect about 84 million people in the European Union. That is amounting to 1 in 6 citizens. And the estimated cost of mental health issues costs our economy actually annually over 600 billion euros, which is more than 4% of GDP. Worries, anxieties, and feelings of depression caused by the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, the war on Ukraine, the increase in living costs, unemployment, and increasing digitalization have only worsened these already poor levels of mental health. The situation is similar in Greece. The country has one of the highest incidence of mental health issues in the European Union. Nearly 1 of 5 people in Greece had a mental health issue in 2019. Yesterday, ahead of the World Mental Health Day, a special survey on mental health was published showing that 46% of EU citizens had an emotional or psychosocial problem in the last 12 months. Young people have been particularly affected by the pandemic. The Health at a Glance report of 2022 reported that 1 in 2 young Europeans reported unmet needs, and that depression among young people more than doubled. And then digitalization, including the use of social media, puts additional pressure on children and young people. So we need a prudent use of social media, addressing issues such as cyberbullying, online child sexual abuse, access to illicit drugs and new psychoactive substances, hate speech. Then there is also excessive screen time, and also the digital editing of images such as beauty standards. That all contributes to the problem.
And what is the actions proposed in the Commission communication for the comprehensive approach to mental health?
Yes, as I said already, the communication has 20 flagship initiatives which have been developed in close cooperation with all relevant Commission services. Let me give you some examples. This year, the Commission will allocate 11 million to support Member States in building capacity for an approach that promotes mental health across policies. Promoting good mental health, prevention and early intervention is done via flagships such as a European Depression and Suicide Prevention Initiative and a European Code for Mental Health. Actions to boost the mental health of children and young people will include a prevention toolkit, a guidance on protecting minors in the digital world, and a child and youth mental health network. As with all EU health policy making, the focus is on helping the most vulnerable. We have specific flagships for groups such as victims of crime and also young cancer survivors. An EU-level initiative on psychosocial risks of work and 2 EU-wide workplace campaigns will help to tackle work-related issues. Reinforcing mental health systems and integrating a comprehensive approach to mental health is ensured via an initiative to train healthcare and other professionals, technical support across sectors, and also additional data gathering. Important is also breaking through stigma and addressing discrimination. That's addressed via transfer of best practices, awareness raising, and communication activities, and also the development of an EU guidance on stigma and discrimination. We will also address international aspects of mental health with 30 million euro support for Ukrainian displaced and affected people, and also through a minimum service package for psychosocial support. So these were some key examples from the 20 flagship initiatives.
And what are the next steps in the months and year ahead? Do you have any plan?
Yes, there are actually many activities going on in this area. The Commission continues to work closely with Member States. and this is done through the subgroup on mental health of the Public Health Expert Group of the Commission. They represent the ministries of health, but also with stakeholders through the new network on the EU health policy platform. And this is done to support the implementation of the flagships and other actions of the communication on mental health. It is clear that this has to be a joint effort, as governments and public authorities alone cannot effectively address mental health issues. EU funding instruments, they are available for member states and stakeholders to implement projects that support the communication on mental health. This year, we have 80 million euros available under the EU for Health program. An example is the development of the European Code for Mental Health that will empower citizens, help raise awareness around mental health, and improve health literacy to promote mental health. There's a call for proposals that is still open, but there's only about a week left, so it will close on the 17th of October next week. Last week, we closed a call for best and promising practices on mental health. We have received around 50 proposals there. They will be evaluated, and then we will support member states that wish to transfer a best or promising practice into their country. And 2 weeks ago, we closed the call for tender on a multidisciplinary training program and an exchange program for health professionals in the field of mental health. We are now evaluating the proposals we received, and the budget for that is 9 million euros to support knowledge sharing and exchange of skills between mental health professionals. Finally, I would like to mention that there is also strong support from the European Parliament and the Council. The Parliament's SAMT committee, which is a new committee working on health, is working on its very first report on mental health. And also mental health is high on the agenda of the trio presidency. The Spanish presidency is preparing actually a set of 4 council conclusions, 1 general approach and 3 specific policy areas being precarious work, drugs and youth. So that will happen next, we hope.
Thank you very much. Is there any question in the audience? Yes, please. Wait a minute to hear the question.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. It was very informative.
Do you hear?
Can you?
Yes, I hear. Please continue.
I was just wondering, because the numbers you have mentioned for the untrained layman like myself, they seem quite steep, quite high. Do you think, are they due to increased pressure or external events, or do you think that they are more due to the fact that lately the focus has been on these problems and these issues, and they are monitored better than they were like a decade before? What is the balance of that? Are they really increased numbers, or are they more monitored and more accounted for, let's say? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. It is clear that there has been much more focus on mental health in recent years. We have little data, let's say, longer than 5 years ago, but also already these data show that already before the corona pandemic, there was a real problem with mental health in the European Union. And therefore we know that indeed recent events like the pandemic and the war in Ukraine and the increase in use of social media by young people, for example, have really contributed to the problem. And that in turn has actually created a much increased awareness for mental health. Mental health was already the subject of the initiative Healthier Together, which we launched last year, but with this new communication, it is even higher on the political agenda. And I do think, to answer your question, the the situation and also the focus actually come on the one hand from the increased real problem, and on the other hand from higher awareness. That's, both is true, I would say.
Thank you, Mrs. Frank. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation here.
It was a pleasure. Thank you for inviting us.
And now let us go back to our Greek panel. Ms. Treskia, you have the floor. I knew her as an anchor woman, but now I truly learned that you are a pedagogue and you are a family advisor. So, wearing this hat of yours, we would like to listen to your presentation. Thank you. You can go to the podium, please. Hello, hello. Hello, Professor. Dear friends, I'm pretty happy to be a part of this very important initiative. You know, mental health issues, they might sound theoretical, but if we combine them and if we truly understand to what extent they might be related to our daily routine, the every minute, and how we live that, how we experience that, then this will be higher on the agenda, both our own agenda, the discussion between friends, members of the family, but also when it comes to the political agenda in any case. So today, under this title, Embrace My Feeling, I would like to contribute with my thoughts, and why not? It can be food for thought and some tools that could become a part of our weaponry. Let me find the next slide because I'm not good at technology. How can I move on?
Εντάξει, αυτό είναι αρκετά απλό για να το κάνω. Λοιπόν.
It was quite simple. Our brain. Talking about emotions, because I start with brain. Why? Our brain is a model of intelligent planning and operation as it executes trillions of procedures each second. Our biology affects our performance, and more than 400 neurotransmitters and hormones are affected, and affect how we think, we feel, we speak, and we behave. But what we're saying is not just theory, it is the way through which we live.
Ωραία. Τέλεια. Παραδείγματος χάρη, έχουμε 45% περισσότερες πιθανότητες.
We have 45% more chances of thinking of an innovative idea when we walk rather than being seated. An open posture improves our self-esteem. Then a good inhale boosts our cognitive operation by 60%, and bodily workout improves intelligence, including our IQ and the efficacy to achieve a target. So we see all that, how these are interlinked, how biology is linked to psychology, to social context, and all these contribute to good health. Emotions. Why are they so important? When talking about mental health and when we're talking about well-being, why? Because these affect, and the way through which we link with them affect how we are feeling, how we are experiencing the world around us, how we think, and how we give content and meaning to whatever we live. The expression of feelings is an indicator of mental health, well-being, and prosperity. Emotional expression is a tool of emotional liberation and a tool to raise awareness when it comes to true wishes. The more we are linked to our emotions, the more we can get liberated and we can get free from all the different norms in its reality. Following operational, functional, non-functional beliefs and different obstacles. The verbalization of feelings decrease the secretion of cortisol and protects the amygdala, that is the risk reaction of the brain triggering tough emotions. What do I mean by that? If we put in words what we feel, then this is happening at the same time in our brain. Thus, we have the respective feeling and the respective experience at that exact second. So by saying that I feel anxious right now, automatically we decrease the levels of cortisol. If we say I feel happy, I feel agony, if we only put a word in our feeling, we can get better. Many people find it difficult to communicate, and the connection of the non-expressed feelings with the threat of bodily and mental health is taken for granted. We know that for many threatening diseases these days, due to stress, and if we see that stress can be largely due to what we do not express and we do not communicate with others, we can understand in a very easy way, without getting into medical terms, how rather it is a true threat for our health. I'm talking about the non-expressed feelings. We need to give space to the whole range of feelings that exist around us and in us. Why am I saying so? Because many times we avoid. This is related to the way through which we were raised. You know, in many different families, it is forbidden. Hard feelings are forbidden. What we name negative ones. To others, and the more back in time we go, even happiness was forbidden. The closer we are to wars, the harder it is for us to express positive feelings like joy or happiness out of fear, because these were quite fragile emotions. You might all know one aunt or one grandma touching wood, because we were afraid of the vulnerability and of the fragility of this joy. So we limited this expression of joy. And of course, it's more frequent in families to find it hard to express our anger, express our fear, express our agony, as if they are forbidden by an unwritten family law. This is the value of consciousness, this mindfulness. We must pay attention to that. Hinc et nunc, right and now, observation of how we feel. Because amongst the hundreds of information that we have daily, and amongst the thousand thoughts and different ideas, many times we cannot highlight where a difficult feeling started from. Many times it gives the whole expression, gives meaning to a whole day. Many times we are saying I had a bad day. Well, in reality, there are no good or bad days, but there are ideas that might trigger many hormones, but also many different ideas and thoughts that we cannot find the trigger point. And this might carry away the whole day. We can only say right now what was the trigger in this mood of ours that we call it good or bad. The expression of emotions is linked to mental resilience, and of course too many things have been said about it lately, and quite rightly so. Why? Because it is exactly what we need in an era with so big challenges. This was highlighted in the best possible way in the era of the pandemic, but also now upon the climate change and the harshness of this phenomenon. Education in verbal and non-verbal communication. You know what? We're not born by communicating in a good or bad way. Somebody is not skillful or not in communication. Everything needs to be taught. If this sounds a bit heavy, let me tell you that this goes through our daily routine by many different ways. It's not just about knowledge, not about education. It's not just about education. It's not just about our familiarity with mental health. That until the recent past, it was as if we're afraid of talking about it, or we felt the obligation to put that high as a priority. Since there is training in verbal education, there is a training in non-verbal one. It might sound a paradox. What is non-verbal communication? The biggest example and the simplest example in expressing it, in experiencing it, and in sharing it is a hug. All of us inherently, we have the possibility to get linked through our sensations with other people. They start from the mother to the baby, to different carers. Through touch, we can feel the other. So inherently, there is embedded in our brain the possibility to communicate non-verbally with other people through a hug. A hug enhances self-esteem. It is paramount importance and creates emotional balance. What might sound theoretical, see how can this be transposed in our daily routine to an experience and practice through the simplest, let's say, question mark here, through the simplest activity in our daily routine. This could be the way, because for sure we are not all trained in hugging others, nor are we familiar with taking care of others, or we're not familiar with carers. Now, our friends in the US talked about the skin hunger as these years, or during the hardest days and months of the pandemic, we were deprived of hug. Hug inhibits the production of cortisol. It enhances the defense of our body against mental and bodily disease. It increases life expectancy as it has a beneficial impact in body, mind, and soul. And you see, what we're saying about mental health, prosperity, well-being, and the need to support all that is nothing more other than what in our daily life is shared, thought of, felt, and that we can truly promote. Some more positive impact of hug is that it improves mood. We can all understand that. It enhances the hormones of joy. It builds trust and cultivates the sensation of safety, but also the possibility to have an open and sincere communication after that. Then oxytocin rather, which is the hormone of hug, which is can be secreted apart from serotonin when we are hugging a person that we have selected. It leads to deep relaxation and to anxiety reduction. It enhances self-esteem, so bodily interaction links us to our possibility to love ourselves as we are taking the info from the person that hugs us that we are worth it and we are able to receive and give love. Now, let us go to another sector. This will come to the end. I will come to the end. How mental health can be linked to public policies. And apart from the old way of talking about these issues, which is quite rigid, touching our daily routine in such a way, but also in all these topics that are describing our significant aspect of our life, I would like to argue that obviously mental health is a worldwide right. This has been defined today due to the World Mental Health Day. This right should be safeguarded through specific policies on a world scale, on a European and national level. Now, first priority is completion of the psychiatric reform that is urgent. Hinc et nunc. As for many years this has been delayed in our country, we should come that to an end. The enhancement of the public structure and the overall coverage of the mental health needs. We should get to the gist of prevention rather than treatment. Public policies that transcend mental health should extend further than the strict medical framework. So we need innovative policies that will establish a different qualitative way of life. And of course, policies of progress will guarantee well-being for everybody, because as we heard before, and as we heard in the previous very important panels, this is linked to economy, productivity, and everything is linked to mental health. Catalytic is the role of empathy. And for some seconds, allow me to tell you that empathy is the most important tool to know ourselves and also understand the others and the world within we live. We are convinced, after serious studies, that empathy not only does it help in fighting violence between adults and in schools, but it can wipe it out. Big practice in countries like the well-known example of Denmark do imply that we must also include in the curriculum of school, because the school is the nursery of the next generation. We must include in the curriculum the lesson of empathy. I acknowledge, I accept, I express, and I share my feelings. If I need to say something with you today, is exactly our need for all that. Thank you so much for your attention.
Ευχαριστώ και εγώ πολύ. Νομίζω καλύψατε το θέμα.
Thank you. I think that you thoroughly covered it in a holistic way. You talked about hugging. I don't know, maybe you gave some tips. What I can do if I am a person that cannot express a feeling. Can you hear me now? No? What I would like to tell you is that there are many different ways to get trained into learning how to express our feelings. But when there are people that experience, and there are many who experience the difficulties, prolonged ones, in expressing the feelings, and since we know that this pattern leads to a threat of our bodily and mental health, then especially today, the Mental Health Day, we should invite people once again into getting rid of the stigma of going to a specialist of mental health, psychologist, psychiatrist, any type of advisor who has the certified knowledge, but also this level of empathy, so that we can be heard. And that is why I insist, Professor, ladies and gentlemen, I insist on the need of public and free access of people to different structure of public health, but also to daily routine, as well as in the primary healthcare, where people will truly be able to go to a municipality, to go to a neighborhood and talk to a specialist, find some relief from stigma and get the proper tools to continue and get a step further. If you're here during the morning, you would have heard Professor Chroussos, who again, he said that the critical thing is that for the very first years of our life, we must learn to express our emotions. And this empathy should reach a higher level. This is quite critical, I think. And perhaps the primary school and the kindergarten are very important to give away these elements to children. Yes, Professor, you're right. And of course, I think that we need the support by the parents, because I would argue that parents will teach children how to communicate. In those homes that communication is not feasible, in households where there is no need to express a feeling, respectively, children will not learn how to communicate. So we need to support our parents through different groups of parents, through public sectors that parents might have access to, of course, free without paying. Thank you so much. You must leave. Yes, I want to share with you my feeling. Embarrassment. I will not listen to you, and I have to get my child, who is waiting for me. This is my truth. Apologies, but I thought that we could have ended earlier. But I will watch the video. Thank you so much.
So much. Okay. Και προχωρούμε στον κύριο Φραγκούλη.
Mr. Fragoulis now, Evangelos Fragoulis, General Secretary of the Academy. You've turned into an academy, okay. Yes, following the American standards, yes. Mr. Mercouris did that.
Mariolis.
Mr. Mariolis did that, okay. Academy of General Medicine and Family Medicine. Exactly. First of all, I would like to deeply thank you for this invitation. I would like to thank the organizing committee. I will try to have an approach, and wearing the hat of a doctor, perhaps less wearing the hat of a doctor and more the hat of somebody dealing with health-related policy and public health. Our ancestors have understood that mental health is directly linked to bodily health. They have understood that we couldn't have mental health without bodily health and vice versa. In a Lancet announcement, we can see that when somebody has a bigger number of diseases, then there can be mental health, physical and mental health mobility, and association with socioeconomic status. We all know the definition of health according to the WHO as the state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. It is defined as a fundamental human right, and that the attainment of the highest possible level of health is a most important worldwide social goal whose realization requires the action of everybody. Now, medicine, as it advances lately during the last decades, it has managed within 60 years' time, for the last 60 years, to give 20 more years of life expectancy. Some of them, a significant number of these added years, are in bad or average health. In the OECD countries, we see that the main problem, both in morbidity, highlighted on screen, but also in morbidity, come from the chronic diseases, cardiovascular cancers, respiratory disease, and other. Behind all these common diseases, we can see chronic disease, we can see a list of behavioral risks. To this, we can see smoking, the lack of workout, and bad nutrition and bad diet. These factors are defined by different factors, socio-economic factors, political factors, and environmental factors. We see what's the impact for health, the impact on health rather, of the different risk behavioral factors: bad diet, smoking, but also in between, in mediators, metabolic and natural ones like hypertension, obesity. Then we can all understand that the majority of markers for our health are based outside of a conventional health system, and only a small percentage is defined by the health services, in spite of the fact that the major part of health expenditure is about health-related services. Now, the behavioral risks have a social tone, and it seems that the ones benefited have a trend to have hazardous, detrimental for health factors. There is a vicious circle, with the poor being more vulnerable in chronic disease and bad health, with an increased risk of exposure to risk factors and decreased access to care. We see here that people from the lowest financial stratum have a low possibility of working out frequently, whereas, respectively, the level of education can define greatly for a woman to have a breast exam, as a precautionary measure, of course. Prevention is better than cure, of course. And the key to avoid bad health or ill health is prevention, of course. It takes a shift in focus from sickness and cure to prevention. The social determinants of health is needed. In the Declaration of Astana by WHO, strengthened PHC is the most inclusive, effective, and efficient approach to enhance people's physical and mental health, as well as social well-being, and that PHC is a cornerstone of sustainable health system for UHC and health-related sustainable development goals. Of course, we cannot understand the importance of these factors so that we can have a universal coverage of health, and we are highlighting once again the sustainable goals. Here we see the definition schematically coming from the Astana Declaration with the approach of the whole society in health and well-being, centered on the needs and preferences of individual families and communities. There are three pillars here. One is the empowered people and communities, and this is the motto of the conference: empowered people and communities so that they can take the reins of their health in hand. The multi-sectoral policies and actions that are about the wider factors of health, we saw the importance of that already. And last but not least, a holistic health services that include primary healthcare services that are focusing on individuals and families, and public health services that are related to the audience, the wider audience. We see here how primary healthcare is the cornerstone to have a universal coverage of health in population with an access to qualitative services and financial protection. At the same time, through that, we can turn into reality other related to health objectives. Public health is very important in us being able to highlight the determinants of health, socio-political, environmental, etc., and the different behaviors and the behavioral risks. Whereas public health and primary health care play a key role in prevention of different diseases, having as many interventions, vaccination and screening. This interlink between primary health care and primary care can be seen schematically here with the multiple roles that can be enjoyed by the healthcare professionals. Something very innovative that is obvious in other countries, fortunately this doesn't exist in our country, is the possibility to be able to refer our patients, apart from tests, part 2 tests and different drugs, we could refer them to gyms in order for them to work out, or to different activities related to culture and art. The results of that are well documented, and they are based on literature from abroad. By way of conclusion, I would like to highlight the importance of this interlink between the service of mental health with the primary health care, as the prevalence of mental disorders in the population, along with the fact that they are intertwined with bodily and mental diseases, and the fact that there is a big gap in cure, treatment, many people stay without any therapy or cure, or their cure is inadequate. The interlink of different mental health services in primary health care is the most sustainable way to close the loop and close the gap and guarantee that people will take the care needed at all costs. These take specific skills from the professionals of the primary health care, and they need to be constantly supported and be adequately prepared. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much. Thank you for this presentation. I don't know if there's a question. A question or remark. Allow me to tell you that there is that thing. You're telling them you need to work out. Yeah, no, it's needless to prescribe them go to the gym for free. No. They can work. They can work, but they're not doing so. Or you're telling them you must quit smoking. No, they don't do it. I don't know what's the solution to that. Please use the microphone, thank you. It's important to interlink the citizen with services that already exist in the community and with different groups. In this framework, it would be meaningful to be able to suggest a program to quit smoking. Why should there be a program to quit smoking in the community to quit smoking? This is what I can understand. Why should there be a gym for free, since there are gyms, or they can play basketball, or they can walk, or anything else to work out, but they don't do so? Why? I believe that we should be able to give them the choice. Let's say, in the case of obesity, which is a very important factor, we give drugs that are very expensive, and possibly, I would say, if we prescribed other treatments, other cures, but they are not doing so, or we could refer them to a nutritionist. They go to a nutritionist. What about the efficacy of nutritionists? It's a joke. They get there, they pay them, and then they're doing nothing, or they are doing the minimum. Well, it's very easy to facilitate access. Yes, I do not object to that. What we're doing with drugs equally, yes, but I've been here since this early morning, and I've heard too many different wishful thinkings, and I wonder, well, in the UK, there was data about the benefits of these referrals, social prescription, as we call it. We have from NHS what they have achieved. Simply, due to time restriction, I couldn't elaborate on that. Maybe the solution can be given by the following speaker. Please come forth. No, we'll be seated. Instead of working out, you can put something in our food so that we cannot get obese. I wish solutions were so easy. First of all, I would like to thank you. The next and last speaker, Konstantinos Mefsout, is from the Delta Food Company, that's why. And he's going to tell us some things about well-being and what can be done by a food company about this big issue. Well, yeah, let me tell you, I've been here since this morning, and what I've been thinking before is how better informed I feel by listening to many different speakers by different backgrounds. And at the same time, I understood how complicated the problem is and how difficult solution is. I think that we start from a very simple thing, which is well-being, which is what we need for thousands of years. And the main challenge is how we can make it true in 2023. The value of these discussions and the value of this conference is that we are provided with the tools, because we shed light to many obstacles that we must overcome. We shed light to good practices, and we shed light to who is going to sit around the same table to plan solutions. Now, I will take the relay from obesity and why somebody does not follow a good nutrition scheme. Maybe because there are non-obvious obstacles to be highlighted, and more people should follow a better diet, and they should work out more. I'm saying so because many times, obstacles, in spite of the fact that are in front of us, there is nobody who can show to us, please change that. Let me give you an example that I recently heard. The connection between diet and sleep quality, and how next morning, if you're not fed adequately the previous night, if you have some disturbances in your sleep, you can wake up in bad mood. Next day, being in a bad mental status, possibly you will consume food which is not that good. This creates a vicious circle. We must pinpoint that. Somebody should tell you what to eat for your dinner to have a good sleep quality, and how you can break this vicious circle. And then the food industry is trying to do so by offering some sound policies, accessible, easy to use, according to the modern way of life, but we cannot do it on our own. We need some consulting services. We need more sports and many more possibilities to work out in public spaces. We need a better life quality in the urban setting, etc.
Ερωτήσεις από το ακροατήριο, το κουρασμένο ακροατήριο αυτή την...
Any questions from the audience, please?
Η βάση για καλές υγιεινές διατροφές.
Okay, you talked about good diet, but the foundation is laid during the early childhood. What would you say about it?
Θα σας πω προφανώς.
Obviously, yes. Because these habits follow us throughout our life, rather. And the main thing is how we can have consistency. That is how we can follow that from the early childhood until the adulthood. The main question here, and to tell you the truth, this is what puzzles me. It has been puzzling me throughout the day. I'm trying to get inspiration from this conference is what I said before, how we can truly see the connection between well-being and daily routine, daily life. Obviously, we can have a look at it when it comes to diet and food that we are producing and we're manufacturing, but this is a more complicated issue. To me, what we mainly want is to be able to see what well-being means today, what well-being will mean in 25 or in 2030. Obviously, we as a food industry, to understand how people will work, how people will live, how they will socialize, how they will have fun, to offer similar food that will facilitate in the adoption of better food habits, and respectively any industry in the economy and the state should plan respective programs. So here I think that it's very important for us to understand that the help that we should give, that is products to be given or services that we should give to others, may have a projection to how we're going to live and what well-being will mean in the years to come. And then we should follow that, offering solutions, services, and products. Let us not do the other way around. Many times we can think what is handy to us, what is handy for the industries, what is handy to all stakeholders, and we want to convince people to follow what we have in our mind. But I think that the opposite should happen, and this is a big innovation that truly will change everything we know.
Τι έχουν αλλάξει οι καταναλωτές.
Yes, because consumers have changed. If we go back to the era that I was a child, advertisements were for fitini type of food, a fitting product. Now it's not even on the shelf. But back then, people were exiting war, a civil war, and then so plant-based butter was the best possible thing for a family. Today, the best thing are the bars, or the cereal bars, for instance, or cereals as a whole, etc. And then plant-based milk, fat-free milk. Obviously, the mindset has changed, and now we're talking about well-being. Back then, we were just talking about survival. Yes, exactly. This is the biggest change that has taken place after World War II. Gradually, people started to get rid of survival and be more interested in something more. And you know what? When talking about diet and food, we have in mind that we sit around the same table eating, which is not the case because the modern lifestyle does not allow for that to everybody. Mainly, not even for the main meals within the day, that is lunch, dinner, and breakfast. But I would argue that even the way through which we are sharing our time, indoors and outdoors, this has changed a lot. For instance, Gen Z is interested in how they are choosing to give time outdoors, not indoors, nor to another closed environment. They want to have fun outdoors. And when they are saying that I go outdoors, they don't mean that they will go to a restaurant or they will go to a bar or to a coffee shop. It means to a public space. They will go to a public space. So they must have something in hand to eat. Yes, exactly. How can you offer solutions of good diet to on-the-go consumption cases? This is very important, and this is a big challenge for the food industry in the future that answers a new way of life. Good. And of course, communication is over the internet. Yes, yes. Unfortunately, we can see different families eating, and each one has his or her own mobile phone.
Δεν είναι ότι δεν επικοινωνούν, επικοινωνούν, αλλά
and they are communicating, but each one using their own friends or their own audiences, and they just sit around the same table eating together. We can say, okay, good, we have all the family together. What about family? What about together? Neither the one nor the other. When there is the luxury of time to do so, yes. Let us suppose that this would be the best case scenario, that usually dad comes at another moment, the mom comes at another moment within the day, and so on and so forth. So each one is eating something different, totally different. Yes, exactly. Recently, in a TV show in the USA, I heard something. They were trying to teach them, instead of each one buying something on his or her way to home, one was buying McDonald's, the other was buying a pizza, or the other member of the family was buying something from the supermarket, something for the microwave only. They try to teach them how to cook something all together, that is buy some forks and knives that they didn't have at home. They didn't have that in the USA. They didn't have forks and knives at home. Can you imagine that? And indeed, it was something unique. And you know what? This shows what are the skills that are needed many times. I would tell you that recently I saw a very interesting initiative undertaken by the mayor of London with a famous chef. They included in the curriculum in schools a class that is how students, the high school students, how they can learn how to cook 10 main dishes. If they make it happen, then truly they can guarantee for the years to come a good diet, a balanced diet that combined with workout, yes, indeed, because when you are putting butter, you can see what it is, and when you take it to eat it, when you take a hamburger, let's say, you don't know what is in the hamburger. And you know that we have choices. Yes, exactly. Any other comment or remark, please? No. I think that we can call it a day. We have come to the end of this discussion. Thank you so much. Give the floor now to Mr. Elefantopoulos, please.
Ακούγομαι, ναι. Είναι περασμένες η ώρα και...
Can you hear me? I know it's late hours, so ladies and gentlemen, quite shortly, I have the privilege and the big flow of being the last speaker. You know, the last speaker will win it all, or boring, come on, we need to go home. I will try to be brief and concise. Happiness, well-being, prosperity, satisfaction, life satisfaction, quality of life, mental health, bodily health. To our students and pupils, we are saying, when you need to approach something, you need to highlight some key points. But the main point is mental health. And here we are reminded, since we are in Greece, the law on soul. Marvelous. Was Socrates and Plato, of course, and you know, Lysius. Well, there is a very good poem by Phaedrus written by Lysias, and they tell him, oh, come on, Socrates, you don't think of me, you are an old, grumpy person. The other one loves me. See at these very nice words that he's writing about me. And Socrates takes him to Kifissos River.
Και αρχίζει ο λόγος περί ψυχής.
They put feet in water and then start the lesson own soul. There is the bad black horse and the white horse, which is not that powerful.
Ο charioteer, ο αναβάτης, θα πρέπει να συνεργαστεί με το άσπρο άλογο ώστε να τραβήσει.
And the joker should collaborate with the white horse to pull up the bad horse. We, black and white, what is this? What well-being is, and what bad quality of life is, what soul is, and what well-being is. We have discussed about it, ladies and gentlemen, today. Methodologies, different works, indicators. The issue is that many times we were measuring our life, but we were forgetting about our soul. The all indicators of epidemiology, vitality, etc., but also the big tip of the iceberg, the big part of the iceberg, which is anxiety, depression. And what were we told today? Guys, you know what? Anxiety and depression is not amongst the elderly. These lies amongst young people, amongst students. Financial crisis, unemployment, uncertainty about the future. All that has been recorded. What was interesting is something shocking. That is, this was recorded for the public and the private sectors. We had started and we remembered that all of a sudden well-being in the civil servants, standards for the public servants, come on. I remembered when I was in the Ministry of Health, 4 volumes of newspapers, 5 volumes of magazines, should be ready. All of a sudden we see a public sector, and congratulations, public sector talking about anxiety, talking about incentives, talking about productivity. Things change, and this is a good thing. And then we had some bright minds that were coming from Laylard, London School of Economics and Political Science. I've been to those amphitheaters and I knew what was happening there, and all of a sudden then our friend from Batum comes to say that the first thing that counts is la familia, family, of course. And then we heard from previous speakers that Mr. Sakas, that they cannot eat together. I order something and so on and so forth. We must review our own different views. The World Mental Day can teach us many things, and the different factors that affect us at the end of the day more than anything else in what is related to soul and to the future is spirituality. That is, shall we meditate? How many hours are dedicated daily? 5 or 10 minutes can be dedicated so that we can just observe the ceiling and think. How many hours can we think of our family? How many hours can we think of tomorrow in a productive way? How many times don't we focus on it's only money matters, that Friedman said. And they said what really matters is happiness. I think that we must all review our lives, and we have the possibility, and I hope that this day, this lecture has been teaching a new lesson for all of us, for our families, and for our children. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you.